Well, a very good morning to you all from Sebring International Raceway in Sebring, Florida, a place affectionately described by one commentator as 2 hours from everywhere. This is the World Racing League on DriversEye Live. Happy to have everybody's company this morning. My name is Brendan Kazmarek, joined today by JT Tammy. Good morning, JT.
Good morning.
By Ryan West. Good morning, Ryan.
Good morning.
And Jordan Worth on the ones and the twos, production duty, as he always is. May chime in through the afternoon, morning and afternoon as well. JT will step away for a little while, a little bit later on. But we're going to have a good time, not just because it's the World Racing League and we love being part of the WRL paddock, but because this is championship weekend in the World Racing League. It is the Eastern Region Championship finale, the penultimate event of the 2024 World Racing League season before we all pile in airplanes and trailers and head off to Circuit of the Americas in about a month's time. Still the matter of the regional championship, the Eastern Region Championship, to be settled this weekend. It is a fine weekend for racing in Sebring, Florida. A little bit of high cloud just off in the distance may get us a little bit of break from the sunshine. 83 degrees projected high with the normal Florida humidity. Nice breeze out of the east. A headwind down the front straightaway, a tailwind down the Ullman Straight, headed off into turn 17, where you see our GTU field and the GTO cars behind it. It'll increase the top speeds there a little bit, heading off into that famed turn 17 at Sebring. Hashtag respect bumps. JT and Ryan, it is a track that is often imitated, but never. No, it's actually not. There is no place in the world like Sebring International Raceway. It is one of one. It is the spiritual home of North American sports car racing, having hosted 12 Hours of Sebring for 72 years now, by my count. U.S. Formula One Grand Prix in the past as well. Original concrete blocks down the front straightaway and through turn 17, and turn 1, actually, left over from 1947. It tests cars and drivers like few others do. And as far as I'm concerned, a fantastic place to wrap up our Eastern Region Championship.
This is, of course, one of the... Oh, go ahead, JT.
I'll just say this is one of my favorite tracks. This is such a good place. It's both simple and challenging at the same time. It's unforgiving. It tests the drivers' cars. It tests their mentality. It's going to be a very good race.
It's a track, Brendan and JT, that gets used for testing frequently in the off-season. I am willing to bet that this is one of the last timed events that's going to take place here at Sebring throughout the season. Soon, this will become a playground, I believe, for GTP teams as well as IndyCar teams looking to test shock packages, looking to test aero. It really is a unique surface, especially in North America, with how bumpy it is. It really throws up a different kind of track, a different set of results here. They always used to say Audi would do their, 36 hours of testing here because they figured the car would be worked twice as hard. It was like, running twice the amount of time on the car. So, a track here, this is a normal length event, but we're starting to get to the end of the season here with these GT4 cars. We've already started to see a few issues start to sneak in as these cars, time out on the life of some components. So I think today could be a smooth race, but I think tomorrow the cars are definitely going to be feeling the length of the season as well as the length of time they've been racing on the bumps here in Central Florida.
It's a good point, Ryan. I talked to somebody yesterday upstairs, the fine safety and operations folks here at Sebring yesterday, that said they are on the books for something like upwards of 350 days in 2025. It's a track that gets used whenever it can, as you said, for GTP teams, for IndyCar teams, all kinds of testing and driver schools, racing schools, and of course racing action goes on here at Sebring International Raceway. It is also the place that WRL hosted the first ever 24 Hours of Sebring. There had been no timed race of that length, of that duration around the famed bumps. But back in 2021, we here at the World Racing League did exactly that, to some success, I would say. But as you said, it does work the cars harder than just about anywhere else. We haven't had that 24-hour format back since then, but this 8 and 7 hour format does put a working on the cars and the drivers, even in this part of the fall, the early parts of November. It's still quite warm during the day, quite humid. It really does test all that is asked of man and machine, woman, machine as well, of course. The final round of the 2024 Eastern Region Championship will set off like this in GTU. So the prototype cars, that field of 4 you see at the front of the field, expanding for 2025, and more on that later. Pole sitter is the number 58 from Stratus, 2:15.215. It's just half a second quicker than the GTO pole sitter, the GT4 car field that you see behind it. Stratus number 60 to start on the outside of the front row. Stratus 59 and Heraflight Racing on the second row. In GTO, your GTO pole sitter is the number 70 Porsche 991.2 GT3 Cup from round 3 racing. Number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates to start alongside. Pole margin there about 0.2 of a second. NFC Motorsports in the 123 will start third. The 74 BMW M4 from AOA Racing will start in fourth. Random Vandals number 82, the older gen BMW M4 to start in fifth place. Off-leash Motorsports, such as it's called now, the Ligier GT4 adjacent car to start in sixth place there. More on that car later. Excited to have that car now with just about a full year's running under its belt. 89X on the number 89 and Kingpin Racing number 11 on the fourth row. Your GP1 pole sitter, Palomar Racing in the 38 alongside PC Racing in the 44. GP2 will see the 66 line up alongside the 920 from 48 competition. And the GP3 pole sitter, 605 from round 3 racing, 103 from TLM USA. The green flag waves over the GTU field with a margin back to the GTO cars, bigger than we've seen at any point during this season. The NP01s, the Sebico NP01s will sail off into turn number 1. 58 leads 59. Green flag continues to wave with the GTO cars moving 2 to 3 wide down the front straightaway. That number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates gets the jump on the Porsche around the outside of turn number 1, and it's all very tentative through the mid part of the GTO field. The NFC car slots there into third, the 74 there in fourth, and the round 3 car, the Random Vandals car there in fifth position. To round out the top 5, pretty much all as it was at the start. The number 70 now hounding the back of the G82 BMW M4 underneath the bridge at the exit of turn 5. And we've already got ourselves basically single file throughout the field. A couple of aesthetic changes to the GTO field this weekend that we will discuss. If you don't recognize some of the cars, it's okay, neither did we. We'll get through that this early part of Saturday. The green flag now waves in the general production field. Something like 30 GP1, 2, and 3 cars head off down into turn number 1. It's PC Racing round the outside of the Palomar car, who hangs tough up the inside, decreasing the radius on corner entry. Slow Harrison car, I think there, JT, the 392 down the front straightaway.
Palomar takes it back in 3.
Yep, thought maybe it would just lose a little bit of momentum around the inside of turn number 1 there by tightening up the corner, but was able to get back to the throttle fairly early, straighten up the car over the big bump at the exit of 1.
The 392s come to a stop. Drivers left on the exit of 1.
I thought that was the 392. That is the Harrison Motorsports car. One of the, if not the main player in GP2.
Almost.
GP1, I did it again, in GP1 back at Watkins Glen. Looks like no harm, no foul there. Just ground to a halt, got the car reset, and off it goes. Now, one of the cars defending there off in the distance, I think that's the Mercedes number 123, as the GTO field catches the Heraflight number 247 at the back of the GTU field. That is why they left such a big gap at the start of the race. And able to sort themselves out before they caught that orange Sebico NP01. Meant the 70 really wasn't able to get anything done on the number 2. Will settle in there with just a couple of tenths of a second margin between the first and second place car in the Grand Touring Open Field, GTO. Defensive again. This time it's actually going to be 3 wide on the way into turn number 3. The 82 shows the nose on the number 74 from AOA Racing, then thinks better of it on the way into turn 3.
And something you can really see in these shots is the front stretch at Sebring is incredibly wide. You have tons of space if you want to try to make a move into turn 1. But as you go into turns 2, 3, and 4, the track gets incredibly narrow. So you really have to make sure that you've planned your move in advance. And if you haven't made it perfectly going into turns 2 and 3, you kind of just got to wait, because you don't want to end up hitting somebody, especially this early in the race. So I think everybody here going to be a little frustrated how they've caught this in P01 and desperate to get around now that the track starts to open up again. Of course, those NPO1s at the front there, all run by Stratus Racing. The ACP with Tangerine Associates and the number 70 Porsche starting to check out at the front of the field here. Just squeezing a little bit of a gap now, that Team ACP BMW. They're putting a little bit of a gap. Looks to be about 1 second still, but a manageable distance, of course. And this being a pretty big track, they're going to have traffic to contend with here reasonably quickly. But something to keep an eye on, of course. NFC, I believe, we spoke about offline prior to the race start. Really in pole position here for the championship, especially in the East, with two of its main rivals not making the trip down to Central Florida this weekend. So they, of course, would like to come away with a win, but I don't think they're going to be desperate to try to slice through the field and get to the front if that means risking the car.
It'd be a championship sweep for that NFC number 123, having collected already the Midwest Championship back at the High Plains 13-hour event at the end of beginning of September. It was actually. So in some ways it would be a sort of championship by default, but they were pushed pretty hard by GTR 99 through the balance of the season. Unfortunately, that car not here this week. It's the first time we've done a race without GTR in I don't know how long. Very
Definitely
weird not seeing that blue car. Yeah, weird not seeing that blue car, whether it be Supra or BMW, on the grid.
Kind of use the phrase meteoric rise for the NFC car. Of course, you know, starting in earnest about 2 years ago in either a GP2 or a GP1 Porsche Boxster prepared by Pellegrini. Then moving last season into this AMG Mercedes, and despite needing to get to grips with the car and the rule package and everything else, able to come, I believe they came second in the National Championship last season in the NFC car. And then this season, of course, consolidating their position right at the top of the field.
Well remembered on Pellegrini. Obviously, I remember the appearance of NFC back in the day in that GP1 black and green Porsche Boxster. Porsche Cayman, I think it was.
I believe it was a Boxster with
it was a Boxster.
hard
Okay,
top, yeah.
Trust your gut. And then it appeared with really the first appearance of the Mercedes AMG GT4. We hadn't really seen one in WRL GTO competition. Of course, nothing requires you to run a GT4 car in GTO, but they do fit very nicely if you can get the car at the 9-to-1 power-to-weight regulated number. And nobody really tried it with the Mercedes, but NFC was able to get that car to the number and then begin developing it to the WRL rule set, made some aero changes on the car, was able to get it very, very reliable and take advantage of some of that car's very nice suite of electronics, ABS, traction control, things of that nature. And really for the last season or so, that car has been rock solid. The drivers have been rock solid as well. We've talked about them at some length, and we will later this weekend as well. But they've done a really, really nice job getting that car consistent and competitive. And yeah, championship one already to its name this year, and likely to get at least one more before we close out the season next month at Circuit of the Americas. Already catching some tail enders in GP3. I believe that's a Connolly car, the pride of Ellertown, Pennsylvania.
The silver
number 245. BMW. Sure is. Yep. No GTO this week. Pontiac GTOR this weekend, unfortunately.
Round 3 Racing leads that class, GP3, from pole. We still have the 66 open throttle leading GP2 over the 40-48 competition BMW. GP1's been very good so far. BSR Racing has taken the lead of that class in the Porsche Cayman over PC Racing in Palomar. The 5 from All-Star Racing has had an excellent start coming from the back of the GP1 grid, currently up to 4th so far.
Just saw the TLM number 103 flash through your screen. If that's not a car that you recognize, it's the, let's say, very Marlboro adjacent car there.
Yes.
Red trim or red accenting on a mostly white BMW. I've seen that car a bunch in DriversEye Live's coverage of FARA, which is the Formula Automobile Racing Association, of which TLM's David Twatty is one of the ownership group. Had some races here at Sebring, races down at Homestead as well, and actually we'll be back there in about 10 days' time to cover their season finale. I've seen that car a bunch running sprint races down in the FARA Championship, but nice to see it here at Sebring as well. Of course, the two TLM USA Aston Martin Vantage GT4s up in the GTO class as well. That TLM Moda car in particular, the AAA.
Thank you. I noticed when I wasn't there,
well this year.
you weren't doing that bit, and I was kind of sad.
It's just an us thing, right?
Oh, all right.
That's an us thing.
All right.
Yeah.
Just the two of us.
Something like that.
You and I.
Anyway.
And now we've been
11
flagged for
minutes
copyright violation.
No, that's already cost me my Facebook account, man. Ooh, dropping wheels there in the exit.
Oh,
turn
nice.
5.
Wow.
That
That's
is a classic.
That's the Subaru BRZ of Baker Racing. I believe a new challenger this weekend.
Yeah.
I'd love to ask them what their oil pan baffle solution is.
Baffling, I would say.
Well, supposedly, even the baffle isn't enough to combat the, going wide again.
Yeah.
Ooh.
3 wide. Around the GTO leaders as well.
Mm.
The 2 and the 70 just sneaking through there through what is now affectionately dubbed the safety pin. It's the, I don't even know that it's relevant to describe the reconfigured turn 7, being that it happened 25 years ago. But nevertheless, you can see the old hairpin shoot off to the left side of the screen and rejoin after the little S-bend that follows the current iteration of the Sebring hairpin down there at turn number 7. But anyway, it really kind of funnels very narrowly through the left and right bends. And if you get a car that is trying to avoid dropping wheels on the backside of that curb, you can actually see the lip on the backside of the curb. It can really narrow up very, very quickly, and both of our GTO class leaders fairly lucky to get away with that. Through the high-speed left-hand bends at turn number 14, it's a double apex left-hander that is just about flat out, even on DOT tires that we run here in the World Racing League. Full throttle, high speed there through those left-handers, and then as soon as you get the car straightened up, it's hard on the brakes into the right-hander at turn 15, Jean de Bien bend, and leads you through 60 in the mock curve onto the Ullman Straight, 5/8 of a mile. Top speeds around 140, 145 miles an hour in these GTO cars. Before you tip the car into the 180-degree right-hander at turn 17 underneath the bridge. Well done, Jordan. Over the bumps and back on the throttle early. Try and get the car settled on the left rear tire as much as you can before you straighten the car out over the long run down these concrete blocks back into turn number 1, completing another lap of the 3.7-mile layout here at Sebring International Raceway. 13 minutes down. It's been a clean start thus far. Saturday's 8-hour enduro for the World Racing League. Stratus 59 now leads Stratus 58 by actually nothing at all over the start-finish line. So that was a challenge for the GTU class lead. The 58 having led from pole. I think we'll catch them. Actually, they're probably already past camera range down towards...
They're already leaving the hairpin, heading towards 10.
Yep, so this will be on board with the number 60. That's the green car. So this is your third place car in GTU. And as we look just a little bit further up the field, try and pick out which of the team cars sits just up ahead. Jump past one of the GP BMWs. So we can't quite pick out the color there in the sunlight. I think the 58, I think, has retained the lead, actually. It has, and it's not close. What was 24 thousandths of a second at the start-finish line, near enough side-by-side, actually the circle side-by-side, has now already expanded out to probably just over a second between those
70's making moves on the ACP car in the back.
Yes,
Sorry, Jordan. or Brendan, whichever you are.
That's a good call. Goes to the right-hand side around the left-hander there between 15 and 16. Kind of a no-numbered corner. They'll be side-by-side through Le Mans onto the back straightaway. Again, they'll go defensive, and I think that's the shape of a Porsche to driver's right that is defending now from that number 2. I think we've had a lead change in the GTO class, and indeed we have.
Oh, yeah, they have. And they just get used the GP car there as a pick to solidify that move coming onto the front straightaway here. We'll see if the ACP car can tuck in and try to make a move going back down into turn 1. Just coming out of the Mobile 1 bridge in the distance there. I think it's pretty comfortably the Porsche. They're going to pull out, and the ACP car can't get close enough. So now the Porsche is going to have a little time to take stock of the situation here in one of the tighter parts of the track. Not a whole lot of passing opportunity here. Going to have to time the traffic here, though. Just gets held up in the 123, of course, loving this. As they fight each other, they slow down, allowing the 123 to draw ever closer to the front. The 70 dispatches that traffic relatively easily. That's no issues there.
Yeah, we've seen in these first stints over the course of the 2024 season, the GTO field extremely evenly matched around the top. Track position doesn't seem to go very far in either direction. Gaps don't seem to open
I
up.
think somebody gets held up. The ACP car, huge lunge there. And I think the 70 just had to check up in line there with the GP car right in front. So the ACP car got an enormous advantage there.
That was very odd from the 70.
Again, there was just that traffic right ahead.
Sorry, there's a car in the wall, driver's left.
Yeah,
there is.
He was in a
throttle.
Yeah, he was in a yellow flag zone.
Oh, so that may be no good for the ACP car.
That's why
I
he
missed
checked
it
up.
as well. Yeah.
Oh no, that might be the 65.
What the race control log will tell us. And if we open up that spreadsheet, it does show the 65.
I hope it's not in the wall because there's a cutout there.
No, it's been in the wall.
Is it bent?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some derangement of the tire barrier. It's actually just at the start of the tire wall there on driver's left, accelerating out of the turn 7 S-bends towards the right-hander at turn number 8. We haven't gone full course yellow yet, but I don't think this is going to be the work of a moment there. I'm actually quite impressed they've decided to do this under green. Yesterday, we had a number of stoppages for incident that resulted in black flags. Now the starter stand hustles to get a pair of yellow flags ready, and 17 minutes in to the opening hour of the Saturday 8-hour enduro here at Sebring, we do go full course yellow. For the number 65 open throttle racing BMW in the wall, driver's left, exiting turn number 7. It's not the first time we've seen contact there in WRL or other series.
The good news is going to be here that the field is not going to be tremendously broken up by this full course yellow, because indeed the Stratus cars are firmly in front of the GTO field, but not having come back around to lap the GTO field yet. So at least for the front of the field, this is going to keep things pretty steady. I do imagine that the GP3 and GP1 runners aren't going to be tremendously pleased with the timing of this yellow, just given the track position implications, to go most of a lap down early. Now, on the flip side, you'd rather go most of a lap down early now than 6 hours from now.
One of the other interesting things we'll have to kind of keep an eye on here is the pass that was made on the number 70 Porsche by the number 2 from ACP Tangerine Associates, right? The 70 obviously backed out of the throttle to avoid passing in a yellow flag zone, and that's when the number 2 kind of gunned it around the outside to get the pass done. Even we hadn't realized there was a car in the wall there on driver's left.
Do we have
I suspect the 2 probably didn't work.
Do we have a replay at all, or no? Are we not in the replay
I
mode?
think we're doing replays at the moment. Is that right, Jordan?
Oh, okay. So we don't have replays this afternoon. However, I almost wonder if the defense of the ACP car is going to be they didn't see a yellow flag because the yellow had not been brought out yet. Because I
Well,
don't remember seeing either of those flag stands displaying a yellow flag at the time, because I feel like I would have saw it.
So I'm going to go back and check the YouTube because I'm not sure that was the 70 and the 2 fighting there.
No, it was the 70 and the. Oh yeah, it was the 70 and the 2.
Yeah, definitely the 70
yeah.
and 2. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I saw something else. I will go back and look.
Okay. All right. Yeah, we'll take a look at it and see if we can make sense of it. But I'm fairly sure in this case that what we saw was a change for the race lead there, just headed into the yellow flags. So, in any case, it's not, as far as I can tell anyway, it's not been reported on the race control log.
So what you're saying is they're not going to be pleased with us if we're calling attention to it.
Yeah, I mean, well, two sorts. Yeah, in case we don't worry about it.
I hope that people have understood by this point that the idea that, like, all the commentators told us about it, so that's why we got a penalty, like, applies evenly to everybody.
Sure.
So there was a standing yellow out at the entrance to the hairpin driver's right.
Okay, well, that's going to do it then, I think. That should be pretty cut and dry, I reckon.
Pit stops already in GTO. The 70 is in and the 123 is in, as is the number 82, with a really good start for Random Vandals Racing first thing this morning. And this will split the strategy in GTO, even at this early hour. 124 is in as well. It's the second of the NFC Motorsports Mercedes.
So what Ryan was briefly touching on here is this full course yellow has really hurt some of the GP1 field here. The overall leaders here in GTU were just going through the upper part of GP1, having passed the 24 from Montgomery Motorsports, which is being run by Bruce Innovations this weekend, according to Jay Tompkins.
More on that in a minute.
But they had not yet caught the top 4 in GP1. So those top 4 in GP1, which is going to be your BSR Racing, your PC Racing, Palomar Racing, and All-Star Racing, are now going to be given basically a full minute of extra time to come around and catch the tail end of the field. So they're going to have a massive gap to the rest of the cars in GP1.
The ice we skate is getting pretty thin. The water's getting warm, so we might as well swim.
That's a Star reference, I assume.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
The ice being the separation of the glass here by the
Sure.
yellow.
I mean, it is Florida, so ice is difficult to, maintain.
I do have a Smash Mouth interaction story that I was only one person removed from. I can tell that later.
Oh.
Or we can tell it now under full course yellow. It's up to you.
I don't know that I have an opinion on that.
I mean, it's podcast mode in the first 30 minutes of the race,
Well, that's because we're full course yellow in the first.
That's true. All right, then I'm going to tell it. Once upon a time, I worked at a pizza joint when I was quite young. And Smash Mouth was actually in Redding, California, performing a show. That's the level of show that they were doing in 2015 and 16, was coming to Redding, California. And who I presume is the band manager, but may have actually been the lead singer. That part, the person who was on the phone with them couldn't decide what they felt, called our pizza place and said, hey, we would like, 15 pizzas delivered to the Reading Convention Center for the crew.
As you do.
And we're like, okay, well, it's a big place. Who should we ask for? Oh, it's for the band. Oh, okay, what band? Because we didn't know they were there. And said, oh, it's for Smash Mouth. And I hear my coworker from across the room say, oh, do you mean the Shrek band? And then a hello, and then he puts the phone down. So apparently,
oh boy,
calling Smash Mouth the Shrek band if you're a pizza supplier is a good way to get them to not order 15 pizzas.
That's fantastic.
It's quite good. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I got you.
Speaking of pizza, I believe a great pizza place here in Sebring, Dimitri's Bar and Grill.
So I
So
noticed
Brendan-
last night they snuck in an extra I on it. I thought it was just DM. It's DIM, apparently.
Dimitri's.
Dimitri's. Not Dimitri's. Or Dimitri's. It's, yeah.
So here's my question, Brendan. I saw that you
No.
consumed the pizza, and that pizza, for being, whatever was open that day, is reasonable. Like, it is what it is. Like, it looked like it was fine, whatever. Did you get a $5 cup of beverage with lots of, like, Red 40 in it?
Oh, I didn't eat there.
Oh, okay.
I just ordered it.
Just
on
got it to
DoorDash
go.
and took it to go, yeah.
I would like to point out, Adagraph in chat has agreed that is a good pizza in Sebring.
Excellent.
Dimitri's? Yeah.
Yes.
It was, look, I mean,
You've had it there before. You got to have it again.
Yeah, no, I got the meatball. It was a meatball parm pizza. It had more stuff on it than I anticipated. Either some type of fresh tomato or roasted red pepper. I really couldn't tell. There was a lot
Delicious.
going on. It was good. It was good. Yeah, narrowly overtaking Popeyes as the best restaurant ever. No, that's not true.
Well, because they have a diner attached as well. It's just the diner doesn't stay open as late as the pizza.
Oh, speaking of diners, I wanted to make mention. If you're here this weekend, here this morning, and you fancy yourself some pancakes, you can head on over to the EAA hangar over on the over at the airport, just around the backside of turns 13 and 14, where they are hosting a pancake breakfast this morning by Cessna Cardinal 177 flying this morning. Park up over there for some griddle cakes, flapjacks. Whatever your preferred terminology is there.
Brendan, how many EAA members do you think are in the paddock this afternoon?
At least one.
I bet there's two. There's at least
Former
two.
EAA member, actually.
I thought it was a lifetime thing. You have to pay?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I definitely used to have the card when I was a
So
kid.
it is slightly less expensive to join the EAA and go to, from memory, if you join the EAA, you get a discount on Oshkosh. Your
Okay.
tickets to Oshkosh because it's an
Got it.
EAA event.
Sure.
And I think it's it's not like marginally more expensive if you just join for the year and then buy your tickets than it is to just buy the tickets. So they make it like $20 difference, and if you just join, then you're a member. And then they can send you mailers for the rest of your life asking you why you're not renewing your membership.
I think I've moved too many times. They followed my move once. And we're still sending me mailers. I guess I did have to pay because they did send me mailers. But I feel like I didn't pay while I was in high school. And part of...
Maybe a
college.
youth thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, the Runway Cafe over there is quite good as well. If you've ever had the opportunity to sample some of the food at the airport diner.
There's something about... I've been to several of these, like, small to medium-sized airport diners now. And I think they're all just really good because the person working there isn't so much concerned about being profitable.
But not
And
at all.
more so, like, they really just want to, like, keep it open because it's, like, a cool thing to have. So the food's always pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, some are very far out of the way because the airport's very small and just kind of like in the mountains somewhere, in the hills
Sure.
somewhere. Here at Sebring, it's in the business park or the industrial park here that kind of surrounds the north end of the circuit.
Mm-hmm.
So there's always reasons to go over there. There's all kinds of businesses that are based over in the airport as well. I think there's an aircraft like scrapping business that's set up shop over there as well. Fascinating remnants of aircraft that are sitting there behind a tarped off security fence.
This is probably a good year to be in the aircraft scrappage business.
Anything post-COVID, I think, is probably.
Oh, that's fair. I was thinking post hurricane. I have to imagine people who were smart enough moved, but there can't be that many spaces available elsewhere if everybody's trying to do it, Like sailboats.
I have no follow-up to that.
No input on that. That's all right.
No. Just reading the chat here, Paul Hoffman says, "Go Kingpin." You'd have to assume Paul's related to Tyler. They have to, right?
It wouldn't be good journalism to not follow up on that. We can't
No,
say
that's
that officially.
fair. So anyway, somebody with the same last name as one of the Kingpin drivers says go Kingpin.
Right.
Big fan of. We can't be fans of anyone, but we do like an occasional visit from Tyler Hoffman.
Yeah.
Big proponent of the VW Fun Cup.
Oh boy.
There we
Yeah.
go. That's right. Inside the first half hour, got the first VW Fun Cup mention in. Jody Goldberg says go Team ACP. It's all county paving in the course of 2024. Yeah.
I feel like I knew that.
It's kind of one of those things like you've probably seen once, and it triggers your memory. Like, oh,
No,
yeah,
I feel like Catesby
but
told me at Road America when they came to speak with me
Catesby.
a couple years ago.
Never met Catesby. Like face to face.
Nice guy.
Yeah. Seems it. You know. Irwin's in the chat.
Oh, Irwin, let's go.
Craven, I assume. Not related to Ricky Craven, obviously. Slightly different. Aiden Graff as well. We mentioned Aiden. Hello, Aiden.
So you guys had mentioned that Paul related to Tyler cheering on Kingpin. The 11 is actually leading GTO at the moment.
Yeah.
As they have not pit under this full course yellow. So they're going to go for track position here.
So I think the 123 will be the first car to have hit it. And just as I was saying a little bit earlier on, that the track position battle tends not to matter so much in these first, let's say this first stint of these races, because the cars are so evenly matched. The gaps we get tend to come in pit stop execution, pit stop time, strategy, things of that nature. And that's where things start to really, really stretch out. Of course, driver changes can make a difference as well, changes in driver pace. All those things add up over the span of a race, but inside the first hour, it tends not to matter so very much. To that end, the 123 is kind of, it's a great car and great team in every phase of the race, right? Its drivers are fairly consistent. They have a really strong finisher in Aaron Povaledo. They're excellent in the pit lane. And not having GTR here this weekend, not having the Thunder Bunny team here this weekend as well, the 70 car, the round 3 crew is very, very good and very, very close. But that 123 has really got their pit stops down pat. They've got the strategy down pat. They do a really nice job and already have been able to jump that number 70. Now, plenty of GTO cars stand between itself and the GTO class lead, that number 11 from Kingpin you just described. But it is a really good start and a really good opening statement to have gotten the pit stop jump on the erstwhile race leader in that number 123.
Here we go, back to green.
Led by, that's the off-leash Motorsports Ligier, who tried to go round the outside of a couple of production cars there under the bridge at turn number 17. And JT, I think it was Ryan describing earlier how much turn 1 narrows on corner exit from the wide open concrete expanses down to the grass line purposed pavement. Same thing happens at 17 there, except it's all funneled down by that tire wall to driver's left. And very, very lucky there to get the car slowed down and pulled back to the inside. That is the slow BRZ, JT. You're absolutely right. Is that car sitting low at the left front? No, I think this is just a reset.
I think it was.
There it goes.
All right. We're in front of way too many cars. Just pull off to the side, let them through, and then go get comfortable as we go 3 wide under the bridge.
Shades of Harrison there for that that number 190. We saw something very, very similar for that 392 BMW on the opening lap.
So this is going to
push there between the Triple Light and the FPRS Mustang there, just on the corner exit. Oh, and that's the Janetta getting sideways.
No, that's the Low Country Camaro.
That's the Low Country.
Yeah,
okay.
The 843. Triple digit numbers always trip me up.
So
we haven't seen that car
here.
from memory. I don't think we've seen that stock car-based chassis, one of the few non-GT4 cars in the GTO class since Charlotte Motor Speedway. It was a heralded arrival of that car with one Ron Hornaday Jr., who I've been reliably informed is a 4-time Craftsman Truck Series champion. That car was nudged off the road at the exit of turn 5, I think, in Charlotte, within the first couple of hours, and we haven't seen it since. nice to see that car, that team back in operation and back running with us here in the World Racing League. It's a strong car in the right hands, for sure. That's the same car that Austin Dillon Motorsports and, oh boy, I don't remember what they were called before it was Austin Dillon Motorsports. But anyway, Fury, maybe?
Yeah.
That same chassis based on a stock car chassis with exactly what you would expect out of a stock car. Just bodywork hung over it to make it look like whatever badge you've got on the front of it. Now it's a Camaro. But that car has won races at Circuit of the Americas, the National Championship event, over the last couple of seasons. And nice to see an example of that car running in some other hands this weekend. It's an LS-powered car as well. So, yeah, looking forward to see what that car is capable of here at Sebring.
This is the last race of the season, right, Jordan, for NASCAR? Coming, like, this weekend?
Yeah.
So it's too bad that the Sebring race couldn't have been, a week later. I imagine that Sebring is probably the closest thing you can get as far as a tube-frame chassis like that to a street course, and it would be good practice for the Chicago street race.
That's an interesting point. I hadn't thought about it, but you are probably right. In fact, IndyCar uses Sebring, not because it's just in a... Oh, man, that's
triple light.
Yeah. TLM Motor just shortcuts really made no effort to get back to the curb there on driver's right. Just decided to jump over the backside lip of the curb and straight line the exit. Kept foot in the throttle. Anyway, IndyCar uses the North Course here at Sebring specifically because it is a good testing opportunity for street races. A lot of pavement changes.
As well as Long Beach. Is that the only two they do now? St. Petersburg and Long Beach? No, because they do that Nashville thing, too.
Nashville is back on the oval this year.
Wow, that's too bad.
103 is into the pit lane. That's the TLM BMW down in GP3, TLM USA.
If possible, speaking of courses in the sort of south, could you nail down RJ this weekend and ask him about Flat Rock? Because I believe I saw a post that they were open.
Yeah, I saw
to
that
members.
As well. When I still had Facebook, I saw it.
Well, I think it was on Instagram. I saw it yesterday.
123 is hounding the back of the 172. That's NFC on the back of the red TLM USA Aston Martin. On the way into turn number 17, there you see the red Aston just about half a car width to the left side of the pit wall. And the 123 looking each direction behind it, not able to get the move done, really no place for it on the way into turn number 1. Automatic Racing in the 909 with a good jump on pit strategy there as well. The newer gen Aston Martin from 89X sits just behind it. And then the 82 from Random Vandals. That is the first car after the NFC car to have pitted. So they've jumped the number 70 there as well. That all coming in the pit stop rotation. Worth noting, the clouds you see building in some of the distance-focused shots off to the east are the heaviest clouds I've seen all weekend. They're not building vertically, which is good for us, but they are getting fairly gray already. And while I'm not necessarily concerned immediately about the opportunity for rain, well, I say that.
Can you, do we have the ability to pipe in the like airport weather robot man? Like, can we just play that on air?
That's an interesting thought. We can make a phone call. The answer is potentially yes.
I mean, we could do it the really janky way, and you could just put it on speaker and hold it up to your microphone.
I'm not doing that.
Is that better or worse than the quality of hearing in the cockpit of the aircraft?
Oh, no, it's fine.
Oh, okay.
It's home, I used to call it at work sometimes. When I was, before I was a patrolman, when I was working for the airport authority. And wonder what the weather is exactly like, rather than look it up or whatever, or tune it on the radio, just make a phone call to the ASOS. Wow. Or AWAS, depending on your situation. Anyway. This is an airport, right? If we're going to have that discussion,
I feel like it's raining over there.
It's
I feel like
not.
it's like the way the gray was coming down. What is the? I always like to read the forecast discussion, and then it feels like I can gatekeep that information a little bit more effectively. Let's see. Do live Googling here. Looks like we got some dirtage here. Like I mentioned earlier, this part of the track pretty narrow. That's the 89X. Yes. Oh yeah. Oh, that's. I don't know if they're locking up or if they're losing a tire.
So that car, I believe, just came out of the pits as well.
Bing search does not bring up the forecast discussion as quickly as Google search. For those who are interested, not as good of a system.
So it's white smoke out of the rear. It seems to mainly be coming under braking.
So it might be a rub, or it could be a diff.
Which car is this out of? I'm sorry.
The 103.
Okay.
Yeah, for TLM USA GP3 entry.
So at 9:33, the National Weather Service said that they are looking at a quiet but warm day across the area with plenty of sunshine and highs above average. No changes.
I mean, things do tend to build and dissipate fairly quickly here.
Yeah,
anyway,
they do.
My whole point. Oh, my weather app of choice says rain starting in 22 minutes. My point wasn't necessarily going to be about the opportunity for precipitation. It was mostly just going to be that the high today, targeting 83 degrees, is not really in line with what you would expect out of various parts of Florida. Jordan said Daytona's headed for about 90 today. So we are already a fair bit cooler today than even we were yesterday, where we peaked at 88. We also didn't have a whole lot of cloud cover yesterday, and that is more the point than anything. This fairly dense, I would say scattered to broken layer, is already kind of filling in and blocking out a lot of the energy that would get pumped into the track from the sun. So track temperatures are going to be down. Ambient temperatures are going to be down. Tire wear, as a result, likely to come down as well. And I think we're likely to get a slightly different track today versus what we're forecast to get tomorrow and what we would have obviously already had yesterday. So that may change the balance of power just a bit throughout the course of our first race today. You would think that would tend to favor cars like the Sebico NP01s, although it would benefit the GTOs as well in helping to keep tire temperatures down. Just something to keep an eye on there.
Yeah, the general productions on the Continentals, those are going to last.
You know, I'm not sure here, excuse me, how much you can change the suspension setup on a GT4 car to influence the tire wear when you have to have the suspension set up just so the car can handle the bumps a little bit better than it would otherwise. So I almost, part of me is like, hey, you could have a setup that was anticipating a hotter track, and so now you're not going to get the tire up to temperature as quickly. But also, I think we might be out of the window where that's a thing that you can meaningfully influence without messing up the car, given that you have to have the car in a very specific setup window in order to make it work at the bumps here at Sebring.
On the inside of turn 16 goes the number 2, working through some traffic there. Really impressed with this off-leash Motorsports Ligier. That car debuted here last season, and we were all pretty excited to see it. Back then, I think it was a red and black car, similar scheme, different colors. And it didn't go poorly, but it also didn't go exceptionally well. That car working through a lot of reliability issues over the course of the day. Of course, of the weekend, as it was, and already off to a better start through the first part of this 2024 season. And with a full season of development under its belt, I think it's only improved along the way to the point that now it finds itself in. Oh, my timing computer's just restarted. Up inside the top 10.
Well, the
as
timing
far as
hasn't
I
been
can
working
tell.
for me.
Oh, interesting.
Our custom timing is broken. It only shows the updates and not the timing.
You don't? Are you in Chrome?
Yes.
Go to Firefox.
Oh, okay.
This happened at Watkins Glen.
You know, on that note of the new design BMW, I actually was listening to a podcast a couple weeks ago, and Steve Dinan was on. And this podcast has Steve Dinan on once every couple of years or so. It's always very fascinating. But they really focused on the racing this time around. And he had talked about switching from the Audi R8, which in the previous podcast he had said was a nightmare to get set up, except at road courses, where the way the roll center of the car sits that has the most grip, it actually works really well on bumpy surfaces, apparently. But he said even on the new gen BMW GT4s, they took it to a shaker rig, and they tested it at all the tracks that they were going to go to for IMSA. And they found that of all the shock settings that are available on the stock GT4 car, they're only going to use about 5 of them. Like 5 individual numbers for each corner. It's all the window that was useful when you're talking about the pitch and roll of the car versus, the traction circle, effectively. And that most of the settings that were available were not going to be useful with that tire that they use there in IMSA. And so I wonder if the window is wider or narrower here in WRL. I don't imagine Team ACP is paying to take the car to a shaker rig. But, it's just really interesting to hear that Steve Dinan was like, yeah, you got all this adjustment in the car, but, you're only using about 20% of the adjustment range at any given track on the IMSA schedule. And so I thought that was just, I don't know, kind of interesting. And, we're running the same cars here, obviously. And so I wonder how much setup change happens from track to track here when you're using a production-based tire versus the spec slick Michelin for Pilot Challenge.
That is quite interesting. I do like that road to go down in terms of how these teams each weekend are investing.
JT, you sound very far away.
I have no idea why. It is interesting to see. These teams have a limited amount of running on Friday.
Right.
I assume a lot of that is getting your drivers comfortable with the track, relearning, and how much time is set into fine-tuning setups, or do you run just a similar setup that you did at the previous race? I think that's going to vary depending on which team you're dealing with. But either way, it's interesting to see how that's going to evolve as the race goes on.
Yeah, I think at this point, especially a lot of these GTO teams, they're going to have a setup sheet from the prior season, and so they're at least going to have a place to start. Now, if you've had a driver, change, if you've had a change in drivers, you may end up in a situation where the driver says, hey, can I have a little bit less front rebound because I want to be able to get the car to do this? Or, you might have people, hey, it's a little bit more free than I would like. Can we tighten that up a little bit? Find a different setting on the sway bar, whatever. But I think they're probably pretty close, given the input of the pro driver prior. And then they're just making, minor adjustments, I think, throughout. I believe it was the crew chief for round 3 and Cole Lofsgaard had a pretty decent working relationship. It was last year when we were at PODA that Cole was asking for changes to be made to the car. And, they both shared a very similar language, and there was a lot of, body language and, eye movements. It was like, oh, okay, got it. And they dialed it in, and then Cole ended up being pretty happy with the car after that. That's the BSR racing car going around the PC racing BMW. Formerly one of the leading lights in GP1. Now, I think the GP1 field has caught up to PC racing. I don't think PC racing has slowed down. I think they've had some reliability issues. But yeah, it's one part of racing, obviously, that it's a big deal, right? It's a big deal in Formula One. It gets talked about every weekend, and driving styles, the ability to adjust the car, etc. It gets talked about in endurance racing a lot at the pro level, where you've got to try to get 3 drivers that have a similar opinion on what the car should do into the same team, so you don't have a compromised setup. And you just don't hear about it as much here in WRL, and I think a lot of that comes down to funding, frankly. We don't have necessarily an enormous engineering team that's doing testing. To your point, JT, you're trying really to get drivers acclimated to the track more so than anything else when you arrive here on Friday. Sometimes you get the Thursday test day as well, but you don't necessarily have the money to just pound the car around every possible hour because you've got to worry about service life, frankly, on these cars with, 16 hours of running sometimes on the weekend, and you've got to do it 8 to 10 times a year. That kind of thing really starts to come into play. So, very interesting. I think that's going to be what I'm asking team owners and drivers about this weekend when they come on the air. This is a warning in advance, so you guys can prepare a soundbite or, whatever it is you feel you need to do. But that's going to be a question I ask is, what is your opinion? How does your team handle making the setup adjustments from track to track and even day by day? Is the cloud cover here actually going to make a meaningful difference in how you would have wanted the car set up? Or do you just have a setup and you take what you can get with the tire temperatures here?
So if you cast your mind back even just a couple of seasons, and before I do that, hello to those of you who are trackside joining us as spectators this weekend. Finally got ourselves up on the PA this morning. So hello to you all out there. Thanks for being with us, and thanks for coming to check out some great World Racing League action today and tomorrow. Stay dry if that should come to pass here in the next 20 minutes or so. Anyway, not so very long ago in the World Racing League, we were having discussions with teams that were saying, no, we really don't touch the setup. We just kind of get the car to work, get it to be comfortable, and then send it. And it was really down to the production class. I remember having a conversation with Chad Moorhead where they were just getting that number 147 BMW 330 in GP1 to a place where they were starting to tweak the car track to track. The World Racing League is one of the few places where we get to see the development of endurance racing sports cars real time, right? Even top-level prototype racing has now gone to a fully homologated format. And yes, you get to deploy these Evo Jokers, or whatever you'd like to call them.
Jokers, indeed.
Yeah, right, yeah. But, once you've locked in your homologation and the spec of the car, you're basically there until you either need to or choose to deploy a Joker, or you can find something in setup. The cars here in the World Racing League can be developed. Even the GT4 cars are not required to run in any sort of homologated spec. In fact, they've usually got to be detuned or be ballasted slightly to get them down to the 9-to-1 power to weight number. And as a result of that, there's this tweaking that goes on to get the car into the ideal WRL mode, right? There's nothing limiting your aerodynamics. It's just drag versus downforce. Tires can be swapped out brand to brand. There's nothing you locking into a tire solution. And we've seen it, let's take a look at the NFC car. That car does not look exactly like a Mercedes-AMG GT4 that would run in SRO or in Pilot Challenge or anything like that, right? It looks like a fundamentally different car. In the production classes, we've watched the development of the Bruce Innovations
it's
previously.
Raining right
Oh, is it?
Yeah, right there. Look at that. It's absolutely raining.
Yeah. Oh, off in the distance. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Bruce Innovations car, erstwhile Montgomery Motorsports, number 24. Right. That car was developed constantly. They got it on the track. They got it in GP1 spec, and then they set about optimizing it. But as you say, Ryan, most of these teams don't have the budget to do all that development work in the span of a couple of weeks or a couple of months. Right. You can't. Could. There's nothing stopping you except budget. There's nothing. It's highly unlikely that a WRL team is going to take their car out, test it 5 times in 6 weeks, nail down the spec, install a bunch of new parts, test it again, nail down the setup, and tweak it that way. This development happens over a much longer time span, but it is happening. Right. And so it takes getting that car locked into the spec that you want it, or developed into the place that you want it, to really even bother beginning, as we go 3 wide around the 103 car there, exiting turn 7, to even bother beginning to work on setup. Because if you're going to keep swapping parts in and out and you're going to keep developing the car, there's really no reason to start chasing setup work. Get the aerodynamics to the place that you want it, get power and weight to the place that you want it, and then you could start working on setup. And I think that's the place that somebody like NFC is at, right? Moorhead Speedworks started this season away from GP1, where they had the most massaged and the most ideally set up BMW 330. This year, they move over to the Ginetta G56 platform. It's a V8 powered car with the LS engine in the front of it. It's lighter weight. Obviously, it's going much more quickly, but they're starting now from zero, right? So they're taking a car that was nominally a GT4 car. They're getting it into WRL GTO spec, getting everything that they want out of that package, and then now you start that setup development process again. It's a unique situation we have here, only because there's really no other place that you get to see that kind of active development, but it happens so much more slowly and so much more gradually than you might expect out of pro racing. And for me anyway, it is very fun to watch. It's fun to have those conversations with the team owners and the drivers and say, okay, what are you working on now? Because there is always something to be worked on. We know that. And eventually the idea is that all these cars end up in more or less the same place for pace and reliability. But as we know in racing, it's not just about those things. Pit stops matter, your team effort matters, your driver consistency matters, coaching, fuel mileage, all those things make a big difference.
You know, another thing to consider is that in GTO, obviously, you're getting a car that is more or less unbound by rules. You got to stay in the power to weight window, obviously, and you got to make it be safe, clearly. Other than that, there's not a whole lot of limit on what you can do. However, in the GP classes, you are limited more by given penalties for getting more and more advanced parts put on the car. Excuse me. And so one of the things that we're going to be a little concerned about, not even concerned about, but something to think about is in GP1, you have a little bit more leeway because you are generally using a BMW.
Wide for the 74 there. Sorry.
Doesn't quite have enough
with the NFC car.
Doesn't quite have enough power for the power to weight that they're trying to hit without really working the engine out. So it gives you a little bit more space to work on the car and change shocks, change aero, change this, change that. But if you're in GP2 or GP3, are you really going to take the power hit by adding an adjustable shock spring situation? Or are you going to pick the shock and spring that's going to work most of the time, that's relatively close to the OE design, therefore you don't have to have a substantial change in the modifier for your power to weight, and then just kind of like, well, this is what we're going to roll with. And that's not something that's easy to change at the weekend. Like, you could, but if you're halfway through Friday and somebody goes, I think we should put the bigger spring on there, you're now taking apart all four corners of the car to put the beefier spring on there to get your spring rate higher. Or you're changing out the shock to get the little bit stiffer one, a little bit softer one. And so the amount of time that you're going to lose, which in GP1 and GP2 and GP3, that is your limiting factor, is time. It's budget to some extent, but I think time is the bigger limiting factor because you've only got so much time away from work, so much time away from your family. Are you really going to spend that time pulling the shocks out so you can put the better shock on there? Or are you just going to spend that time learning how to drive around the car and putting more lap times out there? Because I also think that while there is some adjustment in a factory car as far as alignment, I imagine that most, if not all of the cars that are in the GP field are at or near the limit of what you can do with the factory adjustment. So you can't even make alignment changes, really. I guess you could change the toe if you want, but again, I feel like you're going to land on a toe setting that's going to work 85 to 90% of the time and not really want to mess with it much after that.
You need toe setting? I get your toe setting.
You can adjust toe, and I genuinely imagine that most of the GP cars are at the limit of what you can adjust the camber to on a factory car.
Yes, that's probably true. A separate but similar point. The point of a good rule book is to, I don't want to say minimize the effect of those type of changes, but it is meant to even out a field so as to not create an obviously correct solution.
Sure.
right? You, with whatever budget you decide to set for your team, should be able to put a car together with or without racing-specific parts, with or without aerodynamic upgrades, those sorts of things. And as long as you're at the adjusted power to weight number, you ought to be competitive. Now, there are driver comfort things, right? There are car attitude comfort things that can make a car handle better, make it stop better, but those are meant to come at the cost of power and or at the cost of weight. And I think we've seen very, very minimal changes in the technical regulations over the years in the World Racing League. If anything, they've been more related to actual engine performance, power performance, than they are car performance and car part upgrades. Obviously, it makes sense in most cases to add aero front and rear on your car. We see that in GP1 being the builder's class, right, to go bigger and go better. But GP2, GP3 are much, much closer to stock in many, but not all cases. And still, somehow, we end up at this place where they're all fairly even at the end of the day. Some spending much more or much less than the average in class. And I think that's one thing that WRL has been very consistent on and has done exceptionally well. To the point that we don't know what's happening under the skin of the cars, right? We as commentators at DriversEye Live don't have access to the disclosure sheets. Those are kept confidential by the series. Some are willing to share that information with us, but by and large, it means that they've come up with their solution that works for them. It may not apply to everybody, but it does create a bunch of variety and a bunch of different approaches in the general production classes specifically that you don't always see in a lot of sports car racing classes. Even those solutions change and develop over the course of a season, or over the course of a couple of races. Battle on with the number 70 from round 3 racing. It was caught, the number 123 of NFC Motorsports. This is all happening 5+ seconds off the back of the class leading Kingpin, number 11 Toyota Supra. And I think it's raining there, guys. I think there's a spot of rain there at the exit of turn number 1.
Yeah, I think you can just see it kind of coming down in the background.
Yeah.
iPhone does a good job of filtering a lot of that out, but as you look further in the distance, you have to look through more of it, and yeah, I do think it's starting to rain.
Yeah, if you go past 1, there was reports of light rain in turn 15.
Yeah.
Also, while you guys were having this setup discussion, there's been a fantastic battle in the lead GP1 between BSR Racing and PC Racing.
No. Okay.
No, this is turn 13. This fight's been going on basically since we went back to green. PC Racing unfortunately had a Flagtronics issue right as we went to full force yellow that had been showing them 2 laps down at the time. Ended up being 3. Race Control has since given those laps back. So PC Racing and BSR Racing have been fighting nose to tail, back and forth, exchanging the lead several times over the past 10 to 15 minutes here. It's been quite good to watch at the time.
Yeah, those accredited laps are with the aid of Flagtronics, which is now mandatory in the World Racing League. That GPS-based unit that sends data to various wireless receivers around the circuit is able to kind of score independently of our official timing and scoring, which you can see reflected on racehrl.io. And we've seen this now a couple of times in circumstances where transponders may fail to be picked up by the timing loop. Go back to Flagtronics and get those laps credited back to you in a way that is obvious to everybody and fair to everybody. So all good things there. Into the pit lane comes number 14. That's not 14.
Tell me about the car.
It's the BMW M4 G82 in the BMW sort of factory colors. Looks like it said 14.
Is it? No. Possibly the 163 from Random Vandals? No?
It is the 163. How does that look like a 14? That is wild. Huh. Fascinating.
So to be clear, the 14 is similar paint scheme as well. It's the 14 also has white, red, and blue. It just seems to be, if I recall correctly, a lot more of it.
Oh no, it is the 14. It's the Forza Motorsport car.
Okay.
Yeah, that'll be it. Yeah, for sure, it was the 14, not the 163.
Both are very similar looking paint liveries.
Yeah. This whatever little rain shower we're getting here on the front straight is really making no difference at all. Just seems to be this light sprinkling of moisture. I'm not even sure it's strong enough to be considered the old Scott Michaels head rain, where you see drops on the windshield and you assume the grip is going away. Meanwhile, the track temperature is 90 plus degrees, and there's really no reason for that amount of moisture to impact the surface whatsoever. But all of a sudden, you're doing laps 2 or 3 seconds slower for no reason. I don't even think we're at that point. I've seen exactly one set of wipers going, and otherwise, it's been kind of smooth sailing through this initial little sprinkle of rain. Into the pits comes the Stratus number 50 as well. It'll be the first GTU pit stop, but of the Stratus cars anyway, that currently sit first, second, and third overall.
Yeah, still not seeing lap times drop yet.
Sorry, just setting ourselves up to welcome a guest.
Ooh.
First of the weekend. And I'm happy to say, for the first time in, I don't know if you were here last year. I don't think you were. Anyway, it's been a minute. James Candelaria.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Yay!
Back, man. You and I have talked a fair bit over the last couple of months. We last saw you at the SCCA runoffs.
Oh,
We'll
yeah.
touch on that in a minute.
It was fun, though.
But first, you're obviously you're in your Sentinel shirt there. Sentinel cameras, or the Sentinel camera system, Candelaria Racing Products is still kind of the de facto or the go-to option for onboard cameras in the World Racing League. We've seen regularly 15 to 20 cars for each of them live streaming back to in many cases a central server. We have plenty of them here. This is on board the BSR Racing number 981 into the pit lane. That, as much as things have changed in your life over the last couple of months, or the last year or so, and we'll get there, Sentinel is still a constant.
Yeah, no, we're really happy with the support we get in the paddock, and people have really kind of taken to the ease of use and the ability to really share their passion. So
Yeah.
I'm super happy about that.
Yeah, and it's been a product in constant development, seeing little tweaks, firmware updates. SRT 5G has become an option over the last couple of years as well, and it's obviously a product designed for amateur racing, club racing. You yourself took a little step back from the development of Sentinel as we jump on board here.
That's my car.
64.
Yep, the open throttle.
Huh.
That's Cherry.
Cherry.
Yeah.
Right? We saw that on the YouTube link. I think it's listed up as Cherry. You yourself took a little step back from racing, not necessarily by choice. I think many are familiar with your story, but we've got a couple hundred people watching and plenty of people down in the paddock as well. You can share as much or as little of your story as you would like, because you're really the only one who can tell it.
Now, I've been really open about my health issues over the years, so it doesn't bother me at all. I had heart failure for a long time, and I was very well managed, great doctors, and it was one of those things where I lived with it, and I was still able to race and do everything I wanted to do, but the docs basically told me if I ever got COVID, it could kill me. And so we stayed away from COVID for 4 years. I finally got sick on November 19th. Experienced cardiac arrest 4 times that day. My life was saved by some doctors in Boca Regional. And then we got transferred to the Mayo Clinic because it became very clear that I would need a new heart. That heart was was done at that point. COVID took the rest, whatever I had left, and we got on. We tried a bunch of stuff, internal heart pumps, all that stuff. I kept arresting on the internal heart pumps and stuff like that. So it basically they got me a heart in record time. I'm an O positive blood type, which is usually hard to get a heart for. But they found one, and I ended up transplant on December 16th, 2023. And when you go through like stuff like that during recovery, they make you set goals. And the goal, they asked me what I want to do. I said, I want to drive a race car, I want to fly a plane, I want to spend time with my family. And they're like, we thought goals more like walking, running. But they took it to heart. Like, we literally, they said, okay, 6 months. We're going to evaluate you in 6 months. You got to go through this rehab program. And I went through the rehab program, and they tested me. They put me on a treadmill, did the whole deal, and they're like, all right, get back in a race car. So a week later, I was racing in New Jersey Motorsports Park, and then we did a couple other races and did the runoffs this year.
So you're obviously running the T1 Corvette over on the SCCA side, the sprint racing side. You've done all kinds of stuff in the World Racing League, up from the GTO cars, the M4 you have there for a while.
Yeah.
Running as a customer this weekend with Open Throttle. This has been a sudden change, right? I don't know if we saw you at Sebring just before you got sick. I actually didn't know you had COVID. That kind of kicked all this off. But anyway, everything was normal. We showed up to Coda. We're having a chat with Jake, your sales rep, and he basically said to Ryan and I, things aren't good.
Yeah.
Had no real idea what was going on. So things changed very, very quickly, but the recovery was also very, very quick for you. I mean, 6 months is an amazing. It's easy to say, well, driving a race car is not very difficult. It's not like you're in a prototype. You're not doing 2, 3 Gs, 4 Gs, anything like that. But it is still physical, right? It does take some effort to wheel one of these things around. We're doing long stints here, 2-3 hours. What was that recovery process like, getting yourself back into a race car and getting yourself up to speed, right? It takes some regular practice that you just had no access to, right?
Yeah, no, it was one of those things. I always say recovery was the hardest part of this whole process. Like, I went in the hospital at 175 pounds, and I wasn't overweight at that time. I came out of the hospital 143 pounds. So just everything shrunk. My quads, my arms, like I was just, I looked awful. But, they have Mayo Clinic has an unbelievable rehab program. And once they know what you want to do, they really focus in on what you need, what skills you need to reacquire to do the thing you want to do. So, for me, it was a bunch of cardio, really. Let's get that going. But then it was, specific exercises for my upper body, pushing and pulling on a wheel, and then leg presses to get the legs, kind of back to where they were. And it's pretty wild. 6 months sounds like a long time, but it's really not. Oh, we got a car coming off.
Oh, that's going to nudge
the AOA.
Yeah, one of the AOA, is that 50? I don't know, I didn't catch a number, but one of the AOA cars locked up the brakes on the way in there into turn number 3. Did he drop a wheel?
Oh, yeah, he was outside, yeah.
Okay.
85.
Back away from the tire wall and actually get itself going there. I didn't see much damage. It basically got into a stop by the time it made it to the tire wall. But in any case, James, did you work with a driving coach to kind of get yourself back up to speed, or was it getting back on a bike and just saying, okay, we got this?
It was definitely the latter. It was really weird. Like, I got in the car at NJMP. At first, I was like...
This was in the Corvette.
In the Corvette, yeah. The Corvette's my second home. I love that car. I know every little bit about that car. And it's like, I got in, and the first session, I was kind of like a little nervous about how I'm going to feel. Second session, I ran laps underneath the track record. So I was like, all right, well, I guess I'm back.
Yeah. And then by the time you got to the SCCA runoffs, you got your participation up, you got your points up in order to be able to go run the runoffs at Road America. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but you were within a second of multi-time national champion Andrew Aquilani?
Yeah.
Qualifying?
Yeah, we were.
Around 4 miles?
Yeah. I think I felt real good about that. We qualified P2 and ahead of some really good names, too. Tony Ave, Mark Bowden. I had those guys by a bunch.
Harris! 247. Spinning continue. A really wild spin. Throwing up a bunch of sand there to driver's left as well, but
Turn 5, yeah.
Yeah. Did you notice any rain outside when you came up on
It
the way?
was spitting a little
Okay.
bit, but it's nothing that would affect the
Yeah,
traction.
you wouldn't think so. Anyway, as you were.
I hate turn 5. It's off camber. It's literally the one corner in the world I don't like in a racetrack.
So anyway,
Yeah, the runoffs. Yeah, it was great.
Overall?
I mean, we had we had Mark behind us and we had Tony behind me, and it was great until the race. 3 laps in, I just got a little greedy because I was trying to keep Andrew in sight. Got a little greedy with the inside curb and
interesting. Okay.
upset the car because it's a rising left-hander, and the car was just not settled as the compression came in, and I went for a spin. And the good news is, it took me 45 seconds to restart the car. No one T-boned me, and I was able to pound my way back to 4th.
Was there an issue with getting the car restarted? Because it looked like it should have just been a quick spin and continue, carry on your way, and then maybe there's still a chance to fight for a podium. Based on your pace.
Yeah, didn't want to start that car. If you stall it, sometimes you got to cycle the kill.
Yeah. Okay.
The computer gets all nuts. It's a factory OEM GM computer, so it's not like I got a Motec in there.
Mhm.
So it gets confused.
Understood. So we can move on from that. I think anyway, it must have been. If the result was disappointing, it still must have been a validating weekend for you.
I was literally disappointed for less than an hour because I was like, all right, well, I came here to know that I can still drive a car and I can still drive at the pointy end of the field, and I showed that I can, and that's all that really mattered to me after what I went through. So,
yeah. More T1 SCCA racing for you on the horizon next year. A little more WRL for you next year. What's 2025 look like?
Hopefully, we're going to do more racing overall. So the idea for me is at SCCA T1. Yes, that class is in danger.
Yeah.
So I want to participate as much as I can to support the class. So I'm going to try to run against the Super Tour. Looks like rain's coming.
Yeah, it's a lot more rain than it was even when you came up here, James.
Uh-oh.
Mostly to the south end of the circuit, but having just said it may not be enough to be affecting the surface. That looks a little bit heavier, particularly from turn 1 south. So turns 15, 16, 17, both the front and back straight. Yeah. That's a fair amount of rain. Even the airport in the background there just beginning to disappear.
Yeah.
Now, it's very interesting because if you step forward and look out the window to the right-hand side, you really can't see much.
No.
But from turn 1 south there, definitely starting to pick up a little bit. So anyway, your 2025 plans.
I think that Porsche just lost it.
Oh, on the exit of 16?
Yeah. I was on the mute, but you could just see it start to let go. It got the pendulum up with that big heavy motor at the back. I don't think there was any chance you're going to save that. Yeah.
You can just see the droplets there on the cameras now as well.
It's going to get interesting.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so 2025, I'm going to try to support the class, try to bring more people in. I'm really trying to shake the trees and see if we get more participants because it's a great class. I hate to see it die. The problem is it's gotten very expensive to run.
Yeah, sure.
And it's rough. But then I'm also going to do some WRL.
Awesome.
I'm back. I think this is still one of the best series out there, value-wise, and I think I'm going to try to support that.
We'd love to have you back, do a little bit more of this. You're also flying.
Yeah.
I have some questions. I'm under the assumption that you're going the light sport route at the moment.
Right now, yes, because after the FAA Class 3 medical hurdle gets easier after the first year after heart transplant.
Oh, okay.
It's special issuance.
Sure.
And it will be deferred, but I need to go through a bunch of testing to give the FAA confidence that I'm not going to be incapacitated.
Of course.
But yeah. So I have a date with the DPE shortly. So.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Taking that to nice dinner.
Yes.
No, excited. Good luck with that.
Yeah, thank
Very
you.
exciting. Remember mine like it was yesterday. Terrifying experience, but it is. It's one of those momentous things that like the first solo, you never forget it.
Oh yeah.
Very
The plane I'm flying right now is such a peach.
What are you flying?
Jabiru J230D.
Okay.
Little Australian light sport.
Mhm.
I mean, it makes 120 knots, and it's super. You can't stall it. We tried stalls with my with my CFI the other day, and it's like stick full aft and power off, and it won't break.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I've never flown a light sport, but it looks like fun.
Yeah. Well, if you're ever up by me, we'll take you for a spin.
Fantastic. Yeah, I
Oh,
appreciate it.
whoa.
Oh, yeah, wide at 17
So-
there. You could see the grip going away.
16 and 17 is getting pretty sketchy looking. We briefly saw in the distance, looking down the back straight, the 247 went off into the grass. Driver's left. It sounds like it may have brushed the wall of spinning and impact, but it continued. Cars going over the bumps under braking for 16 is pretty fun to watch. They are definitely skating around a bit. As we've also been seeing into 17 here, it looks like they definitely have their hands full at the moment.
James, I'll ask you one final question. Just kind of back to your business interests, your development interests. You've obviously got plenty going on in your personal life, keeping busy, keeping engaged, and sounds like doing the things that you want to do, right? The racing, the flying, spending time with family, priorities in all the right places. You've also still got the development of Sentinel going on in the background, or maybe not in the background. Development paused there for a little while, got your health back in order, your priorities straightened out, and now, where's Sentinel headed?
So we're actually about to launch Sentinel V3, which is a huge update. So the current package V2 is great. A lot of people, there's one on screen right now from BSR. Really great package, very focused. But we've learned some stuff over the years about packaging and technology has advanced. So we want to put that best foot forward. The new package is a dual 5G modem solution, bonded out of the box, all 3 cameras. It's half the size. It's got roll bar mounts. You can see it right there in the right-hand corner. That's the new V3 box. It's a big deal. So we're getting ready to launch officially at PRI. We've got 3 systems in the mix this weekend between Open Throttle, TLM, and that's my car, please.
His car stopped to drive to the left there between 15 and 16 as well. That is a backwards fast track 926. Exactly right, JT. It seems like the V1 to V2 jump was basically we're going to smooth everything out operationally. We're going to package everything a little bit cleaner and better. We're going to take advantage of some of the things that we've learned and progress it forward gradually. This V2 to V3 jump seems like a much bigger leap. Using much more data, much more experience to get the product. I mean, I don't know operationally how the box functions or what the back end may look like, but I can tell you that from watching the camera on screen, it looks much closer to a turnkey solution that has the quality of like a live view, right, type encoder than the V2 was, and that just seems like it's all of the best available options. Across the board to bring. It's not just great for the teams and for the drivers, but it's great for us as well doing what we do here. Really excited to see the launch of V3 at PRI.
You guys going to be there?
Month.
You guys coming out?
Probably not.
Okay.
No, I think this will be an off year for us unless we have a specific reason to be out there, meetings, that sort of thing. Did enjoy my time last year.
Whoever makes a conference in Indianapolis in December, I really am not happy with that person.
It used to be in Orlando, right?
I know.
Yeah.
What the heck was that?
I don't mind one fewer trip to Florida every year. I'm good with my couple of trips to Sebring. I'm going to Homestead in 2 weeks.
I'll see you there.
That's good for me. Oh, nice.
Actually, no. I'm doing January. I'm doing the Homestead race for SCCA in January.
Oh, well, we'll see you there.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be there for that. This is the FARA finale.
Oh, okay. Yeah, David and I talked about doing it. I just couldn't make it happen.
Ooh. Hopefully none of that to come in 2 weeks' time down there. This is unexpected for today. Expecting all kinds of nice weather. And so far, things have been okay despite all this rain. It's worth noting, if you're up by turn 7, turn 10, turn 13, doesn't seem to be any signs of rain up there at all. This is purely limited to the south end of the track. There you see at turn 13, just some very light sprinkles, but no rooster tails.
Yeah.
No loss of grip there for the NFC Mercedes. Or any of the cars really through the exit of tower turn here. Very, very tricky.
Yeah.
You wish you were out there?
Not right now.
Okay.
I'll wait. I'll wait for my stint. I'm running around 1 o'clock. I'll be in the car.
Okay. Very good. We'll keep an eye out for you then. James Candelaria, thank you for coming up and saying hi.
Yeah.
On DriversEye Live. Best of luck this weekend. And we'll see you when we see you.
Great to see you guys.
Very good. This is really tricky stuff here. Down through 16, 17. Everybody so far, generally so good.
Yeah, it's already starting to clear up. I mean, clear up is relative. It was dumping a second ago, but now it's starting to ease off a bit. We saw the 123 take to the pit lane at one point. I have to imagine that would be to put Aaron Povaledo in the car for the rain. Try to keep the car safe for the
I don't know that it makes
sort of
a big
inundation.
difference, Ryan.
See,
Bill and Lanny have been so good this season, so good.
yeah, but the seat time in the rain is really, where it's at.
You just got to keep your finger on the road.
All right. They did pit earlier than I
With
would
some
have
of the
thought.
best TCS and ABS in this class.
They definitely. Oh, I guess they were off strategy, right?
No, that is early actually, because they were they were the top car to have pitted under full course.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I
course
thought.
yellow. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that was way early. That's the only explanation I can come up with. Is
Yeah.
Keep in mind that the best TC and best ABS in class is also on treaded tires. So it's not necessarily the same thing. I'd also add what makes it a bit difficult with this track surface is this is old concrete. Oil and debris, whatever, seeps
Also
into
true.
this concrete, and that is all coming up right now with this quick rain.
Yeah, part of what makes this track so attractive for testing is the fact that you get so much sunshine and dry running. This big wiggle out of the Porsche Cayman down there headed into turn number 1. You get not guaranteed dry running, but a lot of dry running, right? You don't have days and days of soaking rain. You've got good weather generally throughout the winter. So even if you do come here to test, your chances of getting long periods of wet track running are not, or changeable weather running for that matter, are not extremely high. And it could just be an exposure thing as well. You come get hundreds and hundreds of laps around here and not ever see it in wet conditions. So you're kind of learning that those sorts of things in real time. Pit stop now for the number 82 from Random Vandals. That was another car that pitted under that first full course yellow of the day. The 70 has not yet been in for the equivalent pit stop. It's the round 3 racing Porsche 991.2 that takes the overall, or I guess retains the overall race lead now. GTU cars have all been in. Those Sebico NP01 prototypes. Worth reiterating here. It's very, very impressive how everybody's handled these changeable conditions. When it's half the track, in some ways it's nice because you can relax a bit around, let's say, the north side of the circuit from the time you get through 3, 4, 5 back till you get around to 15. On the other hand, it can make things very, very tense in around the wetter half of the lap or wetter third of the lap. And that is, waving green now at start finish, which means a spin up at 17. Do we have anything there, Jordan? Under the bridge, maybe?
Report of this.
Go ahead.
247, so it would be the Origin P01.
Yeah. Easy to do there on the exit of 17, even in the dry. You get the car loaded up and you're hard on the throttle trying to maximize your straight line speed down to turn number 1. Car can snap around over the bumps. So it's a quick race reset here. 70 leads number 124. That's the second NFC Motorsports Mercedes now by 24 seconds. Neither of those cars have pitted under this current cycle. However you'd like to define cycle in that case. The 289 from 89X Motorsports, third in GTO, also pitted under the first full course yellow, has not yet been in. The 163 from Random Vandals Racing, fourth in class, same situation there. FPRS Motorsports in fifth, also not pitted. I think you've got to go all the way down to, is it the 74, the first car that's made 2 pit stops? I think it is. I think it'll be the number 74 from AOA Racing. That's the one of the blue and gray BMW M4 G82 chassis.
Blue and gray?
Sorry, it's red and gray. 74.
Just colors. All colors are basically the same.
Quite confident. Well, the trouble is that the 52 is now a very similar scheme.
Right.
Not identical, but same
That's
colors.
true.
Yeah. So it's one of them.
Here's a question I have. How does Jordan decide what order the names get put in? Like, have I not been doing these enough, and so now I'm like the third contributor? You know?
I mean, at minimum, that's alphabetical.
All right, that's fair.
Maybe it's order in which you sign into Discord in the morning.
That could be it too. Is that okay? All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I'll take it.
605 is out wide and a little slow there, but that line will be mostly to the inside as the 44 sends the tail around there underneath the bridge and then goes way out wide towards the wall on driver's left. Quickly to reset some of the general production classes. GP1 being led by the 38 from Palomar Racing. Minute 14 seconds in hand over that number 44 of PC Racing. That PC car has pitted under green. The 38 has not. That 44 will have been a scheduled first stop, whereas the Palomar car was able to come in and make the stop under the first full course yellow. Third place is the 392 from Harrison Motorsports, who had that stoppage exiting turn 1 on lap 1, also pitted under the full course yellow, but the split in the field underneath that full course yellow, just owing to where the overall race leader was and where the safety car picked up the field. Just a bit of bad luck there for the 392. The margin is such that they weren't even able to overhaul the 44 after that green flag pit stop. 24 from Montgomery Motorsports with Bruce Innovations now sits in 4th. And as my timing resets, 5th place, now that number 5 from All Star Racing. Being driven this weekend by Kenny Hendricks, Kenny Hendricks, Steve Park on board that car as well. You'll recognize that name for sure. 48 down to a GP2. Open throttle 66 leads the 40-48 competition. 920, am I reading that right? Yeah, 40-48 competition in the number 920, followed by the 245 from Connolly. Both of those cars in the pit lane. The 41 from Rockwell Auto Sport Development. No, we had a question about them earlier. They were into the paddock early on. 14 laps completed, and we have not seen them since. Light field in GP2 this weekend. GP3 is a little healthier. 605 from Round 3 Racing leads the 75 from AOA Racing. From the 85 of AOA Racing. I think that 85 was the car that was into the tire wall down here at turn number 3. Looking back through their lap history, lap number 25 was a 3:14 and no pit stop for that car. So it would certainly suggest that would have been that car into the blue and white tire bands down there at turn 3. 392 is into the pit lane from 3rd place in GP1. As is the number 24, so these are scheduled stops in the GP1 class.
This updated Sentinel looks really good. I'm a big fan.
So that's kind of what I was saying to James. This feels much closer to the V-Box and LiveView type solutions that we've seen over the years. Thunder Bunny, who else ran one? Moorhead, I think, has run one of those in the past.
Yep.
As well. Very, very clean. But there are reasons for that. It's not just the hardware, right? There's the ability to bond the streams over multiple SIM cards or modems that help, allow for increased bandwidth and therefore bitrate and stream quality. This is much, much closer to that. I think it's a big, big jump for the offerings from Sentinel. Yeah, big fan.
Big fan. Big fan indeed. So we're going to do a driver change here.
Yep, 11 from Kingpin is into the pin as well. That car, this will be off schedule for Kingpin. They led the class, remember, after the full course yellow inside the first hour. Came in to make a green flag pit stop that certainly was on schedule back at lap number 27, being that they didn't pit under yellow. This one, however, is not. Very intrigued by that. Also worth noting that Kingpin car, along with its sister car, the only 2 Supras in the field, 11 and 77. It's been a minute since we've only had a pair. course, we've noted earlier on, GTR 99 is not participating this weekend for the first time in a long time. The Thunder Bunny duo is absent this weekend as well. Number 111 and 766. Yeah, just getting a little lighter on that super front, which, you know, in some cases is we love the variety in sports car racing. And while many have chosen the GT4 pathway to go GTO racing, and it is a good one, we're leaning a little hard for some tastes on the Toyota Supra GT4 platform as being sort of the easy button. And it's nice to just see that continued variety up in that class. The FPRS Mustangs Ford Performance Racing School, the current gen GT4 Ford Mustang, is down to one entry this weekend as well. That 92, pretty big incident back at Watkins Glen, was it not?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think that car is in rebuild mode at the moment. And with only 3 weeks between Watkins Glen and our event here at Sebring, I do wonder if that's kind of had an impact on the number of cars we have this weekend. We sold out the event immediately at 75, and I think we had 55 take the green. 57 took the green, excuse me, which is a fairly substantial drop, and one I would say that goes well beyond the expectation for, you know, cancellations last minute. It does happen while doing amateur racing here, even at this level. But I just wonder, ooh, something got kicked off.
Like a mirror.
Yeah. It's very interesting. As soon as that car turned into turn 3, I don't know if you hit it or if it fell off. In any case, I wonder if the short turnaround time just cost us a few entries there that ran into some strife up at our debut event at Watkins Glen.
Well, it's also a double long toe back-to-back if you're a Texas or Chicago
Also true.
entrant.
Yeah.
I guess Chicago maybe not so bad, but
To that end, I mean, there is now a growing network of teams in the World Racing League that are willing to store cars. If you've got really no work to do on the car, it doesn't need to be rebuilt, repaired, or anything. There is a growing network of teams that'll house your trailer for a few weeks. You come pick it up 2 weeks later in Georgia, South Carolina, whatever, and go from Watkins Glen down to Sebring that way, rather than going by way of Texas, Louisiana, Illinois, Wisconsin.
Speaking of storage, obviously, do we want to talk about the schedule?
Oh, yeah. We want to talk about the 2025 schedule.
Excellent.
We teased it so aggressively back at Watkins Glen 3 weeks ago, and finally got confirmation during the race that from RJ Till that the schedule was due to be released the following week. I was away when it happened and not on the Facebook, on the WRL Races group, so I missed all the fanfare. But happy to say, we do have a 2025 calendar for the World Racing League. Ryan, you wanna take that away?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
I've just got this 2025 schedule pulled right up here.
Yeah. Well, okay.
It's
very memorized, frankly.
very available to me.
You should have it memorized.
I'm super
February
excited
7th and 8th.
Do you need help?
to
Yeah, February 7th
talk
and
about
8th.
it.
We head back to Eagles Canyon Raceway.
Yes, we do.
The season opener for 2025, as it was in 2024. I think it was a highly successful event, all things considered. 40-plus cars there to kick off the season at a new venue for WRL, at a reconfigured Eagles Canyon. The cellular coverage there, not nearly as bad as was advertised initially. We had a great time there. I did come away sick for 2 weeks and hit a deer in the whole experience. I did have a great time. It's a great track, and I'm really looking forward to going back there. I've heard they've done some additional paving throughout the paddock there, which will be a good thing as well. So to Decatur, Texas, as we get a slow HM road racing Porsche Cayman at the exit of 7 to kick off 2025. From where, Ryan, we head to?
Barber Motorsports Park.
That's right.
The home of creepy statues and people hanging from the bridge. I think
Mannequins,
the funniest,
to be clear, mannequins hanging from
exactly.
the bridge.
Mannequins,
Yep.
yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. 100%.
Yep.
I should have spoken better
That
on that.
296, by the way,
Yep.
is grinding to a halt between turns 8 and 9 there. That car will not continue. Actually, I've just
Go ahead.
briefly noticed here, there is no turn 8 corner station anymore. That gap in the wall used to have a wooden structure attached to it that would be a corner station. Now the yellow extends from 7 all the way around to 9, which is a change.
Pretty big.
Yeah, anyway, Barber.
So, Barbara,
February 28th to March 2nd? Is that
yeah,
right?
the falling of the mannequin, I think, happened in almost the funniest possible way, which was to say the worst case scenario for a object that is dangling above a live racetrack, in
Yeah.
that it happened at their highest profile event and indeed landed on a car.
Well, next to a car.
Or next to a car. It was pretty close.
I believe Stingray Rob may have actually hit it.
Yeah. So that's... Unfortunately, they are undeterred, and they want to continue to do that. They've put another one
It's
up.
already back, yeah.
Oh my goodness. So, anyway, we'll explore that realm as February and March approach. Followed by that, we have a pending confirmation of Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, Mid-Snowhio, as we refer to it around these WRL parts. A nice tight track there, good flow to it. Missing a bridge still. April 25th to 27th, Road America. We return back to beautiful Wisconsin on the shore adjacent side. It's not. I was gonna say on the shores of, but like it's not really on the shores. It's quite far from the water. So
20 miles, yeah.
we'll return to Road America in a beautiful village. Lots of dining options available. Really enjoy my time that I spend in the upper Midwest, having spent some time there. And then the return of Daytona. The Daytona International Speedway will play host June 6th and 7th to what I presume is another 14-hour event. Yes, it does say 14 hours right here. Registration includes Friday test as well. So we returned to Daytona after they were doing some track work this season. Prevented us from being able to go. Quite excited for that. July 25th and the 27th, we have Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, a longtime venue in the World Racing League schedule.
One of the best. One of the best.
Easily.
Yeah, love it.
And then August 29th through the 31st, we're going to return to High Plains Raceway. Now, there was an interesting note here that High Plains Raceway is going to allow teams to store their trailers at the track in Colorado so that they can make the trip out to Utah Motorsports Park.
Yeah, this is exactly
Sorry,
what
what?
sparked this discussion.
Or Utah Motorsports Campus. my
Campus,
apologies.
yep, correct. Exactly what sparked this discussion is that ability to store your equipment in between events.
Yeah.
We had very much danced around this at Watkins Glen and High Plains, frankly. We spent a lot of time talking to people about what the options were if WRL was going to move westward into the Rockies or beyond. And Utah seemed to be the obvious candidate for that. And if it were going to work, the best way to do it is to pair it with an event you're already running in that direction. High Plains Raceway is obviously that. And being 45 minutes from civilization out there in Deer Trail, Colorado, good, safe place to store your equipment for a couple of weeks. It'll be 3 weeks. Well, 4, I guess.
I was going to say, just about 4.
Yeah, just before Labor Day for the High Plains date to my anniversary weekend, actually. September 26th, 27th, 28th. No confirmation on format for those 2 races, that pair of races out west. This year, of course, High Plains was a single-day, 13-hour enduro, finishing in the most complete darkness I've ever seen at a racetrack out there at HPR. We'll see what that holds for 2025. Same with Utah Motorsports Campus. Plenty of layouts to choose from at UMC as well. Don't know if we're going to go for the full 4.5-mile layout or the 3-mile outer course. I do like the outer course there. It's got a really nice flow to it, some longer, higher speed stretches. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. What?
I can't say it on the air, but it's a really good joke. It would have been really
Okay.
timely.
All right. No, I am very much looking forward to getting to 30 years.
Yeah.
It'll be my first time there. It'll be a great kind of... I don't think they've hosted Top Flights. This isn't Top Flight Sports Car Racing, but ALMS, Grand Am's last trip there was maybe 2012, I mean, it's been a minute. They did a couple of years of that, and then kind of the end of it. Track was bought. It's been invested in quite heavily now in the UMC. Previously, Miller Motorsports Park. But yeah, very, very excited to see what comes of that weekend. And obviously, the hope is that WRL participants from near and far will decide to go do the duo, run High Plains and then go run Utah. I really can't say enough about the opportunity that kind of presents itself now to go make it logistically simple and provide a good opportunity to get to some new tracks that a lot of folks haven't been to yet in both High Plains and Utah. So anyway, that'll be the end of September, Ryan.
Yep, indeed. Only lame people don't go to both of those events, so the choice is yours. Watkins Glen, October 17th through the 19th, so that Watkins Glen is back after its debut season here in 2024. I think everybody liked it.
Success, I would say, this year.
Indeed. So happy to see them return. Sebring, of course, 1 year from now, November 7th through the 9th, we will have Sebring International Raceway play host to this event yet again. The birthplace of American endurance racing will once again cap off the Eastern Championship. And we've also got Circuit of the Americas, of course, the National Championship. I'm interested, Brendan, are we not going to do fun names for these? And if we're going to do fun names, could we have put the fun names on the schedule?
TBC.
Okay.
TBC.
Right.
Yeah, no, there are things in progress there, but obviously the schedule release for planning purposes is the most important thing.
Sure.
So let's get the events out there. Let's let people start building their plans for 2025. We obviously have our own plans to build for 2025, but yeah, looking forward to, let's say, participate a little bit more in, making WRL more
great again.
Yeah, well, okay, more of what it is.
Don't make me get the spray bottle.
Which is, for my money, it's kind of the spiritual successor to old IMSA, right? It's a little less tightly controlled than modern sports car racing, a little more kind of rung what you brung. Not so much we'll find a class for you, but more if you have a car, here's how you can get it to the performance target, do what you got to do. And everything kind of shakes out nicely in the end. Amateur drivers, semi-professional drivers on the way up, drivers out just for a good time. Looking at you, Ron Hornaday. I don't know. Anyway, I got to remember we're on the PA now. People can hear me. No, I just think it's a unique thing we do here in the WRL that does have links to, the history of sports car racing. We're obviously here at Sebring doing some really cool stuff. We've done the first 24 hours of Sebring in history a couple of years ago, and I think there's some really cool opportunities to kind of pay homage to that moving forward, working with RJ Till on some of that. So, yeah, TBC. I think hopefully around the end of the year we'll have some cool stuff to talk about and how these races kind of look and feel. Never mind.
Are we going to do a DriverSeye Live schedule announcement podcast?
I mean, we could. We can do anything we want, really.
I mean, we could do lots of things, but are
even
we
though the
going
schedule's
to?
already been out for 2 months.
No, we're not going
2.5 months.
I think it could be fun. I don't know. I feel like we should build our brand.
If
I
we
would
had
argue-
$100 for every time we tried to do a WRL podcast and made mention about
yeah,
it,
we'd
we
be
would be
rich.
able to fund our own entry in WRL.
I would
Well,
argue.
maybe not. I don't know if we could do a
GP3.
GTO. No. I think. Listen, hear me out. VW Fun Cup
Oh, okay.
in GTU.
Coming off the rails.
No, those cars are on rails. Not really. Actually, you go watch it on board.
I would say, given the viewership of an event which recently occurred, in contrast to that same event which occurred last year, that we do have a brand that brings something to the table.
Wow.
And I think that was pretty wide. Then we should attempt to capitalize on it.
Fair.
My only issue with VW Fun Cup is I don't think the wheelbase is long enough to be comfortable at some of these tracks.
Doesn't matter. just get after it. I know. Look, it's never the VW Fun Cup is never going to be competitive with the MPO ones. Like you can't take
Not outright pace,
vintage VW Beetle tube-frame chassis or tube-frame chassis with vintage VW Beetle bodywork and put it up against prototypes with diffusers and wings. And yeah, like it's not going to fly. Also, the tire width on the VW Fun Cup is not. So,
you know what would really
wide body? Let's go.
You know what would really move the needle for me is not VW Fun Cup, but like reproduction chassis Porsche 356 Fun Cup. And just get the open top, you know. Just get a little bit sportier look.
200 pounds.
Oh yeah, definitely. A 356 is just a Beetle with different bodywork on it.
Yeah, I could be into that. Anyway, the point is those cars are fun to drive and they'd be reliable. Right? They just go and go and go. So as long as you can make that happen, the problem is the GTU class has gotten a lot more reliable over the last 2 or 3 years.
This is true, and it's getting a lot bigger too.
Yeah, those NPO ones just kind of run like clockwork. And I got to be honest, I mean, we talked to Brad McCall back at High Plains Raceway, the slightly injured Brad McCall, as the case is now. He'll be up a little bit later because he's not racing this weekend. I'll let him tell that story. That Round 3 team announced that they are going to be fielding a pair of Sebico NPO1s in GTU next year. They've already been out testing. I saw Brad posted a video from an onboard at Autobahn out in Joliet, Illinois. And I think it's finally gotten that GTU class to a place. The continued development of those NPO1s specifically has gotten that class to a place where people are looking at it as an opportunity to do something different. The running costs are, I think, highly in favor of running that type of car. It's a class that's on the rise, and the competition level is already extremely high. Even if you just let's take those Stratus cars in isolation, or for that matter, Heroflight, Dawn Motorsports, Racer Motors has run that class in the past. If you have a good day or a consistent day, you can still get a good result out of it. And if everything goes well for the Stratus cars that have all of this development work put into them, the racing is extremely good. Like, extremely good. We've got the top 3 within 10 seconds right now, 2 hours into the race. Stratus is willing to offer support, as we know from Brad, willing to offer support to get new teams up to speed with the car. Running in kind of a technical alliance there. We've heard there's another team that's going to run at least 1, possibly 2 NPO1s next year that cannot confirm.
I thought
it's been talked about on Facebook.
Oh, has it been? I'm not on Facebook anymore, so I get it. So automatic is that what we're?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Then So there's another high-level team that's going to go run some NPO1s. I just think it's an exceptionally exciting time for that class in particular. As the alternative to going and running big, heavy GT4 Porsche Cup type cars.
Should be fun. I'm really looking forward to it. I also think that car has use cases elsewhere that would make it attractive to a team that's looking to maybe split their car among a couple different series. I believe they have a class, at least for regionals, that this works for the SCCA, right?
It does not, and I think part of the issue is that NP0, the NP and NP0.
No, I know,
but like
I'm
prototype.
I'm pretty sure regionally you can run them.
Regionally
in like P2 or P3.
I mean, you can run anything regionally.
Sure, but like I think that there's like an actual class full of people in most regions that will run those for the SCCA.
I'm sure nobody from Sepico will mind me also saying that the SVRA. Runs the PSSA, which is the Prototype Sprint. Oh boy, Prototype Sprint Series Association or something like that, for cars like the Sepico NP01. Now it is 1 of 1. It's not built to a spec, other than frankly WRL GTU, which is it's meant to maximize. But some of the Ligier type chassis can run in that class. I think. I don't know if LMP3s are eligible, but the LMP4 adjacent sort of cars are eligible in that class as well. So you do have the opportunity to go run on these big festival-type weekends if you prefer sprint racing. NASA obviously still has a home for those cars. and of course WRL GTU racing. Whereas James Candelaria said earlier, your bang for the buck in terms of running costs, in terms of sharing the operational costs of these cars, it does not really get better than what we're doing here. DOT tires performance to spare out of the GT4 cars and out of the GTU cars. I just think it's an exceptional place to go race really whatever your heart desires up to the performance level of an entry-level type prototype like those Sepico and PO1s. It's a tube-frame chassis as well, which is worth noting, so you're not shelling out for a monocoque. Very, very cost-effective way to go racing. Into the pit lane comes the number 123 from NFC Motorsports.
Unfortunately, that car has been having issues. It did get noted for speeding in the paddock earlier, which is a good explanation why it's several laps down. As we get reports of possibly turn 3 incident.
Pick that up, Jordan. No, there's no flag there. Cars
reports of the 85 MX-5.
Oh, it's at 13. It's been updated to turn 13. So tower turn, Jordan?
Yeah, turn 13.
Oh, I thought you said 3.
Maybe drivers left.
Yeah, I think it will have gone off to the left there. It's a tricky old approach to tower turn. Obviously, everything is flat here.
We're going full course yellow.
Sebring. You see the safety vehicle scrambling there. It's a tricky old approach because you're moving from the left side of the circuit back to the right. We'll stick with this until we get back around to 13 there. You move to the right, the inside curb, and then you're trying to fade the car out to driver's left to open up the radius. The problem is you don't necessarily have time to get the car squared up to the corner, 90 degrees to the corner. And if you're moving left, you're either transferring the weight to the outside of the car as you try and square up to the braking zone. If you're allowing a car through, they may be going left. You may be going left. It's a difficult place to kind of, just noticing the tires there on driver's left. It's a difficult place to communicate in a multi-class environment. And in any case, with all the pavement changes you get there from the braking zone towards the apex, easy to get wrong. Seen it in professional racing all the way down through the ladder many, many times. That 85 from memory is also the car that was in the tire barrier.
That is correct. Turn 3.
Turn 3. So we hadn't really mentioned it since then, but I did get a good look at the front of that car when it came by me here on the front straightaway. It had some pretty significant damage as well. So in carrying some of that around, it is possible that maybe something else failed or went wrong on the approach to 13 there.
I'd also argue it's kind of hard to judge by the bodywork because I know like quite a few of the MX-5s, they'll keep running the same bodywork even if it's not in pristine condition.
Sure.
So they'll start the race and it already looks like it's been fighting a bit. So it's hard to tell by that, but it's from what we could tell into 3, it looked like a light nose impact. The car continued. I don't think it went into the pits that lap either for the previous incident. So I'm trying to recall, but something is bugging my mind about previously some of the MX-5s having like an ABS issue with the brakes.
Do the NC
racing
cars
here
have ABS?
I'm not sure. That might be something that they would install for customers, though.
Yeah, also
so I'm not sure, but I don't think that's the first time I've seen an AOA MX-5 having like front brake issue.
Yeah. We're now finally in this place where we get to take stock of the opening 2 hours, or the opening stanza of this 8-hour race. It's been difficult to follow, in no small part because the 123 was kind of the pace setter and the strategy setter, right? Kind of the pivot point for how you judge the rest of the field. And having lost that car to some obviously continued technical issues for that Mercedes-AMG GT4, we're trying to make sense of exactly what we're seeing. So this pause to reset. The sister car, number 124, now leads the number 70 round 3 racing Porsche by 2.1 seconds. Now that was coming to the yellow flag, so they should be near enough nose to tail at the front of GTO. The 89 now slots into third in GTO. That's the 89X Motorsports Aston Martin. Fast Track Racing number 188. That's the yellow BMW M4, the new gen car, in fourth. And then the 82 from Random Vandals Racing, they're in fifth. Already had pit stops under the yellow from the 74 AOA Racing BMW and the 843 Low Country Motorsports Chevrolet Camaro stock car. The 289 sister car of the 89X squad, the Aston Martin, that's behind them, having not pitted. Same with the 333 from Bruce Innovations. My assumption here is that just about everybody will be in to top off, and this will kind of reset GTO for the time being anyway.
Yeah, we can see a lot of weighted pit boards from this shot.
GTU has all, the top 3 cars have been in there, the 60, 59, and 58 in that order. Jump on board the BSR. It's a very busy pit lane at the moment. I can confirm the 188 is in from Lupe Tortilla. Fast Track Racing. 82 is in. The 119 from Shift Up Now by AE Victory is in. More on them later.
Unfortunately, they had a slight issue earlier. I believe they lost the rear windshield of that car.
Oh, interesting.
It was noted in racewrl.
Ah. If I can see that car, stop it. I cannot. It's too far away. So, as we crest over the 2-hour mark, 5 hours, 9 minutes remaining, just to tick under that now. We're going to step aside here on DriversEye Live. We're our second full course yellow of the day. We'll go say hello and thank you to our partners over at Continental Tire, spec tire provider in the GP 1, 2, and 3 classes with their big old tent setup I saw this morning. The inside of turn number 17. Say hello to them and be back on the other side of this brief commercial break from Sebring International Raceway, the Eastern Region Championship weekend, the World Racing League. We'll be back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
And to handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Back at Sebring International Raceway, under that second full course yellow, as we just said. Apologies, voice quality here. Piece of trail mix tried to get me. Not the first time I'd have been taken down by a piece of trail mix, honestly, but we're fighting through it. A lot of racing to cover this coming weekend. I'm Brendan Kazmarek, joined by JT Tammy and Ryan West this morning. Jordan Worth on the 1s and the 2s. Oh, I thought you were away.
I'm not anymore.
Oh, that's exciting.
I've returned.
Thanks for being here.
Had to take a natural break,
Sure.
as they would call it in cycling.
Thanks, Phil Liggett. You recently retired, Phil Liggett, actually.
Yeah, between that and ITV no longer having the rights to show the Tour de France in Great Britain, it's kind of a weird time for cycling.
Where do you watch? Does NBC still have the rights here?
Does who have the rights?
Is it NBC? Wasn't it on
Yeah, it is on
Peacock?
NBC.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Can I catch it on Versus?
Yes, indeed.
You're going to rebrand DriversEye Live Versus. Wonder if that trademark's run out.
It's probably getting close if they haven't renewed it. I don't imagine they would have. You know. Thank you. Thank you, Jordan, whatever your name is.
Other
You know,
retired television channel trademarks are available.
Indeed. None are as good. Here on World Racing League, powered by Speed Vision.
Hey. Although those guys are still around. I think they're, at least one of them, if not several of them, are the names behind Speed Sport. And Speed Sport 1.
Are we going to be on Speed Sport 1?
No, don't think so.
No. All right. RJ doesn't want to get the distribution rights going for that.
So I had some discussions with WRL last year, just kind of exploring what the situation was there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not convinced it's the right move.
Got it. Okay. Fair enough.
Financially or otherwise.
Is this I want to be clear, is this a free to air like app
It's
channel?
called FAST. They call it FAST. Free ad-supported television.
Sure.
It's not television. It's streaming.
So it's one of those apps that's on your
Yeah,
right.
they do have an app. Yeah, so there's Speed Sport, which is like the kind of on-demand platform for all this stuff, subscription-based or not.
Right.
Like a lot of... so for those of you who don't know, DriversEye Live, we function so that all of the racing that we cover, 400, 500 hours in a year, with our WRL coverage, our SCCA Super Tour coverage, FARA, and some other one-off events as well. That's all meant to be free, right? If you go over to the oval track racing side, because the theory is that they're all spectator events and that video has the potential to pull away ticket sales from your small local dirt tracks, right? It does, and it can.
No, I don't think so.
I think it does.
The people who want to go to their local dirt track aren't actually interested in watching the race. They want to be there to feel it, to hear it, to
but you're
have
telling
mud
me
in
the
their
people
face.
who are going to subscribe $40 a month to watch 10 dirt track races a year aren't also the people that are going to the dirt track races?
No, because they're not going to travel to all 10 dirt events. They subscribe because they want to see. They want to see Bill Stevens go run up in Virginia.
That they were going to go to, I think they would just not go to. Because,
I don't think so.
Anyway.
That's fine.
There's a whole separate economy that works
right
where you're splitting the streaming revenue and everything with the tracks and the promoters. And it's just a completely different world over there. And that does work for distribution channels like Speed Sport, where you're trying to get as much sponsorship revenue as possible to get a stopped open throttle BMW distance at the school course kite. It doesn't really, anyway, that stuff doesn't really apply to what we're doing here. So it's meant to be free. It's meant to be distributed, through people who are better at distribution than we are, like YouTube. The algorithm's got it figured out. We've been in that place now this is our fourth nearly full season with WRL.
Yeah.
So I just don't think it quite works the same. And anyway, Speed Sport 1, like the free thing, where they just stream all the time, not everything they show is live.
Oh, I wouldn't think so.
So,
I wouldn't want them to show us live. I'd want them to show us on tape delay.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
In the same way that Speed would show DTM in the winter. You
right.
know?
The whole GTO field is not the whole GTO field. The GTO leaders before this round of pit stops, so the 124, the 70, they've just come across the line and are chasing the tail end of the field. Right, so the tail end of the field is between turns 8 and 9. The GTO class leaders are around turn 3. You see them here. Let's try and pick out the last hard line. So there's Low Country, 909, and I think that'll be Chrono, and the number 30 headed into turn 3 now. Pick out where they are. I worry a little bit that we've got a pretty sizable split here in GTO. That 124 class leader is going to be, and the group behind it are going to have the better part of the lap here on some pretty heavy hitters. The 2 is there, the 11. We'll have to wait till we go. Not even back to green. We'll have to wait till they cycle back across start finish here to get a sense of where that split actually is. But I'm pretty convinced we're going to be looking at one.
Maybe we should just do a Patreon. Straight up. I don't know.
Sure.
Thinking out loud.
I mean, if you have interest in supporting the growth of live streaming, it's always a discussion you can have with Self or with RJ Till.
That's also true.
Yeah.
But this would be like for individual contributors. Like if Erwin
sure.
thinks that we give him $7 a month worth of enjoyment out of this, and he chooses to pay, this would be for that sort of level.
How many people do you think are like Erwin?
Okay, so
where that would
you say that.
contribute in any significant way.
You say that, but I also have friends that
Erwin
do a
is
podcast
101.
In Denver, and they have a Patreon where the Patreon basically only gets you access to the server where you can download old podcasts. Like that's
sure.
the only thing it gives you. And they have an incredible number of subscribers, and they don't even get that many like listeners to each individual podcast. They're usually under 5,000 people listening to their podcast.
We're still scaling this wildly differently.
Sure. Also, think about the number of people who do. It's just something, you know. Just like the cost to set it up is free. They don't even do premium content. It's literally just like a donation, basically.
Yeah, interesting.
I mean, we could discuss, obviously, potentially doing a premium content or podcast or whatever that would get you, but like it's just
premium World Racing League content. Imagine.
You know, subscribe for Friday access, Friday coverage.
Yeah, Friday streams, you know.
Podcasts during the month, during the month that we have off from WRL, we'll just do a podcast for 8 hours.
By the way,
we'll spend 8 hours watching something on Twitch, and we'll talk about it. And you can join and chat about it with us or whatever. You know, there's something to be had there. We could make a non-zero amount of money just providing a platform for people to donate to us on their own desire. Anyway,
rather just for more races.
I don't disagree with that. But at some point there's a limited number of us to go
If you'd
around.
like to fund and support some historics racing,
I think we should get in touch with the fine folks at Mission Foods. Is my take there.
Is Mission Foods the Haggerty Motorsports of 2024?
We can't even get Brendan to eat at Lupe Tortilla.
Listen, Brendan.
Next month.
we have two potential avenues where Mission Foods plays at least an indirect portion of potential funding for two of our partners.
Yeah.
And I'm sure one of our partners could facilitate a conversation with Mission Foods about other opportunities. So, I mean, they do racing-specific tortilla chips, for God's sake. I mean, and they're good, obviously.
Are they? I've never had them.
They're pretty good. They're very
given
crispy.
the opportunity. All right.
They're fresher than they come. Like, if you get Mission tortilla chips at the store, like, they're good. It's, whatever. But the ones in the red bags that are the motorcycle and race car shapes are, like, really fresh. They're, like,
they're
very
shapes?
Good. Yeah, that's why that's the whole point. Yeah. They're race car and motorcycle shapes.
All right.
Good time.
I'm in.
So if they're willing to do one-off, or not one-off, but like limited run chip bags for these events, and they're title sponsoring the Barra, kind of, not title sponsor, but they're one of the main sponsors of Barra.
Yeah.
They title sponsored an event which we were sort of in play to maybe do, that may or may not have gone well for them. So I think there's something there.
I think we're just below the target market, like just below, which might actually put us in the target market. But
right. Yeah.
RJ, get on the horn with Mission Foods.
Yeah.
Could have done the sunglasses in here. Man, bright.
Look at that. It's now bright and sunny. It's dry. We're going to come back to green here, I think.
Yeah.
With the lights out on the safety car. We're going to head down the front straightaway.
You see it.
We're going to go 3-ish, 4-ish wide at one point for a little bit.
Oh, okay. So now we've got a handle on where the split in GTO is. The 74 led the field back to green. It's literally just the top two. The 124 and the 70 now are basically out on their own at the front of GTO with nearly a full lap in hand. That is way more dramatic than I had projected.
Yeah.
Come to this in a moment. We'll let this kind of shake itself out here as we go back to green. So the Stratus NPO1s are working through the middle part of the field.
They're slicing. They're dicing. Like the slap shop. A couple of M4s at the front here, at the front of the pack, followed by the Supras. So the 124, though, is not the car that's in contention for the championship. That's just the other car. Do we know who runs in the other car? Like, is that just a purely arrive and drive customer car, or do Bill and Lanny have like a customer now, and like that's who runs the other car? Or is it just a second car in like in the Scott Tucker sense, in that they like wanted more seat time, so they just run 2 cars? You know, I'm looking for answers on that. Answers on a postcard, please. I know that if I was there, I could walk down to the paddock and Bill would give me the explanation on it. He'd be like, yeah, no, we're doing this, and here's why it's a good idea, and we're going to do it, and yeah, it's great. So, you know. Brendan is either using the restroom or inviting a guest, I would imagine. We're just in the window for driver changes here, so the first round of drivers getting out of the car may have something to come to say. And if you have something to say, if you want your voice to be heard to thousands of people, if you want thousands of people listening to your words, you can come up to the booth and speak with Brendan. He's happy to accommodate a little bit of time here for you to talk about your sponsors, talk about your racing journey, talk about your family, friends at home who are watching. Talk about your plans for next season. That BRZ is going offline again, just kind of letting everybody by. You know, JT, I think I've settled on the BRZ as the direction I'm going to go. And seeing this car on track, it really is going to look like how I would go to the track day with my BRZ, which is to just be out of everyone's way and not wanting to do anything and having that really impact my ability to lay down good lap times.
It's an easy drive to car to drive.
I've driven them on the street numerous times.
Very friendly.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of, I think it's their first race. They're just trying to get acclimated. This is,
sure.
Let's face it, it's a bit intimidating. You're sharing the racetrack with, you know, a 52nd car field.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You know, just get comfortable, stay out of trouble, have a great day. And I think that's absolutely what they're going to be.
And I'm willing to bet that tomorrow they'll have a much better time. As another car runs down the dirt here.
It's the same car.
It's the same car as the BRZ. All right.
Yeah, they were. I think
that's rally inspired there. You know,
they were trying to make sure they gave the 909 plenty of room there, and ran out of room.
Yep.
We are back to green, by the way. Just a note there. It's still yellow up in the timing box in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, but we have gone back to green. So we should send her a message. In any case, yeah, sorry for the silence. I'm being joined by a guest.
Yeah, all right.
Second
Nailed
of the day. Yeah, Ryan, you've spoken to this man before, I think back at Barber Motorsports Park. Eric Pilipchuk joins us out of the number 55 from AOA Racing.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
Good.
Welcome back.
Good. Thank you.
Spoke
Thank
to
you for having me.
Just a couple weeks ago back at Watkins Glen.
Yes.
A number of different topics. One of them, Ozarks.
Yes.
We chatted about Ozarks for a long time there.
Yes.
But one of the things we did talk about, one of the other things we talked about was the management of traffic, faster, slower classes. Mm-hmm. You actually told me something I didn't realize, which is that the class winner actually picked up a post-race penalty on Sunday.
Yes.
Saturday. For some contact with you guys. Was it with the 55?
It was 55, yes, but it was very light contact.
Okay.
But yeah, it happened, and fortunately somehow race control didn't receive it, which happened, whatever. But we learned, I think, more from that than just a penalty. So
sure.
That's good.
So, Watkins Glen, you were pretty emphatic about let's say the amount of respect being shown between faster cars and slower cars.
Yes.
You came up here and you said it's been much better today.
Oh my God.
So I'm intrigued by a couple of things here, right? You bring this perspective and this experience where Watkins Glen it wasn't nightmarish, but it was pretty aggressive, right?
Yes.
We saw some real aggression there on a faster track, a track that has more consequences than I think some would say Sebring does, but it's got paved runoff in a lot of places. It's wider. Generally, obviously, a lot faster than Sebring is. You come to Sebring, and now all of a sudden everything seems to be back into a more respectful place and a more, everybody's using their judgment a little bit. Why do you think that is? Because it's not necessarily an easier track. If anything, it's probably a little bit harder to drive than Watkins Glen is. And yet,
I think that first my thought is the track Watkins done is very fast flowing. It's very fast, a lot of close rolls. And the biggest, I think, difference is that maybe we had too much mindset in the wrong
Okay.
direction at the beginning of the race. That's what it felt to me.
Towards being too
Aggression.
aggressive?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I think, however you're preparing for the race, if the lot of drivers will gonna be like mentally preparing for the aggression,
Yeah.
bad things will happen.
Okay.
Maybe not. I'm not sure.
Specifically with the faster classes?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
There's as you know, there is a big field of GT4 cars, right? Imagine every single one of them, and it is. They all want to win, right?
Yeah.
And they all want to win.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's endurance race, so you're not winning on the first turn or the first lap. So you have to play the long game. Yeah, that's I think the first one. The second thought, why? To me, of my experience on the racetrack today, on the start of the stint, I think the big role played. We were working together. So I just give the turn signal to every single car which was faster than me, and then worked out beautifully because I wasn't wasting any time, and the car who's faster was wasting any time because they were preparing where to pass, acknowledging that I'm going to let them pass on the inside, on the outside, and so on. So that worked out beautifully and no issues.
So a lot of us come from a sim racing background, myself and JT, one of our other co-commentators here, joining us remotely. We used to run in a league together, an endurance racing league, multi-class environment. And if you were in a slower class car, it was not uncommon for you to receive a penalty if the stewards felt like you were being unpredictable.
Yes.
Right, as the slower driver. So just because a faster driver was coming up behind you, yes, the onus is on the faster car to make a safe and clean pass. However, as the slower driver, you still have a responsibility to behave in a way that is predictable, and then a faster car approaching would deem something that they could project, something that they could anticipate.
Right.
You obviously find yourself very comfortable behind the wheel of the slower cars. That perspective can change of what is predictable and what makes a lot of sense. But ultimately, you've sort of found that it comes down to communication and how the body language of the car, how your placement of the car can make a difference to what the faster driver is perceiving. And as soon as I said that to you off the air, you said, yes, absolutely. What does that mean to you? What does that predictability, that communication mean to you behind the wheel of a slower car? And how do you need that to be perceived by a faster car coming up behind you?
It's a very good question. I think that's what we're missing. A slower car, I think, it needs to stay on the racing line. It does not need to give up spot or move over, because if that happened, then the faster car doesn't know maybe like what to expect, right? If you give room and then let's say the car decided not to give room, and that's already too late because car is already committed. So I think staying on line is very important, and the language of the car, you can tell. If the car, let's say, is a slower car, doesn't want to pass. Let's say if I have a bunch of fast cars behind me, and there is a moment where I don't want them to pass in the turn because I'm going to lose time.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to block them, but I'll make them know that like I'll move a little bit to the right or to the left.
Can you give an example somewhere at Sebring specifically? So the one that comes to mind is maybe
like
between 30. Okay, let's use 5.
Okay, let's use 5. Let's say I'm about to brake. I can brake late, like 300 mark. Okay. GTO cars will brake somewhere there, maybe 4. So let's say if I'm going to the braking zone and I see that he's closing, but he's not closing enough, but he thinks he's going to close on me, I'm going to be in the middle. That's going to tell him there's no point for him to be more on the inside, to lose time and make the contact. He'll move to the left.
Sure.
I'll make a turn, and he's going to pass me right after.
Yeah. I think the same thing could apply going into turn 14, between 13 and 14.
Yeah.
Right? You put your car in the middle of the road and say, hey, not here.
Yeah.
You can get me around the outside going into 15, something like that, but like just not here.
Yes.
Are you finding that much of the field is kind of understanding what you're trying to do with your car placement?
I agree with that, yeah.
So why has that improved from Watkins Glen? Because you were pretty emphatic back then. Has there been coaching? Has there been a good discussion about that kind of thing?
No. I think I was very, I don't want to say upset, I was very arrogant about Watkins Glen because the car wasn't on pace.
Okay, interesting.
So we were short for 50 horsepower.
Wow. Is that a is that a one-off issue that hadn't been
it's
been
just
caught?
one-off
Okay.
issue. Yeah, one-off issue.
Interesting.
Because
Okay.
that sometimes happens in racing when you're trying to, get ready. But unfortunately, there was some tuning issue. We spent a number of hours trying to dial it in. Then we was debating should we even start or not, but because we all here and it was decision was made to still race, but race with cautious.
Yeah.
We've done it. We almost Anyway, it was good.
Watkins Glen is maybe the worst place to be down 50 horsepower.
Yes.
There's long climbs up hills
Yeah,
and
I agree.
narrow track.
Well,
that's tough.
It's another experience.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's 50 horsepower in an MX-5.
You
It's
don't
not
have
like your
50 horsepower
LS
to
is
give.
down 50. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's fair. I'm interested to hear this perspective. So our fine stewards upstairs, Steve DeBrecht, in particular, he just does a great job with his communication. Jim as well is very good, I think, at having one-on-one discussions with drivers and engaging them in, especially young drivers or drivers new to multi-class racing, about how these sorts of things are meant to be approached. I haven't heard many discussions about that sort of multi-class situation as it relates to the slower drivers and how they can help communicate when they're racing out on track. Do you think there is room there for some coaching?
Absolutely. There's always room for coaching.
In both directions, whether it's the slower or the faster.
It's never enough.
Yeah.
In coaching, if you think you're fast, if you think you know everything, I bet you're not.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like you
sure.
can improve every time, every day, everywhere. With even when you, let's say, you talking to the let's say faster driver, just from the conversations you can pick up something.
Yeah.
So, coaching is something what a lot of people underestimated, and I think the confidence comes to those drivers when it's like, I got it. But in reality, maybe yes, but probably not.
I gotcha. So you're obviously on the coach side, right?
Yes.
PSI Motorsports.
Yes,
So
yes.
What you do.
Yes.
Do you find as a coach that even you can take not the refresher, but have discussions with other drivers at your level and say, oh yeah, like.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Every time. Do it every time.
Yeah.
It's very beneficial for everybody.
Yeah,
For
sure.
people who I talk to, even, of course, when let's say I'm coaching somebody, yes, there is a more in depth of that, different kind of situations, scenarios. Mindset is a big role in this.
Sure.
How do you approach this? How do you prepare it? And so driving fast, it's important, but it's only part of it.
Yeah, sure.
So it's a lot of things involved with this. So I'm saying coaching, you have to be ready to go race, right? Let's say today we have two new members who are actually racing with us, and one of them is actually new to racing.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So there was a lot of work done on the simulator, a lot of conversation, a lot of videos, a lot of different scenarios. You learn. The best part what I see in this is when you're giving different scenarios and you're giving different resolutions.
Of course.
Right?
Yeah.
So when, let's say, this driver is going to be in that scenario on the track, he already will know the solution. It's not going to be new to him.
Right. So the idea is to get them exposure to as many of those potential situations as possible.
Yes.
You and I both know you can never cover everything.
Yes.
Especially before you start your first race or your first couple of races.
Yeah.
You're always taking in new information and kind of processing it. But as you say, the goal is to have that information, as much information at rapid recall as possible, right? Because you're making those split-second decisions.
Yes, and another thing I want to add, a big role in this plays simulator, because we can simulate all kinds of situations.
Sure.
On on 3 or 4 hours practice on the simulator. So that's what I did, and that's what actually benefits a lot, because I was trying to go very close to him,
Sure.
on the back, on the front, try to distract him and see what he's going to do.
Oh, so you're doing multi-class simulation, and not just, hey, go run laps, get yourself
No,
comfortable.
we-
it's actual racecraft scenarios.
What we did, we put like 20 or 30 bots, like GT4s.
Oh, yeah.
Put 20 TCR cars, and we put like 20 Miatas. And all
That's
the
amazing. Yeah.
And we had a lot of fun.
I bet. It's actually a really good point. It takes so many hours to get yourself up to speed, right? And even once you think you're there, those last couple of hundredths or tenths take that much longer, right? But those, as you say, it's the racecraft, it's the communication and the ability to have that at Rapid Recall to where you're not having to think about the basics, right? Thinking about how to allow a faster car through without costing yourself so much time or ending up way offline and in a bad position where you're out in the marbles and all of those things. And yeah, it's stuff that maybe you don't necessarily think about in getting a driver for the first time up to speed, just because there's so much ground that has to be covered. But it sounds like you guys are doing a great job at that, and it is translating to Watkins Glen notwithstanding what we're seeing out on the track. Everybody's just behaved that little bit more tentatively, a little bit more better judgment, and yeah, by all accounts, it's resulted in a cleaner race so far.
Yeah, the race so far is good. I like it.
You and the PSI team AOA Racing will be back for COTA?
Yes.
Okay, very good.
Yes,
back in the 55?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Their dreams, aspirations, hopes of anything, let's say, going faster in 2025, or we think we're going to do more of the same?
I wanted to do the prototype, so I'm looking forward to join the GTU class.
Yeah?
Yeah.
In what? Or with what? Or with whom?
I have no idea.
Oh. You're out of the Chicago area, right?
Yes.
I know an Illinois-based team that's going to be running some GTU cars next year.
Right, I know them.
Interesting. So, I mean, we have talked about that. That is, for the conversation we just had, that's a fascinating discussion. Car short on horsepower, big on grip, excellent on the brakes, to where they don't have to send it on the brakes to get past slower cars, but it is a wildly different world than what you get out of the GT4. It's an interesting point. Come find me in 2025 when you're ready to pull the trigger on that. We'll have a separate discussion. We can revisit this one. That is really interesting.
I had some experience in the open wheel cars. So
okay.
I drove here Revolution 500 SC, 600 horsepower with 1,000 pound weight, but very fast car.
Yeah.
I drove some Radicals. I drove Radical Autobahn too, with Stradali. And we're going to rent Radicals at our PSI track day at Ozarks.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to have a fleet of those Radicals for rent.
Yeah.
My personal opinion on a Radical, it's mind blowing.
Sure.
It's completely different thinking and way of driving. Completely different. It's like you have to depend so much on aero. It's opposite. Mechanical aero grip.
Is that something you're actively thinking about before you tip it into a corner and say, no, the grip is going to be there?
You have to trust the car.
Okay.
So you have to build the trust.
Sure.
Let's say you're going from GT car to the Radical aero car.
Yeah.
So just so you to understand, 70% in GT car is the mechanical grip, 30% is the aero grip. In aero car, it's opposite. 70% or 60% aero and 40-40 mechanical.
Sure.
So approach, it's like, if you want to put it in a word, it's like a fast go-kart with aero. The more you push in the turn, the better it sticks.
Have you driven the NPO ones yet? Have you had a chance to get behind the wheel?
I drove Revolution, I drove Radical, drove the small, what was it called? Like a small go-kart. NASA runs.
Oh, Rush?
Rush, yes.
Yeah.
I drove that one.
Okay.
So yeah, not much aero there.
Yeah, sure.
So it's kind of tricky, but it's also a cool car to drive. But I would like to try NPO1 and see what it is. So definitely on board for that.
I'd be interested to get some feedback. The car's got a big old diffuser out the back, rear wing that hangs way off the back of it as well. It looks like an awful lot of fun, if a little short on horsepower, just because of the lightweight.
I bet you it's very physical demanding, and I really like that.
All right. Well, I'm in, and I'm of course in for getting more GTU cars. It's finally kind of been our theme for the last couple of races. Is we're now trending towards a really meaningful upgrade in the participation in the class. So
it's
love
like
to see you there.
I have I don't know, should I talk about it or not? But with our track day at Ozarks. Sorry, I mentioned maybe Ozarks too much, but I love this track.
Hey, I'm all for it.
Anyway, an idea is to bring possibly prototypes there.
Okay.
And of course, they can put laps on, but the idea is to put the race only for prototypes there.
Okay.
In combination of HPD, because we have the weekend for that.
Yeah.
So I'm talking to all the teams and trying to bring them to one of the weekends which already have scheduled for 2025 and have just a fun race.
Okay.
So if anybody hear this and anybody interested in it, just send us an email to psimotorsportsusa.com and we'll put you on the list. If we'll have even 10 cars, we're still going to do it.
Sure.
And they're going to have a lot of seat time because we're going to be combining HPD day with the racing. They're going to have practice, qualifying, and 3 races.
That's becoming a more common schedule amongst the sprint racing formats. Is supplementing what you get for racing with HPDE or vice versa. There's an organization in the Northeast that tried to do something similar last year in bringing organized racing to HPDE weekends.
We've already started talking about it. Also, the plan is, also we're trying to pull it off to fulfill the other, because we have 4 events there.
Mm-hmm.
One of them is going to be the racing license we're going to issue. We're going to have racing school and more oriented to the racecraft. And then the second one, we're trying to pull BMW race only.
Okay.
Then the prototype race, and then Miata race only.
Oh, cool.
So that's at least in the plans.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm working on it. I'm going to be working on it to retire winter.
Mm-hmm.
And if the stars line up, we're going to have the race.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, keep an eye out for that. PSIMotorsportsUSA.com.
Yes.
The site.
Yes.
Go take a look at it. If you're interested in running down at Ozarks or running a prototype for that, definitely. Yeah, go check it out. Eric Phillips, thanks for stopping by.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Yeah, anytime. You're welcome anytime. Best of luck to you the rest of the weekend. And hopefully we'll see you at COTA.
Yep.
Very good.
Thanks.
So it looks like the gray clouds are beginning to return as we get back to some racing action here. Jordan kindly pulls up the radar for us. There's kind of a cell.
A bigger one.
Making its way across the Florida landscape here. I think I can say that is bearing down. It does seem to be moving ever so slightly to the south, so we may only get the edge of it here, but I imagine the edge of it will be enough to impact the surface conditions here at the racetrack. 5 hours and 24 minutes remaining here. Just going to give a quick rundown here of the positions. In GP1, we've got the number 5 of All-Star Racing leading the number 392 of Harrison Motorsports, both of those BMWs. And then the number 38 of Palomar Racing has just taken the pit lane from 3rd. That may promote the number 24 of Montgomery Motorsports up into 3rd. And of course, the number 981 of SR Racing in 5th position. GP2, of course, a 3-car affair. It is currently only 3 took the start, but now we're up to 5, it looks like. The number 920, the 4048 competition car in 1st, followed by the number 245 of Connolly. That's Connolly Motorsports. The usual car they would run is the Pontiac GTO tube frame Grand Am car, of course not here this weekend. And then it looks like the only other car moving on track right now is the number 10 of Rockwell Autosports Development. That would be one of the Porsches, with both the 41 and the 66 having met trouble. In GP3, we've got a lot of pit takers here. The number 605 of Round 3 is currently leading in GP3, so that's a lead for them in GP3 and GTO right now. The number 75, 85 AOA racing cars in the pit and or Salmon, which is the trouble color. In 4th position, we have the number 103 of TLM. They are in the pits as well. And then the number 62 of Open Throttle rounding out the top 5 there. JT, did you have a GP2 mention?
Yeah, I was gonna say it did start with 3. What happened was the 245 was originally listed in GP3, but moved to GP2. That is the silver E46 that's running out there. And then the 41 from Rockwell had a problem early in the race. I think only after a half hour of running, they pulled off, I want to say turn 15 cutout to enter the paddock. And then I'm just going to assume they decided to bring out the backup car, the number 10, which came out, roughly 15-ish minutes ago, 20 minutes ago. So I just assume they've just switched to that car for the rest of the day while they try to diagnose what's going on with the 41. As we get reports of possible impact turn 15. Oh. Gets moving again. It's hard to tell what it is. It might be one of the 89X Astons, maybe?
I think so. I think that'll just be a tank slapper there that they end up spinning. They're going to try to get behind the wall, but there's already a full course yellow out. So that'll be easily recovered, I reckon. It is kind of an interesting spot to lose it, so they'll want to make sure everybody's safe while they get that car towed away. So I expect this to be a very quick yellow.
Yeah, it had been noted as a hard impact, most likely because the speed as they switch back, basically setting up for 15 here. But it looks like they were able to move the car a little bit out of the way, so the safety crew can get to them with a lot less risk of parking the truck out on the racing line. So we're hopefully driver's okay. They can get that assessed and taken care of quick and safe manner.
And then just to finish our roundup here before people inevitably take to the pit lane, we got the number 70 of round 3 racing, followed by the number 124 of NFC Motorsports. Those two cars kind of out on an island as a result of the prior yellow. They're most of a lap ahead, but we're going to be seeing that get shaken up again by this additional yellow flag. In third position, we have the number 74 of AOA Racing. Fourth position, number 188 of Fast Track Racing. And then fifth, the number 82 of Random Vandals.
Step away for 10 seconds and...
So it's interesting to know our very first full course yellow early in this race was the 65 out on turn 8. It's since been judged that that was due to contact from the 77 of Kingpin. Since then, Open Throttle has brought out the 62 in GP3 and have been running that since.
So the numbers game gets even weirder than that, JT. Have you seen the Rockwell car come back?
Yeah, so I did cover that. The original Rockwell entry, the 41, early in the race, like a half hour or so, had issues. They took the escape road, I think like 14 or 15, went into the paddock, were there for quite a while. I assume they've decided to not work on the car so much right now and have just brought out the backup car, the number 10 entry, and I just assume the drivers are going to be using that for the rest of the day.
So I actually can't tell which car it is. I think that the 10 GTO car.
I don't think so. So it's out there right now. It is a Porsche Cayman. It's mostly white with its blue and highlighter yellow, especially on the nose.
So it's blue and highlighter yellow, but the door is just that primer gray.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, and it's like scuffed down, not scuffed down, but almost like sanded down. It's that primer color, and it's just got the WRL number 10 sticker on it. I gotta wait till it comes by again. But I actually, I thought, my first impression was, oh, it's the 41, but they put the 10 door on it, and now they're just running it as the 10. I don't know why you would do that, but like it doesn't look.
It's a mismatch.
It doesn't. Yeah, exactly. Yes, it's a mismatch. So I've got to figure out exactly what it is and try and get a handle on whether or not it's the 41 or it's the 10 that's running as the 10 and why the door is different and all those things.
It reminds me a bit of 24 Hours Daytona, I don't know, 8 years ago or so. The Turner BMW was running the Liquid Moly livery. They got pole, they were leading, they got hit out into the wall or something like that. Lost the hood, and they replaced it with their normal bright yellow and blue hood. So it ran the rest of the race as a white car with a very distinctive hood.
It's that's not the first time GT cars at the Rolex have done that. There were some Prep 2 Camaros and M6s and stuff that did the same thing. That just...
Yeah, you have spare body work that is not necessarily, in the current livery that your car is running. But the important thing is you get the body work on the car.
It used to happen semi-often in IndyCar, but I haven't seen it recently. Especially during the body kit era, it wasn't uncommon that you would see the wrong livery nose go back on a car.
Yeah, the
often
team
with the wrong number too.
Yeah, you would just take the team's nose cone, like a teammate's extra nose cone.
Yeah, I think the times I saw it was usually like Chip Ganassi doing it. So it was like usually like an inverted livery, like it was the red and white nose instead of the white and red nose or whatever.
So with this full course yellow, we've had pit stops again from the top cars in GTO. The 70 and the 124 have both been in. The 74 has been in as well. And it looks like... Actually, this might tighten GTO back up. Depending on where the GTU leader was. I can't imagine GTU leader would have gotten around. Well, let's wait and see here. Both voices starting to suffer already. Not a good sign. Yeah, so 124 and 70 have already come through on track. 188 has come through also on track. So I think the 70 is the one, or the 74 has benefited here. We've gotten basically one extra car back up into that lead group in GTO, where it'll be 124, 70, and 74. And then the split is between the AOA 74 and the 188 Fast Track Racing M4. And then you've got that clump of GTO cars, Fast Track Racing, Random Vandals, Bruce Innovations. 52 from ACP Tangerine Associates, and 172 from TLM USA Automatic Racing. They're all kind of in that next chunk that's more or less a lap down to the GTO class leaders. GTU still the 60 leading, or now the 60 leading the 59. The 58 is a couple of cars further back in the overall pacing order. And we'll just jump down to the production classes here. All-Star Racing and 392 Harrison Motorsports, both in from the top two in GP1. And now back out on circuit. So that'll stay as it was. 5 leads, 392. Go ahead.
We did lose Palomar from the lead. They had some issues with the pit stops. They unfortunately came in early and came in again immediately after.
Under
so
green as well.
Yeah, so they fell down the order, losing
issues for PC as well.
4 laps. So PC Racing lost 2 laps due to avoidable contact with the other GP1 leading car, the 981. That contact was on pit road.
Yeah, you can't be doing that.
Unfortunately,
you can't do that. Yeah, I mean, in a series that is all about safety and all about no contact or minimal contact, the pit lane is the one place with people and personnel all over the place.
Yes.
Our pit marshals, our crew members, you can't have it. And there is, even in pro racing, it's difficult to find excuses for incidental contact like that, but in amateur racing especially, there's nothing so urgent so as to justify risking people in the pit lane.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So that's
it's kind of dry.
Yeah, it has shaken up GP1. That 5, which was in the top 5 in the early part of this race, but towards the bottom end of the top 5, now finds itself in the class lead. Harrison on something of a recovery after its lap 1 problems. Blaze Racing is up into 3rd as well. All fairly interesting things there at the top of GP1. 40-48 competition leads in GP2 from the 245 of Connolly. We've ditched the MCM, Matt Connolly Motorsports moniker, the pride of Hellertown, Pennsylvania. Really slimming down the team naming there. Open Throttle Racing's number 66. They're in 3rd, but the lead gap in the GP2 category already out to 9 laps, even at this early stage. So that looks to be a race of survival throughout the day. GP3 sort of headed a similar direction. 605 from round 3 racing leads to 75 of AOA Racing. That'll be a good scrap as long as they both stay reliable, and they tend to. The 85 is in some strife, 18 laps down already. TLM 103 has had some issues. 62, which has just been put back out on track, is in a march to a podium. Long way to go, but it is running reliably after the 65 met its demise over at turn 8 earlier. And the 55 AOA racing car down there. Only a handful of laps completed as well. But there comes 74 has just come across the line, and I think we've now got confirmation that our top 3 in GTO, our lead lap in GTO, is now 3 cars instead of 2.
Yes.
Yeah, and the 188 is out further up the pacing order, nearly a full lap down to the 124 NFC Motorsports car.
What do you think I'd have to do to get RJ to let me drive the safety car? Just once. I don't want to make that my ongoing thing. Just one time.
Like for one day or one full course yellow?
Or even for the start. Yeah.
I don't know.
Interesting. We'll look into that.
You get somebody to vouch for your abilities to drive a safety car?
Ooh, well, I don't know about that.
Hey, speaking of driving, Eric had mentioned doing some simulator work and throwing a bunch of cars out in iRacing. Did we? I'm sure we all noticed. We haven't talked about it. iRacing is getting the M2 Club Sport.
I did not notice that.
Yes.
That's cool.
Yes. I mean, it's not a particularly relevant car anymore, but in the World Racing League anyway. But I think it is probably the closest you're going to get to the WRL GTO performance target.
I am disappointed that iRacing does not let you modify the power.
It does.
Like leagues and stuff.
It does.
Hold on. So if you're, let me be clear. If you're running a league and you want the M4 GT4 to have a little bit less power, you can do that?
I believe there's a percentage restrictor and a weight ballast modifier in the setup menu. 10% of power out. That's the voice of Jordan Worth, producer, the professor. Some might say.
Is 10%
and then weight's
enough?
like 50 kilos, right? I don't know if 10%'s enough, but you get the power to weight number, even if the split isn't exactly correct.
Well, if that's the case, then you could probably get that M2 close to the GP1 pace.
Well, so that's kind of my point. Is if you take if you ignore the specifics and you just say we need 9-to-1 out of this car, I think the M2 probably gets there a little bit more easily, even with the modifiers, than the GT4 cars do. Because I think the GT4 cars just make a little bit too much power to get to that exact number. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think it's, hey, maybe we need the rebirth of WRL Online.
So my other thing would be, how bored does Jordan have to be this winter in order to do a WRL Boosh? Where he throws all the liveries in there, gets the power to weight right, has the drivers, I can furnish that information.
Back to green.
Boosh Week is coming up, that's true. So, that's, I would contribute up to $10 to sponsor WRL Boosh on Bottom Split.
$10 whole dollars?
$10 whole dollars. I would contribute up to $10.
We're back to green.
We are.
That's the thing that's happened.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Quite the gaggle here.
Yeah, it wouldn't be quite so dramatic if 2 of them weren't the overall race leaders. They're in the form of the Stratus Sebico NP01s, up the inside going into turn number 3. Clean, it just looks dramatic. Way to the outside, one of the open throttle BMWs kind of running the cushion around the outside of turn number 5. James Candelaria mentioned earlier, this is the least favorite corner in almost anywhere. I don't necessarily agree with the off-camera assessment, only because everything is exactly 11 feet above sea level here at Sebring. But I will say, it is the worst corner.
The corner does have a dip.
Well, but they got rid of the dip. So in iRacing, in the laser scan versions, it was concrete. There is a pavement change, and there still is a pavement change. But they laid new concrete at 3 and at 5 like 2 years ago. And it took that dip that's in most simulators out. So it's now a perfectly level, even though the pavement changes, still a perfectly level. Oh, car. Is that the 55?
I think it's something else, yeah.
Oh, no, and is that the 2?
It might be.
It's an MX-5, and it looks like a BMW M4 GT4. My gut says that's the 2. Over there at the exit of turn 7, going into turn number 8, 55 is one of the cars listed.
that's... Yeah, I just watched the replay. That is unfortunate.
We're going to go back to... Oh, no, both cars are moving. Just as the safety truck arrives.
Yeah, I'm with you, JT. I just saw the replay there. That is exactly what I pictured in my mind happening to the 65 earlier.
Yeah, that's just...
It's
suddenly 3 wide, and one of the middle car doesn't know we're going 3 wide.
Well, and we, ironically, that's Eric Pilichuk's car, the gentleman we just spoke to about that exact thing, right? This multi-class environment. In a pro race, do you shoot the gap to the inside there? Yes, probably.
Only if the car tracks all the way out.
Yes, and you have reason to believe that car knows you're going to be there.
Yeah.
Right, and having just
Flashing
gone back to green, right, having just gone with obvious closing speeds, right, where it becomes very apparent that they're gonna go for it. Here, everything happens that little bit more slowly. But it can, you're looking to the left, right? You're watching the car pass you around the left-hand side, trying to give him enough room on the exit of 7 and 8 to not shove him into the grass. Watching somebody jump up the inside there at 9, it's so inviting to do. I get it. You're full throttle from 7 into 10. Don't want to give up the time. But, man, it takes so much trust in the guy that you know he's going to see it.
Well, especially when you had other cars also passing on the left as well. So the MX-5 had been leading, I think, 3 other cars behind coming out of the hairpin here, and so they started passing along the left side, and it seems one just decided to try pass inside to make it 3 wide, and it just didn't work.
My experience in sim racing, and all of us have done plenty of it here at Sebring, is that no car is going to be in the middle between 8 and 9. Right, you're either going to stay to the left or you're going to stay to the right. You've got to pick a side to pass. If a car is allowing cars to go around the outside, you follow the other guy to the outside.
Yeah.
You follow the car ahead of you to the outside. You don't try and split there because there's no reason in that sequence of gentle right-handers and then the left that follows at turn 9, there's no reason a car should sit in the middle of the road there. Right? Just let them have the inside. You follow to the outside. It's the much, much safer option. Now, it's worth noting we have not gone full course yellow yet.
No, the 2 got going again after about 10, 15 seconds. So, yeah, both cars continued. Unless there's an issue with barrier, which I don't think there is.
So.
It didn't look like it pulled anything off, so other than that, we're fine.
If you rewind the YouTube feed, I mean, that 2, the rear end of the number 2 BMW is upwards of a foot in the air, right? Yeah, I mean, it really jumps as it kind of hooks around the front of the number 55. And I would have assumed that would have broken the left rear suspension on the M4. Doesn't seem to have. He was able to get it going from where that car sat. We'll see if it takes to the pit lane here in response, but 247 is stopped over at turn number 14. If we have that on camera, Mr. Worth, Professor Worth. No. Okay.
In orange and D01.
Yeah, it should be, in theory, it should be very easy to find. Oh, there it is.
The problem is it's the same height as the barrier, so it can hide if
that's happened more often than I remember it happening. That both cars that have ended up off at turn number 8, in particular the 65 earlier, blended in with the Armco and the tires. For a car that's bright green, it should have been very easy to see, but in fact it wasn't.
Oh my goodness!
That doesn't look good. That's not a good sign.
Buckle in, boys. Buckle in for podcast mode as we have some rain. We're gonna... Is it thundering as well, or is it just rain?
No, it just says some light rain expected in 17 minutes.
Okay.
And it was right the first time.
This is
the weather app choice. The bizarre thing is it's all moving in from the east. Normally, you get your thunderstorms and stuff that develop from the west and push its way across the state. This one's big old blob there out to the east.
Are those small craft advisories in the blue?
Almost certainly.
Nice. Was that
82 is the projected high today. We're already there.
flood watch?
When I flew in on Thursday, by the way, just looking at that map, we got the full tour of Lake Okeechobee from the air. My assumption is that the aircraft was too heavy to land and had burned some fuel, so we went like 40 miles west of Palm Beach, did a giant loop over Lake Okeechobee, and came back.
Where'd you fly into?
Palm Beach.
Palm Beach.
Yeah. I think that's the move. We can debate. There's much debate to be had about where you fly into for Sebring. But
I think from where JT and I are at, Orlando's probably still just the better choice as far as availability.
Getting there, yeah, that's fair. Tampa, maybe.
Sure. I think Orlando really is going to be it because there's the tourism economy that Tampa doesn't necessarily have.
That drive is.
Big shout out. I don't thank JT enough for this, but JT drove all the way back from Sebring.
I remember.
I could not stand to be awake. I couldn't do it.
And you took a nap.
And I had taken a nap. Yeah, exactly. And so just incredible. So thanks JT on that one.
Oh man, I have so many. I have great memories of the race and the race weekend. My journey home was a disaster.
So was mine.
From that 24 hours.
To be fair, mine was also terrible.
Yeah.
It culminated in me almost deciding to drive a rental car from Chicago to Minneapolis, which I did not do.
But of course, yellow, by the way. Double yellow's just gone out at start finish.
We kind of need to get the MP01, but I do fondly remember us stopping off at Wawa's to get sandwiches.
I remember asking the lady at Wawa where we were, and she gave me the address, and I said, "No, I appreciate that, but what town is this?"
Were you in Haines City?
No, it was further south than that, I think. It's whichever town.
I heard Jordan unmute there. Jordan going to chime in with some Central Florida knowledge, spit some facts. No, there's no Wawa in Wauchula.
Jordan knows every Wawa location in Central Florida.
Bartow?
What's south? Bartow. There's a good
Arcadia?
It might have been Arcadia.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
There are Wawas in Arcadia?
No, it wasn't a Wawa. It was
I thought it was a Wawa.
No, it was the grocery store. Publix, thank you. Yeah. No, I think we might have stopped at both.
There. Yeah,
what about Lake Wales? Were you in Lake Wales?
Might have been Arcadia. That sounds right. I don't know.
Is Arcadia on US 27?
It's so wherever the town is, it's the same town where you take the junction to stop being in Central Florida and head back towards Orlando.
Actually, some would say that's where you start going into Central Florida.
Sure.
Isn't that Haines City? I thought that was Haines City.
I don't know.
Oh, that's south, actually.
No, the Arcadia sounds right. It really does.
Davenport?
No.
Other Central Florida towns are available.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. We've gotten through a lot of them, but there are many.
I think that was the trip that, because I was delayed leaving Orlando and I was delayed leaving Chicago, the only way for me to get to Minneapolis by plane was because it was Halloween. Yep. I was going to meet my friend. Yeah. So they gave me a hotel, and then I flew from Chicago to Denver to find a seat that would get me to Minneapolis before noon.
Solid.
So
that was on Monday, I assume.
That was Monday.
Yeah.
Monday morning, Monday at like 6 a.m. I flew to Denver and then turned around and went back to Minneapolis.
So my journey, as you say, it was Halloween.
Yeah.
It was 2021, right? So a lot of the COVID carryover for aviation, like commercial aviation, was ended.
Yes, but it was busy. They hadn't fully staffed up yet, but it was already busy.
It was the first weekend that the slot waiver went away for Newark.
Okay.
So basically, they were allowing. By the way, the 327 is being picked up over at turn number 8. That's why you may see some flashing lights over there between 7 and 10. That car is being retrieved as we speak. Anyway, it was the first weekend that you had to fly your flight if you were an airline out of Newark in order to retain your slot. There was a waiver in place for a long time during COVID. They ended it and they said, okay, you have to start flying these flights again. There weren't enough people working for, it was United, it's specifically United, on the ground in Newark. So you had these massive delays that were beginning to stack up through the afternoon in not getting planes turned around quickly enough at the gate, which in turn meant planes were sitting waiting for gates. But not every gate had people working. So you would like land, taxi in, see a bunch of open gates, but have nowhere to go because the gates weren't being staffed.
Right.
I flew in from Orlando. I think the flight left at, was supposed to leave at 7, didn't actually take off until like 8. Landed in Newark at 10:30. I didn't get off the plane until 12:15. We literally just taxied in circles around Newark. Now, bear in mind, I was a controller at Newark at the time, and when I left on Thursday, it was nothing like that. It was just normal post-COVID Newark, still a little quiet, but not like, you know, not dead. It was not busy.
Right.
And I got there, and it was a mess. The whole airport was a parking lot. I didn't get off the plane until 12:15. I didn't get home back to Pennsylvania until like 2:30, and I was supposed to wake up at 4:30 to go into work the next morning for 6:30.
See, that's why I tend to lean towards flying into Tampa. It just seems like Orlando usually has a lot of gate issues and a lot of delays.
Listen,
Orlando also has a lot of people who don't fly that often issues,
Yeah,
and I
for
find
sure.
the people to be just intolerable. I
So-
can't stand it.
the last couple times I've come down here, in May I went through Tampa, but before that I did Fort Myers, RSW, and Palm Beach. And I got to be honest, Palm Beach is a pretty good experience.
Have you ever been to the Long Beach airport, Brendan?
No.
I'm really
sorry.
searching
The
for that
other thing about,
experience.
just real quick, the other thing about Tampa is the rental car facility is connected by train. And I think if you're ever, like, I think it should be a legal requirement. If you're going to separate your terminal and your rental car pickup, you should be required to connect them by rail. No more of these shuttle buses.
I
I'm over it.
That
I'm looking at you, New Orleans.
NOLA has entered
Yes,
the chat.
exactly. I'm convinced that rental car facility setup is the reason WRL doesn't go back to NOLA. Single-handedly.
I believe it.
Garbage. Anyway. Now I'm fired up. Now I'm heated.
No, the Long Beach airport, because of the size, the shape, you can
Sure.
be from the curb to your gate in about 4 minutes.
Are there any jetways there, or
It's
is it
just a-
all like you just board by stairs?
Don't think I boarded by stairs. There
Okay.
might be like 5 jetways, and then there's like other stair stuff.
Speaking of jetways, we got jet dryers.
Oh,
They're not jet dryers; they're just hot air things.
So now I'm curious. The airport for Denver, is that closer to Utah Motorsports campus? Or is it possibly situated
That's
like right in the
pretty
middle
good.
between that and High Plains? I'm really
That's pretty
curious.
good. Yeah. Maybe Kearney, Nebraska is the option for High Plains. I don't know. Yeah, Salt Lake is super convenient to Utah. You're needing a place to transit there. It's like
have you
half
been to
an
Salt
hour
Lake City recently, Brendan?
I know they've deconstructed the whole old terminal complex. and
No, I mean
rebuilt it.
generally, because the traffic is a nightmare now.
No,
It's an
I haven't.
absolute
I've actually
cluster.
never been into Salt Lake City. I've
Oh,
never been there for it.
it's bad. That's going to be not a good time.
No, it'll be a
get-
great time.
No, like
Ryan,
just
what
to
are
get
you
from
doing?
No, to get from the airport
What
to
are
the
you
track. The
doing?
track will be fun, but the trying to get to the airport
Yeah, fair.
from the track is not going to be a good time. That's going to be kind of
Welcome to DriversEye Live's travel hour.
Yeah, no kidding.
I think we've got some oil to clean up here between 7 and 8, or 7 and 9, maybe
Yeah.
10. Oh man, where has this car come to rest? That's way down there.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Loading up on a flatbed. This is going to be great because we're going to get rain here before we go back to green
Mm.
and parade around under their safety car. 188 Lupe Tortilla is into the pit lane. I think that's a good move, actually. They were already basically at the tail end of the queue here.
As long as they can stay on the lap, yeah.
I was just going to say, so they were not on the lead lap, but their last lap was a 3:05, which means they've been doing something closer to race pace. How's that happened?
So they had maybe that was
Because we
their
don't do
pit
waiver
in lap.
rounds.
So that's their pit in lap, and if they were far enough away from the conga line here, they could have been going around at 80% or whatever.
I'm thinking of the last full course yellow. So basically, they did this time exactly what the 74 did last time. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So that makes sense. I'm just conflating the two. Yeah. Okay, so 74 was the beneficiary last time. This time it's the 188. Oh, we've got the low country part, 5th in GT. Fantastic. Tires being done down here? Yeah, the 997's doing tires.
I think you have to if you expect the rain's going to return.
Yeah, that car also did spin during the rain earlier.
Yeah.
So that'll make some sense.
I think it's starting to rain now.
It looks like it, yeah, on the camera.
Down here at 15 and 16. Yeah, it rained in 2 minutes, and it looks like this has the potential to last the better part of a full hour.
It did look like a bigger cell than earlier.
Yeah, and I can see up to the north and east, well beyond Tower Turn at turn number 13.
Look at that wind.
Yeah, there is.
It's a ripping.
I'm gonna get PTSD
rain
again.
further north. So I would expect this to be not a soaking rain, but a more complete track covering rain. And as you say, the wind has absolutely picked up.
Look at the flag stand.
Yeah.
Just holding on for dear life there.
They're doing the same thing at start finish here, just across from me. So if you are trackside, first, spectators, thank you for being with us. Second, stay dry and make sure your loose items are secure.
I have bad memories from this place. The last time you sent me here.
Oh,
or
man,
JT.
you got like 2 inches of rain on a Saturday, right?
It was horrendous. Yeah.
Was it cold?
Yeah, it was like 50s, I think.
Oh man.
But yeah, windy, tons and tons of rain. They called it early one of the days. I think it was Saturday or something like that. And I'm out there in, this torrential conditions at night, climbing up scaffolding to go get your cameras.
My
a guy,
yeah,
a
right.
guy-
Yeah,
Right.
that's the driver's eye equivalent of your son.
a guy who does not like heights, climbing the scaffolding in 3.
Are
which
you not
is
a heights
sketchy
guy?
enough. I am. Only a
I didn't know
heights
you
guy
didn't do
if,
heights.
if I'm in an airplane. That's the
I
only time I like heights. I
didn't know
hate
that.
being on a roof of a single-story house.
Didn't know that. Yeah. Well, the good news is the scaffolding at turn 3 is gone. So
It made for a good shot, though.
it was great. It was there for like 2 years, and all of a sudden, here it is. It's just gone.
Pain in the butt to go get, though. That you could feel that sway in the breeze.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I should send you to the June sprints next year. We got like 2.5, 3 inches of rain in a 36-hour span this year.
Oh,
Up
the
at Road
HM
America.
Road?
That's the second time that car has stopped.
Yeah. What? Wait, what?
But
Reported contact with this car in the 44 under full
44,
course
yeah.
yellow.
I saw that.
Just banging doors.
The 44's had a day.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say anything, but you're absolutely right. First, listen, your 2 reported instances of contact being in the pit lane and under full course yellow or not. That's not what you want.
That's gonna get close to the launching a driver stage if it's the same person. Like that's
Launching.
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, like
Can we get a WRL catapult, please?
Trebuchet.
Oh man, this is gonna be interesting. I'm curious how much of this precipitation is going to affect the track by the time we go back to rain.
Yeah,
It's
so
gonna be bad.
I have memories. I don't think so. Well, so there is a discussion to be had here. If you cast your mind all the way back to the start of the season down at Eagles Canyon, we're in a very similar position at the end of Sunday's race, inside the final 2 hours or so. We were under full course yellow, and this giant shower came in, soaked the track. That was a really heavy rain, but it only lasted 15 minutes. So we went full course yellow for an unrelated issue, and then stayed full course yellow until the rain stopped and the track had a chance to just kind of, I think the word RJ used to me was breathe. We're letting the track breathe. So that you weren't sending, 40 cars out under a freshly wet track without having any laps around it at speed in the rain. I do just wonder here, the problem is the rain isn't really all that heavy. So I don't know if it makes sense to just wait, or you're better off running the cars around at speed in the hopes of trying to retain some energy in the track.
I gotta
That may be
admit
the move.
that heavier rain part isn't as worrisome for me. Just because when you do have heavy rain, you can physically see it. You tell yourself, all right, I can be a bit more cautious here because it's dumping. It's a little bit more dangerous where it's lights and the corner looks relatively quick, and then suddenly there's no grip.
I mean, that was most of this year's Le Mans 24 Hours, wasn't it?
I mean,
Where
yeah.
those changeable conditions back and forth, where the rain was, it would change in intensity, but you never really knew how much grip was in the track. We're just going to send it here, boys.
Go back in green. Here we go.
Yeah. 4 hours, 45 minutes remaining on the clock. It's been a very start and stop first 3+ hours to our Saturday 8-hour opener here at Sebring International Raceway. But as we said, sending it back to green with raindrops in the air moving in from the east. NFC Motorsports number 124 leads us back to green with 2 Stratus Racing Sebaco NPO1s in tow. Round 3 racing, 70 Porsche 991.2 Cup. There, a couple of cars further back. 74 from AOA Racing. That's 3rd in the GTO class. Fast Track Racing, 4th in class, 6th overall. The yellow BMW M4 GT4 with the Texan flag across the roof has jumped up back onto the GTO lead lap under this full course yellow, and now it's a 4-way fight at 30 seconds apart for the GTO class lead. 60 leads 59 in GTU. Much more detailed down the timing order if you head to racehero.io. Great scrap in GP1 as we get resumed. A couple of cars wide in the braking zone there at turn number 7. Particularly the I think it's 233.
CHR.
GP1 is being led by Harrison Motorsports from All-Star Racing. 392 leads 5 by just 2 seconds. With a lap in hand over BSR Racing, who's in a great scrap themselves with the Montgomery Motorsports number 24. Sorry, the 77's team name has just been updated from just Kingpin to Cargo Shorts Racing / Kingpin. Is that what CSR stands for? Cargo Shorts Racing?
Wait.
I think
that's
not
what
a,
we think it is.
Is that not an IMSA fans joke?
I'm not on IMSA fans, I don't know.
Think about somebody who could possibly be in a WRL paddock.
No, I don't think it's him. Those are camo shorts, not cargo shorts.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Hi to Tim Myers.
That was the IMSA fans bit several years ago, was the John DeGeese cargo shorts.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Man, what a time that was.
Another good
Time
group
to be
killed by
alive.
post-approval.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't have a, I can't say the word, blank posting group that requires approval. Like that, that takes the character out of it.
Yeah. The time for that page has come and gone, unfortunately.
I think so.
But that was good. So 2015, what a time.
Sure. Yeah, the Picchio lives on, however. Mostly in the form of the Corvette C8, because in yellow, they look shockingly similar.
That yellow is god-awful, too. It's like limey looking, like it's got like a green-blue tint to it. I remember when they launched that, I was like, ugh, that's...
Do we want to just have a dump on Corvette section here?
I'm an apologist, so...
I hate... Oh, we just had a piece of debris come off. I think the 997 here on the front straightaway. It looks like a taillight cover. Smack in the middle of the, on the road here on the front straight. But the 997 pulled to the right-hand side to pass a slower car, and as it did, something came off of it or the car it was passing. What is that? Here. I'm gonna pick up who it's around. I don't know. It was weird. Anyway, I can't
Slow
think
24?
of
Up to speed?
No, it's this blue and white BMW headed into 7 now. There's the 997. So it's either come off that car or that car.
All right, so that one is possibly the 45 Birmingham Road and Race
Oh, you might be
in
right.
GP1.
Yeah, you might be right. Good to see Birmingham. I haven't seen them for a minute. Oh man, we are moving here.
Just all the air being displaced by those mighty GT4 cars.
Sure.
All right, so you were gonna make lame attack on Corvettes. Go.
No, I just can't think of a race car that has decreased in aesthetic.
And subsequently performance.
Yeah. than the
Ferrari
Corvette.
296.
No, because the 296 just looks generic. The 296 just looks like a generic race car now, whereas the Corvette looks actively bad.
I think the 296 looks like a better race car than it does a road car.
Also, I was never a big fan of like the 458 anyway.
The 458 didn't look good
Correct.
either.
No, the Ferrari's race cars stopped being good, like looking good after the 430.
I don't think the 430 looked that good either.
Oh, I love the 430.
I think
I
the
do.
430 road
Peterson
car
White
looks
Lightning
great.
livery.
I don't care about road cars. I think the 430 looked awesome.
I don't think so. Also, they have the tiny motor in that. It's like a 4
I mean,
liter.
it's fine, but they used to wring the neck out of that thing.
Sure.
Like even the 458s, he did it too. But I used to, when I came and marshaled as a volunteer with the SCC, came and marshaled the 12 hours of Sebring. I was always at turn 17, and the 430 and the 458 both, they would come into turn 17, 6 gear, top of the, at the rev limiter, and they would bang it down 2 or 3 gears and ride the rev limiter as they decelerated. With the it's 7,500, 8,000 RPM, whatever it was, getting slowed down for 17, and it sounded awesome. I'm not like a big Ferrari sound amazing guy. It sounded great. It really did.
Which car was this?
The 430 and then the 458 afterwards,
Yeah.
but especially the 430. It's really nice.
Again, and I always loved the Peterson White Lightning livery, even back when it was on the 996 Porsche. I thought it just looked real good on the 430.
Yeah. They've been around, were around for a long time. Having a taffel race. What's wrong with that?
Illegal stuff.
I did actually drive, speaking of legal stuff in sports car racing, I did drive by Adobe Road Winery the other day.
Oh.
It's not as nice as I would have thought.
What is the relevance of Adobe Road?
It's owned by one Mr.
Oh, no.
Buckler.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Well, the rain has not come to pass, which is...
No. It's really let up here, like just as it got here. Vortex theory. That our debris on the front straightaway has been moved as well.
Desbris.
I'd like to thank everybody for being with us on this fine Saturday morning, wherever you happen to be. We are in Sebring, Florida for the Eastern Region Championship finale. Thanks, Jordan. Eastern Region Championship finale. 8 hours today, 7 hours tomorrow. Under some cloudy, potentially rain-filled skies. I seem to have escaped what we thought was for sure going to be a decent little soaking here. 4.5, just over 4.5 hours remaining. So we inch our way towards halfway point Saturday. The championship finale for the region will come tomorrow morning. We'll be live at 8 o'clock Sunday for that. Nice early finish to the day at 3 p.m. after 7 hours of racing. I am Brendan Casimir, joined by JT Tammy and even Ryan West.
Welcome. Hello. Brendan, did you go watch the football game last night?
There wasn't one.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, as I was getting over towards Dimitri's, I was like, football. Wonder if they're playing. The lights were not on.
Oh,
And that was at
too
6
bad.
o'clock or so.
That is too bad.
I actually did think about it. I was like, maybe I should just like eat this pizza in the parking lot and then go stand and watch the game first.
I think that would be a good bit
30
to get
minutes.
like a lot of the teams to just go to the game
just
and like
lean into
sit
it.
all in one section. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Like a student section, but it's
Yeah.
just people with nothing better to do at a WRL weekend.
Right.
Is there anywhere else we could do that?
I imagine Texas. We would not
Yeah.
stand out. We would not stand out at
No,
Coda.
you'd be in a giant crowd of like 15,000 at Texas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
Barber, you might be able to catch a basketball game.
Right.
Same thing in, I don't know if
Now, Coda's going to be late in the
do they have
season.
high schools in Decatur, Texas? I don't know.
Go to
Where
a
else?
Daytona
Where do we just
Tortugas
go?
game.
Oh, the Tortugas.
Yeah, the Tortugas.
Yeah, in June though. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you can
minor league
catch a game
baseball.
there for baseball. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't. Does Sheboygan have like a minor league baseball team?
I think so, but not a. I think they're like a Pioneer League and not a actual affiliated.
Yeah, maybe
Name.
Fond du Lac. Probably not Fond.
Fond du Lac does.
Does it?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you could probably do that at the end of April. Although spending extra time out, never mind. I can't say this.
Hey, whoa, hey. Wisconsin's a beautiful place.
I heard you earlier. Yeah, I think that might be about it, other than the Tortugas.
You can tell that Brendan is, in fact, going to send me to Road America next year because he's just letting loose with all the Wisconsin fire, and I'm going to have to.
You want to
deal
go to
with
Road America? I got opportunities for you. Don't you worry.
it. I like WRL, man.
Your boy's going to the June sprints.
I mean, I don't know. I would do the June sprints, I guess.
All
See,
expenses paid trip to
My
Central
desire,
Wisconsin.
my desire to go to an SCCA event where I don't have like homies in the paddock is
Yeah, that's fair.
higher when I'm in like an actual city and there's things to go do.
Fair. Yeah.
Not that there's nothing to do in Wisconsin.
What are you saying? Yeah. Yeah. That's what I thought.
There's people to go see. For example, when I went to Portland with the SCCA, like I know people in Portland. It was like, oh, this is good.
You go to any good Bosnian restaurants in Portland?
I did not. I went
There's at
to
least one.
I went to an arcade bar, and I went to like a trendy, retro, ironic diner, as you do in Portland, obviously. That was actually pretty good. Quite tasty.
Bosnian.
Bosnian food. Ida Bozy at home.
I always forget he's Bosnian.
Yeah. He's at Phoenix right now.
Is he?
Yeah.
What's happening in Phoenix?
I think he
Oh,
has
it's
a
the Arctic
gig.
Championship now, right?
I think he has a gig where he's the he like guest crews for NASA team or for NASCAR teams from time to time
Yeah.
because he's got that Toyota affiliation now, obviously,
Oh, right. Sure.
being a Vassar Sullivan.
I think it just passes to do content.
No, JT, he definitely had a thing where he was a crew member for some like Start Parky type team. Wow.
Sorry, that's the Connolly car there.
Yeah.
Kind of straightening itself out towards the racing line directly in front of the 74.
I oftentimes like to square off my line when I run wide like that too. Just kind of get right back to the.
I mean, it's especially fine if you don't have anybody there with you.
Sure.
Unfortunately, the 74 doesn't have the ability to just, turn on a dime like that.
JT, are you in Bozy's Discord?
I am not.
See?
Is that something you slide into?
He
You
posted
slide
a link
into
for
somebody's
it.
Discord?
Posted the link for it publicly.
I mean, DM links are also publicly available.
Sure.
I know it was a similar sort of activity.
It is. I'm in a lot of good Discords. Discord has now supplanted Facebook for the place that I spend my sort of forum social time.
Is it time for a World Racing League Discord?
Oh, absolutely. 100%.
It might be, yeah. It's just one more place RJ has to moderate.
To be fair, he doesn't moderate that heavily. You don't have this idea that RJ's like heavy-handed, telling you can't do things. Like
No.
He does.
Say
He
moderate, I
does
don't
let
mean
it
like
fly.
that at all. No.
Yeah.
There are just questions for him to answer frequently. I mean, he is very, very active in the WRL Research Group. Whenever somebody has a question about either getting involved, oh man,
oh boy,
getting involved, or oh man,
I think we could. If there was a WRL Discord, we could do the thing they do for like iRacing broadcasts and pull people into the booth. Then they wouldn't have to come all the way up, and we could just check on people.
True. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Or have like an in-race channel. People can post updates. Yeah, that's fair. All right.
Or have like
we have work to do.
Instead of using ours, we'd use theirs, and we'd have a waiting room that we could drag them in.
Yeah. No, listen. I'm here for it.
All right.
Here a fight for it.
Nice. I'm awful zealous of the ability to. No, it's not.
Zalus?
Yeah, can't crow that one. Can't crowbar that one in there.
No.
Gotta workshop it a little bit.
All right. Well, that was our first attempt and our second attempt at a team name joke. It's time for round 3.
That was all right.
All right. See?
And then Jordan caught it on the camera. Thank you, Jordan.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
It was really good. The professor strikes again. Man, now we're on the fast track to success.
Man. Jordan's doing too good of a job. As is usual, we've given Jordan an opportunity and he's crushed it, and therefore he's going to seek employment elsewhere.
Monster Jam,
NBC, Prime, you know. That's a 1X.
It's only 16 more of those.
Yeah. Well, it's an endurance race, so you get however many.
Do you think
It's gonna trigger me.
DJ says, let's go Heraflight. They borrowed my USB-C cable one time.
Nice.
But
Nice.
did DJ get it back?
What do you think the application in NPO1 for USB-C cable is?
Data acquisition?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Camera or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Other cable connectors are available. Although kind of not really anymore.
Man, I don't want to spend money because I have an iPhone 13 and my wife just got a 16 Pro, and the 2 different cables thing is already getting on my nerves, and I'm not excited.
Yeah, so my iPad and my AirPods are still both Lightning, and obviously my phone is USB-C, and it's tough. Rain's picking up.
Oh, Brandon's got a USB-C phone? Wow. Big baller.
So I was wondering, I've watched some of the GP1 times creep up just a little bit here. Harrison did take the lead in that class after the restart.
Not running away with it, though.
I mean, they've pulled 7 seconds. So even though they were nose to tail behind All-Star at the time. The problem is unfortunately, it seems to be getting out. All-Star had a couple off laps. They did a 35, a 34, 33, a 34. Whereas Harrison was much more consistent with 31 to 33s. So that's the reason for that gap there. Stabilized last time through.
Big lap for the NFC number 124 last time. 2:18.4 against 2:21.5 from round 3.
Brendan moved on too quickly. I was trying to.
Sorry. Oh, go ahead. No, bring it back.
No, it was a timing thing. He had to. It's okay.
Was it a joke or was
it?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
Oh no. Thoughts and prayers to turn 13 camera.
Oh, it's down?
Oh yeah, she down.
What? Oh,
go ahead, right? Jordan. Cut to 13.
Yeah. That's a good camera. That's a good shot.
All right. You know, man, we're in such a good place. I was really feeling good about today. Cloud cover, temps were down, winds up, like all good things. Today was going to be the day they all survived all day, and I didn't have to go reset anything. Technically, I don't have to reset turn 13. However,
get a Scotty Elkins on the horn.
I ran into Scotty last night at the hotel.
Did you get his number?
Actually, yes, I got it.
If you text Scotty, he will go put the camera back up.
Oh, but I left the card. Do you have his number?
On a card somewhere.
Paging Scotty Elkins.
Scotty Elkins. Anybody who has Scotty Elkins' phone number, please tell them. I'm going to read Brendan's phone number out on the air.
No, do not do
is.
that.
Okay,
Scotty,
so
just go over to the outside of turn 13 and pick my camera up, please.
Mike Gorman, can you please text Scotty and tell him to fix our camera?
only if he's on the outside of the track. Because that is a pain in the butt to get to.
It is genuinely. Scotty goes to some goofy spots, and I think you can rest assured. I don't know how much of this to say, obviously, and get him in trouble, but if you hire Scotty Elkins to do your photography for your team for the weekend, you can rest assured that he is getting shots that nobody else is getting. I can say that with confidence. Whether he's allowed back on the property afterwards is another discussion, obviously. But
I had that thought cross my mind the other day. Like, how do you get yourself kicked to Sebring? I'm not sure that you can. But so much. Oh, a little smoke there out of BMW. There are so many places to shoot from. Like, basically the whole track is open.
the track is your oyster.
It's really just the run from 13 to 14. It's not.
I really need to
so-
set my scam back up again where I can get passes for that.
You're not allowed the
really
elevation, the bridge for 17.
Yeah.
There may be
Sure.
some. I would say if you keep going down Airport Road from 13,
Yeah.
the
You're not allowed back
police would probably remove you.
Airport police.
I was gonna say, is there airport police at the Sebring Airport?
It's
One
not-
guy, one rent-a-cop sitting in a freaking shack.
And then I don't know the rules about the hairpin by the gates.
Turn 7?
Yes.
No, you can get in there. You can definitely get in there.
And you can shoot behind the tire barriers,
Or
or is that
yeah, you can go either direction.
okay?
I have done it several times, as a matter, and followed other photographers through there.
So
famed Sebring photographer Dave Green of Flag to Flag Photography, as a matter of fact. I wonder if he's
Wow.
Yeah, I like Dave.
each track will have their own rules.
Yes.
Oh, no, for sure. But my point
Yeah.
is, here at Sebring specifically, like, you have so much that's available to you, places to shoot from. Speaking of, like, changes and access points and things like that at Sebring here, I did notice they had put up a lot of catch fencing around the marshal's posts. In like an L shape around the front side. I don't know if you can see it there at turn number 3, but it used to be that was just an open platform, and now it's surrounded by an L shape on the front and the side of the marshal's post itself with a cutout in the catch fence so you can wave through it.
Okay.
That is brand new. You could see it there at 7. That was not here in May. The last time I was here.
Interesting.
Yeah. Well, anyway. Changes here. Lead gap is going out in GTO. NFC still leading the round 3 car. Lap times have come out a touch down to the 221s, but instead of 7 seconds in hand, now it's out to 13.8 from the Mercedes back to the Porsche. The AOA Racing 74 not letting the 70 get away. In fact, actually closing the margin down that time, 219.4 for the red and silver number 74. Brings that margin from second to third down to 1.2 seconds. So pick that up, maybe. Try and get a reference point here. Likely around the south side of the circuit somewhere. Stratus 59 is embroiled in that little battle as well. Not a class position battle, obviously, but a good pack of 3 cars racing for overall position. Goes to 124. So I think that group is going to be down at turn 17 now. They're on the way into or out of. There's the 70, 123, and 74. And then the 59 in tow. Working their way through the bumps underneath the bridge there at 17. Got a good run here for the 74. Moves up the inside of the Harrison, number 392. Now that Mercedes you see in the middle of that pack, that is the number 123, which is the more troubled, or the only troubled, I guess, Mercedes. Down in 34th overall at the moment, 71 laps complete. Doing laps roughly in line with these 2 cars, but my guess is that it's going to make life a little bit more difficult for the number 74 because he'll have to dispatch of the 123 Mercedes before he can really mount a challenge to that number 70. Jose knows at the inside there at turn 17. You'll know as well as I do, much more difficult to pass a car or lap a car in the same class just because the performance differential really isn't there. You've either got to be let through or find let's say, a unique opportunity to kind of muscle your way through. The 85 is headed back out on track.
Nice.
Substantially lighter than it was when it began. I don't know if we can pick it up at turn 1 here at pit exit. This will be it here.
Is that
maybe
a radiator I see?
Maybe turn 3 will be a better view of how much is or isn't on the front of that car. But car's been in the wars a couple of times. Particularly down at turn 3.
Is that the Wisconsin pronunciation of walls, or?
War, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, they've taken some things away from their car, and it is back out. Man, it's 119. We haven't really talked much about the shift up now by AE Victory, and I do hate to bring up the less successful side of that campaign at the moment. Unfortunately, back into the pit lane again. I've seen them quite a few times down into the pit lane as well. And as we mentioned earlier, missing the rear window on that car that covers the engine bay. You know, it is very much open to the breeze.
Yeah, that's not good.
No, particularly if it starts to like really rain. We haven't really mentioned shift up now in a minute here, but Ryan. Yeah, we noted on Facebook and Instagram, you and I had a kind of separate conversation about it. The announcement that Shift Up Now is doing a female driver search.
They are. They're doing a gong show, as it were. I mean, it sounds like that's kind of going to be the format.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt here. 5 is slow down the front straightaway. It's a black BMW headed towards camera now. Second place car in GP1 is not up to speed, and it's just past pit in, which means it's got to do a full lap to get itself all the way back around.
Only shooting stars break the mold.
Sure. Anyway, yeah, a gong show, a formal driver search with coaching and data analysis.
My understanding is that Sarah Montgomery might be up to chat about that at some point.
I'd like to hear about that. Yeah, could do some media training with Sarah Montgomery as well.
Well, Sarah Montgomery could do some media training. Not we could do media training with Sarah Montgomery.
No. I'm saying the potential drivers. That would be a great opportunity. Yeah, absolutely.
Brendan, a soft pitch was made.
Aha.
You know, you'll have to get that over the finish line there, obviously.
Sure.
But that was discussed.
Sure. All right.
So.
Yeah. Anyway, that is going to take place at the beginning of 2025, the second week of 2025. I don't have the dates directly in front of me, but that'll be out at Indy Motorsports Ranch.
Ooh.
It's the 8th and the 9th, I believe, out in Tucson, Arizona.
Sweet.
You ever been to Tucson?
Nope.
Fun
town.
town.
Arizona.
Fun town.
All right.
College town, I would say.
Sure.
The Madison, Wisconsin of the Southwest, some might say.
I want to go.
The Iowa City of Arizona.
I was going to say, many are saying that Madison, Wisconsin is the Portland of the Midwest, so...
Maine or Oregon?
Oregon.
No, because it's not a college town.
So keep in mind, Tucson
that's PSU slander, sir.
they have one of the best air museums in
Pima
the country.
Air and Space Museum?
Absolutely.
I spent 5 hours walking that thing with Chris Picola.
Oh, that's both good and
despite being 5 hours with Chris Picola. No, we had a great time. It is, as you said, one of the finest air and space museums in the country. The Boneyard was closed that day, so we didn't get over to Davis-Monthan, unfortunately. But yeah, indoor, outdoor, the outdoor, especially if you're into like commercial / like not experimental aviation, but just goofy stuff that only had 1 or 2 applications outside of commercial aviation. It's pretty cool. Even in 99-degree heat, it's worth the walk.
Their collection continues to grow. They in the last, I don't know, 2 years, they picked up Sophia, NASA's 747 with
Oh,
the
yeah.
big telescope.
Yep.
They've got that going. They're right across the road. I think they're opening up the like an armor museum as well.
Mm.
It's on my bucket list.
It's fantastic venue. This is the first pitch to RJ to add Indy Motorsports ranks to the WRL calendar.
Actually, if it goes well, I feel like there's a potential here for a Western Championship.
So I don't actually, now that I think, Indy is not like a great racing layout, but they are adding, like, there's Atessa, I think is the new kind of club track up in the Phoenix area.
So Hyundai's Proving Grounds is out there as well, which they open up for semi-public events.
What's Firebird these days? What are they doing there? Wild Horse Pass or something like that?
There's
what about the Phoenix Roval?
Is the Phoenix Roval now the closest racetrack to Los Angeles?
It's not a thing.
NASCAR level venue.
I mean, the Roval.
No, that's too.
Oh, are you just saying the closest NASCAR track to Los Angeles?
Yes.
I'm Las Vegas.
Oh yeah, okay.
But yes.
Racing is alive and well in the Bay Area. That's for sure.
Hey, Buttonwillow just got a new track, which we'll be at in 2025. DriversEye Live, not WRL obviously, but we as a collective, DriversEye, will be there for the SCCA Super Tour next year on the new layout at Buttonwillow.
Am I doing that one, or are you going to do it?
I don't know yet. We'll see. I have. It's a shorter format this year. They've got it down to 2 days, so we'll see. I actually haven't seen any laps from there, so I don't really know what it looks like. All-Star Racing has made it back around to the pit lane here, and such was the gap in GP1. Still has not yet lost second place to the 981 of BSR Racing. So this kind of leaves Harrison Motorsports and the number 392 BMW out alone in first place. Pretty sizable margin back to what will become the 981 and eventually the number 24 from Montgomery Motorsports. That Montgomery car, by the way. Yes, exactly. Oh,
trouble.
That's a backwards 188. That's the Lupe Tortilla sponsored Fast Track Racing M4.
After did a Lupe.
Oh, nice. This is the day of team name puns. Excited. Yeah.
Looks like quite the fiasco.
It's not. Is that a what?
It's a singer.
Fiasco?
Lupe Fiasco.
Never. Never. Not once.
You've certainly heard songs by them.
Have I?
Yes.
No, you're thinking of Pitbull.
Nope.
Okay. You have no idea. That's FIU's Pitbull.
Trackhouse Racing's Pitbull.
Oh, that's true, yeah. College football's already started.
Did I tell you, Brendan, that the loudest boo of the night until the fourth quarter at the Cal-Miami game was them displaying the ACC logo with the drone show? While the president of the ACC was there?
I forgot you went. I mean, that's not really the ACC's fault.
No, it's not, but it was funny.
I mean, yeah. Like, if you're going to boo somebody there, it's...
like a California
is it Larry
crowd.
Scott, the old Pac-12 guy?
A California crowd is not necessarily a crowd that boos tremendously at other teams. Like, that's just not a thing that happens any California sporting event I've been to.
I mean, no, but they were feeling themselves that day.
That day, that happened a lot.
Yeah.
And that was the first time it had happened.
And it's Miami.
Yeah.
Right? And I realize that this is a sensitive area to discuss, like, Miami football and that sort of thing, because we're pretty close. However, number one, I think Miami is just kind of universally hated outside of South Florida.
Yes.
And second, they're good this year. So, you know.
Are they
Miami?
good this year?
Well, Cam Ward is good this year.
They were nearly beaten by a 2-4 team.
Who?
Cal, and then
they were also nearly beaten by Virginia Tech.
Exactly, they were nearly beaten
would
twice.
Say they were beaten by Virginia Tech.
Some would say they should have been beaten by Cal too, but apparently targeting doesn't happen in the ACC.
Yeah. Wow.
You're just allowed to do that, apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I don't know that I necessarily have an opinion on Miami. Layla is a Notre Dame fan, and she certainly does. But go either way.
I don't like Miami generally. Just the idea of it.
When I was in the area for the first FAR race we covered last September, had the chance to drive up to catch the Miami game in week 1, and I didn't.
The only sporting event I've been to in Miami now is the Marlins, which
I was going to say, you and Jordan saw
a top 5 worst basable game that I've ever been to.
Oh, is that right? Is that because of the venue or the team quality or what?
It was the team quality and the quality of play. It was not great. The crowd was more lively than I would have thought. Like, I actually kind of like the crowd vibe, and the venue is nice. But
Stratus,
yeah.
Stratus 59 is into the pit lane out of the GTU class lead. But now demoted to 4th overall, which leaves our 3 GTO class leaders alone at the front, and the gap between all 3 cars actually is expanding, much like the universe. 124 getting further away from 70, who's getting further away from 74. Anyway. So this should hand the GTU class lead to the Stratus 50. Actually, it may not. I think the 58's already has been in, actually. Well, they're split on strategy. That's why. So the 59 did not come in under the last full course yellow. The 58 did. Yeah, so that'll be the 58 going through. We ride on board with that blue-trimmed Sebico NP01.
I should have done predictions again this year.
Yeah. Oh, we're way too late for that.
No, next year we'll get back on the predictions train.
So,
and we'll also do keys to victory or fobs of success.
Fobs to success. That's it. Yeah. It's worth noting, if you like these Sebico NP01s, the GTU class, Circuit of the Americas, as far as we understand, will feature at least one additional car, with thanks to round 3 racing. Brad McCall, who still hasn't come up and joined us, probably because he's trying to get his way up the stairs with a boot on, was meant to be running
a scooter.
I saw. He came out of the registration room the other day while I was getting myself, reoriented here, and picked up my equipment, came downstairs, saw him come out of the registration thing, and used some language towards him, seeing him in a boot. I was like, I didn't realize you were hurt. He goes, no, it happened yesterday. Oh.
Yeah.
Trouble.
All right. So Buzz is in the 997 this weekend.
Nice.
Yeah.
Cool. And Sarah
Piece.
Montgomery had her name against the door of the 997.
So it's this weekend?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's interesting you say that because Brad said we also might have one other driver in their car.
That is the driver, because I believe Laura Hayes is in the AE Victory car as well.
Right. So I didn't realize that was a replacement for?
I don't think it's a replacement for. I think it's just getting everybody some time situation. Do you think Laura Hayes has to do the gong show, or do you think if she asked, she would just get to do it?
No, I think she'd probably be the reference lap for the gong show.
Got it.
Yeah, that'd be my guess. Gong show, huh?
Wasn't that what they called it? Didn't Bill Riley do that or something?
It was Roush, I think, was the first
Roush.
one to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, at Martinsville? Rockingham? Martinsville, yeah, okay. Yeah, gong show. It was live on Speed, too.
Yeah.
Last year, the MX-5, Mazda MX-5 shootout was live streamed as well, down at Carolina Motorsports Park.
Can we? No, I'm not going to go into that.
74 is into the pit lane.
I was going to say, speaking of MX-5 Cup live streams, 1-800 come on now.
What?
That Richmond race looked bad.
Oh, Martinsville?
Yeah, or Martinsville, yeah, whatever it was. Did you watch the broadcast?
Fine, but
I don't think
the
so.
production itself is not great.
I don't think any of it was that great. And it was less
Those
exciting
cars
than I
need,
thought.
they need onboards.
They do. They also needed twice as many cars.
So the irony is that that race was substantially less interesting than any road course race they put on.
I agree. I watched probably 20 minutes of it and was like, oh, this is less neat than I thought it would be.
Maybe they should have run at Richmond.
It got a lot fun towards the end.
I believe that, but I wasn't willing to slog through it to get there, and I was trying to watch it live. I was doing something else that day. I thought that it also would have been more fun if it was more of an all-star type race too. Anyway, Jordan's telling us there's something going on
Car
in the
stop
back
there,
here.
exiting 16 for sure.
Yeah, it's car 843 reported.
Oh, it's a low country car.
Yeah.
Samuel was calling me out for missing the Lupe Fiasco reference earlier.
Thank you.
Yeah. I don't
I
listen to
think
music.
that's what made IROC cool, was that was nobody's full-time ride.
Lupe Fiasco?
No. And so I think if the MX-5 at the Oval is going to be a thing, you can't have full-time MX-5 Cup entrants in their car.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they're going to risk the car as hard as, like, if you just dropped Jordan
Mike
Taylor into a
Rockefeller.
Cup race and was like, here you go, race at the Oval.
That low country car, frankly, this stinks. That car was having a really nice day.
Yeah.
Very consistent. Pace was quite good. And that car is obviously reliable. There's not too many failure points on a car that's as well sorted as, a two-frame chassis with an LS engine in it. But unfortunately, whatever happened there, was it a spin or just grind to a halt exiting 16?
It just said stop driver's right.
Interesting. Let's have the 190 stop and continue on here at turn 1. And then pull off into
What's the 909 in the top 5, which is interesting because the 909 has a really slow.
That's the Ford Performance.
It is the
Mustang.
91.
The only Mustang this weekend too.
Well, that's because the 92 was in a similar sort of incident back at Watkins Glen.
So why do we think they didn't end up using the Mustang Challenge car that was advertised as being WRL ready?
I don't know. I don't know if they just didn't get enough customers to make the development of that car worthwhile or what.
Everybody kept
Well, they
saying,
have it. It's the same car.
I haven't been able to find any information about how it was supposed to be WR ready. Everybody just kept saying that, but I wasn't able to find any actual press release or anything mentioned.
JT, there was definitely a press release. There's definitely a press release.
Please find it for me, because I have been
will find
unable to, and I have been wanting to find it.
It mentions it in passing once. It's not like a whole thing, but it mentions like endurance club racing, power to weight, WRL. Like it says it like in the line.
Yeah, because I've tried searching for it, and I have been unsuccessful.
I mean, maybe they want to do the GT4. I wonder if their margin on the GT4 car is better, frankly, and they just wanted that to be the solution. Maybe, I don't know, but they definitely mentioned that specifically. That is not a made-up thing. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that read it either. Other people also had read it at the time.
Yeah, I definitely read it.
It's one of the first press releases they put out about having multiple cars.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, no, I agree with you, Brendan. Like maybe they didn't get demand, but like it was supposed to be the same car that they're using for this Mustang Challenge series, which they do have a bunch of.
I thought it was a different spec.
No, that was the thing. The WRL spec one, whatever the name of it was
going to
Dark
be the
Horse
challenge
R.
car. Yeah,
Was going to be the challenge car, and then there was the
Interesting.
GT4.
I wonder if they needed to set like a different performance target for that car for some reason, and they just decided,
Let's not.
yeah, maybe they had issues with the EOT tire. I really have no idea. If only there was somebody in the paddock that knew.
I know. Get Multimatic on the horn.
You know what's funny is literally everybody else has been way more candid about his appearances here than we've sort of been asked to be. Everybody at Watkins Glen, I don't know if you heard any of the interviews at Watkins Glen, but like, they're
Like
super cavalier about it.
Right. And we were
Yeah.
asked not to do that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, man.
So
Oh,
the
you never-
74 has been in and out of the pit lane. If we didn't mention that, it was third place in GTO. That car had not pitted under the last full course yellow, so they're kind of in a situation here where they're going to need everything to cycle back through under green. And in some ways, they kind of got away with one there with the 843 being put back under green.
Speaking of Watkins Glenn, can I get a rundown on the Glenn McGee appearance?
Oh, yeah. So I don't even know if I mentioned it during the broadcast. He walked in, and he started talking to me like we're best friends.
Yeah, because he's cool.
And I'm like, yeah, well, so the problem is I haven't actually interviewed Glenn before.
Oh, you haven't?
No, I always got Tony. When JTR was running, they always sent Tony to the race, up to me for the races I was at. So, like, I know who Glenn is, obviously.
Right.
You know, Glenn McGee and Jared Thomas and Tony McIntosh, but I only ever got to interview Tony. So Glenn comes up and he starts talking about, oh, I'm doing all this stuff in Italy and, you know, won the Italian GT3 championship. I'm like, who on earth, what American was running in the Italian GT3 championship? And then he said he won the Super Trofeo.
Yeah.
And I was like, the World Finals. And I was like, oh, that's right. I remember all this. Right? So I pieced it all together. I'm like, oh, yeah, it's Glenn. And so anyway, he came up and I was like, you want to grab a headset? He goes, no, honestly, I was just coming to say hi. And then he started talking about all this, like his experiences and running the 333 with Steve Weber. And, you know, we were talking about Watkins Glen, what's it like. And that was when he described running up the S's in a GT4 car on DOT tires as Redneck Eau Rouge.
So that wasn't on the air that he said that?
No, he never picked up a headset. I was like, do you want to get on the air? He's like, no, I was just coming to say hi. And we had all this great content that nobody ever heard just because he's Glenn.
So he and I have been in trouble during the drivers' meeting for talking.
Yeah, I believe that.
Like, he's like, hey, man. I'm like, hey, how's it going? Like, we'll start chatting. And then RJ does the, like, glare. I'm like, oh,
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, no, we had a really nice conversation. We talked about like some of the bonkers Italian tracks. And like, oh, you ever been to Pergusa? And he's like, I don't know, I don't think so. And I was like, oh, it's the one around the lake that they just put a bunch of chicanes into and then just left it forever. And he's like, oh yeah, I did some testing there. I never raced it, but he's like, yeah, we just tried. He's like, we tried to convince the team to go full soft on everything so we could just send it over all the curbs.
Nice. That's
yeah,
cool.
he's like, nothing else mattered. We just wanted to fly over the curb. I was like, okay.
Yeah,
I super guy.
Glenn needs a PR or an agent or something because there are people with less talent than him doing less important things that come from the same background as him, and they're getting way more press for it.
Yeah, agreed.
And he is
and with
crushing
way less personality for that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
you know, there are two people that I'm thinking of in particular.
Tolerable Jordan Taylor.
Yes, I agree, 100%. And he races for Wayne Taylor.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
In Lamborghinis, I think.
Yeah. I'm not saying exclusively that everybody should hate Jordan Taylor or anything. This is not my cup of tea.
I agree.
In terms of vibes. That is the opinion of me personally, not necessarily.
Jordan Taylor dunked on me on social media once when I basically told him that he was being kind of a showy showboat about stuff, and then it got picked up on Jalopnik at one point.
Oh, nice.
So
yeah,
that was the end of my liking Jordan Taylor. Yeah. I hope that he has more cool things coming to him for next season, and I'm sure he does.
Yeah.
But
I honestly don't remember what he said about next year.
To be fair, this year
he's gonna go to the
cagey and also
25
didn't
hours of Spa.
Yeah, I believe that.
I think what we need. Here's what I'm gonna make this very informal pitch over the public address. If you happen to be listening down in the pit lane and you are interested in participating in next year's VW Fun Cup 25 hours of Spa, look at this transition. Look at that fade. It's a real nice 0 to a 2 right there. No, if you're interested in participating in next year's 25 hours of Spa, I think it could do with some video and commentary coverage.
I also think that.
Look at this. I do. And I don't know that anybody at Kronos Events or whatever the promoter is now, M3events.be, would pay for it. But if you guys are going,
should
If
ask.
you're interested in the coverage, we could bring this to Spa. Bring
What
this
do
to
you think the
Belgium.
cell coverage is like at Spa?
It's actually not bad because a team 2 years ago, I think, ran a Sentinel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
On a French sim in Belgium.
Excellent.
I mean,
Excellent.
it's the French part of Belgium. Yeah, they ran a French SIM card in Belgium for like, it stayed up for like 4 hours until, I don't know, something happened, stream went down and I couldn't find it anymore. But it was stable, like really stable.
Wow. I
Also,
guess
I
if they're
can't-
going to have F1 there, they
Exactly
probably,
what I
yeah.
was going to say. I think most F1 venues kind of need the cell coverage.
Sure.
Um,
Well, JT's
but
leaving.
also,
I want to say bye to JT.
Hi, JT.
I'll be back for the end, but yeah, I gotta
Very
run.
good.
It's the last big race of the year for me.
Oh, well, then enjoy. Good luck.
I'll be back. Don't let the track get chaotic.
Yeah, no. Be a disaster. But the 24 Hours is older is right after that. Not right after. It's like 6 weeks after. But still.
We could just have a European kit box available.
Sure.
We could make Michael Yao be the custodian of it.
He's in England.
It's
Not even
closer
Europe.
than here.
Not even Europe anymore.
No, I was going to say, it's not even the same continent.
No. I got some contacts in Belgium.
Well, there you go. See? We got it. We know Joe Bradley.
Also not in Europe.
That's true.
That's, yeah.
Thought about sending him a message. Being like, hey, how was it?
I mean, it must have been different than last year. Do we know how
I'd like
Mike
to
Gorman
think that
et
we
al.
had a
did this
better
year?
vibe. I'd like to think that we had a better vibe.
It's probably true.
And I think that probably will help us in the future.
Do we know how the Mike Gorman experience went? At,
No, but there's lots
Classic
of pictures
24?
of Mike Gorman outbraking a Porsche 962.
Mike himself?
I mean, one of his cars anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Some say that it might be the 962 outbraking the BMW, but it just hasn't crossed that frame yet. But
Yeah.
you know, the story he tells is they outbraked the 962.
Pit stop for the erstwhile race leader, the number 124 NFC Motorsports Mercedes, in and out of the pit lane. Hands the GTO and race lead, overall race lead, to the number 70 of round 3 racing. Minute 1 is... Do not think that the 70 has any hope of retaining the lead here. It was closer to 20 seconds behind before the stop, so... That's Scotty Elkins on a bike going down the midway.
Probably.
Scotty, if you
Scotty.
can hear me on the PA,
Scotty.
go to turn
Scotty
13
Elkins.
and pick up my camera. Should have done that before JT left.
Yeah. Well. You know.
Lots of them going down the midway here. I know the PA is on a delay. Nah, I think we're out. All right.
We're out.
Yeah,
And
we're out.
Sarah's dad isn't here to help us with that either.
Is that a thing that's happened before?
Yeah, at Road America. Sarah's dad went out, that one that's on the platform, looking down into the... What turn is that? I don't know. Like before... The complex before the carousel. That looks
Oh,
at that
the one
big
that's up on the
billboard.
hill at 6 and 7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that one fell over, and Sarah's dad put it back up for me.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
70's into the pit lane now. Speed off to my left here because it hasn't tripped. Is it in the pit lane? Actually, not convinced that it is.
Mm.
Car stop, driver's right, turn 14, car number 70.
Ooh. Rough.
There it is.
Rough. Wow.
They run that car out of fuel?
Gotta be close.
It was in at 62. NFC was in at 62 and went to 93. 31. I wonder if they ran the 70. They run the 70 out of fuel. Oh my goodness.
Well, that's going to move automatic back up to the order again. The one thing I wanted to mention earlier that I hadn't said yet, automatic's best lap time is a 2:20, which puts it like 2 to 3 seconds adrift of everybody else that's at the top. And they're about to move into the top 4 here. So it's not pace, ladies and gentlemen, it's consistency.
No, and to be fair, I mean, we've talked at some length about the age of that 909.
Oh, yeah.
That car has got some miles on it, man.
Yes, it has.
And it's not always been the case that consistency was that car's strong suit. Certainly pace, being an older car, you do tend to struggle for a little bit, but they've fought a lot of technical gremlins as well.
Man, remember when that was like the cool car too?
Yeah. Oh, I know.
With the Bilstein livery, the GT3.
To go with the GT4 Caymans.
Yeah.
Yeah. How time changes quickly, man. I just want to bring attention to, this is the first time we really talked about it, but what better time than halfway through the first race of the weekend.
Sure.
Championship. Implications.
Drama.
And there is some. The GTO East Championship, we come into this weekend with the 123 and the 70 tied. GTR 99 has already fallen back, and obviously the 225 Thunder Bunny situation with them not having run the last couple of races has not been great for the overall competition level. But 123 and 70 tied. The 123 tumbling down the order this morning with some kind of technical issue. We've never really got an answer on that. But back in the paddock inside the first 2 hours, kind of served things up on a platter for the number 70 here. And this situation, while not head-to-head with the 123, is like the 123 is probably not scoring points today. But the 70 here could have used the points absolutely. Right, so even though it's still ahead of the 123 head-to-head, it could have used the 14, 12, 11, 10 points from finishing up in the top five.
Right.
This really hurts. This really hurt because this was your opportunity to really seal things up before you go into the finale tomorrow between the 123 and the 70, and that is just no longer, doesn't really seem like it's on the table here. That 70 is just being pulled behind the wall at turn 15, and will have to come all the way through back around to the pit entry. Actually, I might be able to move the back door here at 16, but even so, it's a long wait to get that car into the paddock and or the pit lane and then back out again. We also don't know for sure that they ran out of fuel. There might be another issue here, but we'll wait to hear from maybe Brad McCall there on the specifics. This does hurt. Same thing goes in the National Championship, by the way, for GTO. NFC and Round 3 racing are 5 points apart there, 124 to 119. And, you'd want those points given the opportunity.
Yeah, if they can get it fixed quickly, you got to look at low country as the idea of where you end up if you end up having to get towed. And they're down in 13th, about 3 laps down.
I wonder if low country ran out of fuel there at 16 as well.
Maybe a fuel pickup thing as well. Maybe they hadn't run out of fuel strictly, but
yeah, I mean 32 laps and
launches all to one side and then loses pickup.
32 laps plus your competitor having just been in the pit lane kind of suggests that that's the case.
Sure.
And I think this is the first time we've had a full. Well, it wasn't all under green, was it? Because the 70 wasn't in under the last full course yellow. And we did have a green flag round of stops there going towards after the first FCY. So,
and to be fair,
answer from Brad there.
Fueling not really a concern traditionally with a Porsche Cup car. That's not something that you have to keep super close track of because it's usually sprint racing.
Yeah. By the way, Chad Moorhead makes a point regarding the Ford a little bit earlier. Challenge car's H pattern kind of hard to
okay.
I wonder if they got some feedback on that. They said
that's probably it.
I wonder why the challenge car's H pattern.
Fun. I think that's a unique selling point because the Miata's not H pattern anymore. That's a sequential. It's like a $60,000 gearbox.
Yeah.
It's more than the car. So that's not sequential. The GR86 is sequential. GR86 is sequential. The Lamborghini Super Trofeo's double clutch. It's got the PDK thing. Same with the Porsche Cup is sequential now. It's got the paddle shifter. So
That's a
I think
fair
that's
point.
a unique marketing point, for sure.
Yeah. No, fair enough.
Especially in a situation where, you know, if you're a Lamborghini guy, generally speaking, you probably had a paddle shifted one. I know the H-pattern ones were common, 15 years ago or so, but now I believe they're all dual clutch systems.
Yeah.
Same with the Ferrari. They don't really make any manuals anymore. So if you're coming to a challenge series from a background of, well, I'm a Porsche guy, so I'm going to go race Porsches, the odds that if you're a Mustang guy, you probably own a manual one because the automatic is not that good.
And it may not just be Ford guys or Mustang guys. It might just be capital C, capital G car guys.
Sure.
Yeah, where the manual is going to be, especially in racing trim.
Yeah.
Right. You could go have all the fun of driving manual in a racing, otherwise racing spec car. Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair.
Anywho,
we've crested the halfway just Saturday 8-hour enduro here at Sebring. 3 hours 45 minutes remaining.
Should we hear from Uncle Continental?
Yeah, we probably should. I didn't realize he had a name.
Yeah.
Also, Miami's losing 14-10, so let's go do that.
Yes.
And we'll go say hi to.
Do we have a score ticker at the bottom?
Maybe, but it's only for whatever is going to most upset the local fan base, depending on where we are. Some kind of automated ticker that shows whenever Texas is losing for while we're at COTA. Although, if Texas is losing that weekend, you will hear about it from your boy.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, let's go say hi to Continental Tire, the spec tire provider for the general production classes in the World Racing League. Thank them for their support and their presence as part of the WRL paddock. We'll rejoin you on the other side of this brief commercial break from Sebring International Raceway.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really.
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the smart choice in tires.
Oh, what?
It's all in the air.
Jordan.
Jordan, we gotta talk, man. I think the phrase "the ad is complete" is meant to be the same as "you're back on."
I appreciate that Jordan, as a producer director, was trying to potentially save us from some strife with whatever out-of-pocket comment I was going to make. So on one hand, I really genuinely respect that.
I want to be
in
very
a big
clear.
way.
Jordan is very good at professionally counting down ad times and that sort of thing, as any good producer will, in ensuring that the focus is where it needs to be with the commentary team.
Yep.
We do struggle with focus from time to time. The problem is when the ad is only 30 seconds, you're like locked in on whatever you can cram into that 30 seconds. And I think I'm with you, Jordan, or I'm with you, Ryan. I think Jordan was trying to get us just make sure we know the ad was done because it was really quick.
Yeah.
But I also thought that meant you're back,
Right.
live.
Well, you can let things breathe a little bit,
Yeah, that's
Let it
fair.
marinate.
Yeah. Is Jordan with us? Is Jordan with the people?
They
or
can
no?
hear me.
All right. There we
Hello.
go. Hello.
Welcome to the Sebring International Raceway, Southern Central Florida.
Jordan, I understand you've got a
being
lot of big
specific.
things. You've got a lot of big things cooking and shaking here. I want to give you the opportunity to speak to any events that you have going on here in the next couple months as we go into the off season, and maybe we find that our WRL viewers are looking for something to watch. I understand you might have a compelling product for them.
Well, I might be going to Publix tonight, so that'd be interesting.
All right. Excellent.
We got the Chili Bowl coming up.
You gonna get a sub?
The what?
Chili Bowl.
It's the iRacing Chili Bowl.
I'm sorry.
The iRacing
what?
Chili Bowl?
Okay. All right. That was closer. I can hear it that time.
Yeah.
The Chili Bowl?
And that's really the only exciting one until the Daytona 24 in January.
Of course.
This is 2.5 months away. That's a long time.
There's no other special events between the Chili Bowl and what about the late model one?
Oh, the quote-unquote Winter Derby?
Yes, the Winter
that's
Derby.
coming up, yeah.
That's coming up. Usually, you run that usually, right?
Yeah, I actually try to race that. It's the only time I race the super late model all year.
Okay, I gotcha.
Brush the dust off, get in, do that, and then don't run it again until the next one of those in 12 months.
Excellent. So we got Jordan Worth, of course, with quite the Twitch presence, obviously. Here for your entertainment needs as we go into the cold, lonely winter months. Some entertaining content available there for you.
Not cold here.
Whoa.
What?
DriversEye Live is extremely busy in the winter. Extremely busy.
What's happening after COTA?
In December? Nothing. It's January.
Nothing. Oh, see, there you go. That's the winter. I don't think of January as the winter. I know that's a California privilege.
What?
I don't think of January as winter.
It's literally...
How can you not? That's the coldest month of the year.
Yeah.
No, I think of like
December is barely... It's not even winter.
Nah, I think Christmas time is winter.
That is...
But by the time you're at like February, that's not really the winter. That's just like,
Those
oh,
are
okay.
the coldest 2 months of the year, January and
No
February.
kidding. That is... Ryan, Christmas is 4 days after the start of winter. 4
Yeah,
days.
Whatever. It's all the same. It's all the rainy season.
That is unbelievable. So do you think... So does the WRL finality at COTA take place in winter or in fall to you?
Winter.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what
Winter
I thought.
is
I was afraid of
the
that.
day, like the week of Thanksgiving is winter. You know how I judge what winter
No, it's
is,
called
Brendan?
Advent. It's called Advent.
You know how I judge what winter is?
Is
the snow in the mountains going to mess up my holiday travel? So in January and February, I have nowhere to go. I'm just working. So like, it doesn't matter if the snow is blocking the roads. So like, that's not really
so
winter.
the fact that the snow is there is
Right.
independent of the season. It's how much traveling you have to do that defines what season it is.
The snow's impact on the travel, yes. Correct. I'll say winter for me is like Thanksgiving through like maybe the second week of January.
That is unbelievable.
And then everything after that's just like, it's spring adjacent, I guess. Whatever.
Brian Banks says, my youngest son is the tire guy for Pro Sport competition.
Ooh.
We haven't really mentioned the return of Pro Sport.
No.
It's
But
a
here
very
we are.
interesting one, too. Yeah. So they're back with a Porsche Heat. That looks an awful lot like the old WGW Cayman, to be honest with you.
That car was for sale for some time. So
Not the paint scheme so much, but the car itself, like the spec of the car, it looks a lot like the old Mark Martin WGW car.
Again, multiple of those WTW cars were for sale at a really reasonable price, I should add, for some time. So
Maybe
it
that's
may
what
indeed
Pro
be
Sport
that.
decided to do, yeah.
That's good.
Yeah. I'm glad. I'm thrilled to see the team back. It's just a, excuse me, bag of cheese is gonna kill me. It's very unusual seeing a Pro Sport name not with an Aston Martin.
Yes.
Like that, I have difficulty computing that.
It's fake news, you can say.
I would not say, but you could.
Many people are saying it.
Pit stops for the 909 from Automatic Racing and the 188 from Fast Track Racing. So it's more change in GTO. The 70 has made it back out and around. And
the fact that they're already back out tells me that that was a fuel, indeed, situation.
Yeah.
That puts them right level with the 997. We have an inter-team battle brewing.
Josh Bilicki versus Buzz McCall, the battle you didn't know you needed.
Man, indeed. Speaking of stock cars on... Oh, trouble. That's a car going off. There's some smoke back there as well. No, it's just dissipation.
Yeah, I'm going to assume it's tire lockup. And does it come out the other side? Does it stop? Nope, should be out the other side.
Oh, there we are. Beautiful.
I think that's a 143, actually.
Fantastic. People are having a hard time in this corner, right? Oh, that's the VRZ. Oh, just pulling. All right, well. Oh, there's still a yellow. Oh, now there's not. I think they put the yellow out for the VRZ and then put it back in.
How good is balcony cam?
Brendan, I'm going to be honest with you. I wish it was a little bit to the right. Not a lot, just a little bit. So you can see the entry.
You can.
More.
It literally covers. Like, I don't know if there's overlap, but it's really close. No.
But see all this grass? A third of the screen is just this grass over here that doesn't. Obviously, you have to have some room for the tower.
It's
well
well maintained.
Well, it's a little patchy, but.
Well, yeah, because it's free and they're going to drive through it, but.
You want the runoff for context.
Oh, right? See, I want people trying to outbrake themselves into the corner. I mean,
that's what the camera before it is for.
I suppose.
Look at that camera.
Oh, that's a big boy.
That's number 1 too.
The camera specifically. That photographer seems average sized. Brendan, good news. I'm going to have health insurance starting in January. So I will no longer be irrationally scared of standing next to the track and climbing things.
That's why we're sending you to Road America.
All right. Sweet. Road America. Beautiful Road America.
Yeah. Is this where we try and convince people, to whoever it matters, that the IMSA race at Road America needs to be 4 hours long?
Always. All of them need to be 4 hours long. But it's IMSA. That's what it should be. Like, Lime Rock, Long Beach, and I don't know.
Lime Rock? They don't even go to Lime Rock.
No. Well, that's my point, though. Lime Rock, Long Beach, Mosport, those are tracks that you can run your, like, short 100-minute race. Like, that's fine. All the other real tracks that they go to, the real tracks, Laguna, Road America, Watkins Glen, like all of those should be 4 or 6 hours.
Most sports should be 4. Or CTMP, Canadian Tire.
Sure.
Or Sports Park, yeah.
Mid-Ohio, that can be a short race, that's fine. It's a small track.
Big Series doesn't run at Mid-O anymore.
Where do they run? Where does IMSA run then? I feel like I've listened to a lot of tracks. You're like, oh, they don't run there. Like, where do they go?
Barber, nope.
No. Coda? They go to Coda? No. Where does IMSA run their events?
Do they even have events?
I'm a fan of the sport. Apparently, I don't know where they run. It's like that bit you were talking about where you try to decide if something's a conference matchup or not. It's like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Does IMSA still race here? Yeah, the 2 hours and 45 minutes of Lime Rock. Is it still an event?
You know who does go to Lime Rock next year?
Trooks.
The Craftsman Truck Series.
Trooks.
Wow. Are they going to run the jump or the cutout?
I don't know. That little chicane before the...
They better not run the chicane.
Oh, they should run the jump, dude. The jump.
Trucks are too big for the chicane. I don't think they fit.
Yeah.
You know they used to run modifieds at Lime Rock?
Yeah.
They even tested running it backwards so that all the grins were left-handed.
That's a joke, right? Is that like a real thing?
That was a thing they did.
Oh my goodness, that's great.
Find the article. Yep.
Wow.
Remember the Busch North Series? How good was the Busch North Series?
I sent a car over the guardrail at Watkins Glen at the top of the S's.
Yeah. In my head, that happened multiple times. I know it.
Well, because it happened in Grand Am too.
No, it was in. It was IMSA, wasn't it? They sent the Nissan over the.
Oh no, I'm thinking of the. I think it was the RX-8. Like, I'm pretty sure it was a Patrick Dempsey RX-8, like, exited the track
At Watkins Glen?
Yeah.
I don't remember that.
They cleaned somebody out trying to get the car slowed down and, like, left the track. I'm pretty sure it was a Prep 2 Mazda. You know what I watched the other day? Because it had a funny title and I watched it anyway, that I had never seen before or was never made aware of, was the video was called 1998 Belgian Grand Prix with Modern Graphics.
Yeah, that's making the rounds.
And I had never seen the 1998 Belgian Grand Prix, so you'll imagine my delight
That's
when the
not a
green
race you've
flag
ever seen?
dropped. I was like, what? This doesn't
Have
happen.
you seen the accident before?
No, I hadn't.
Oh.
No, not at all. And then I was
That race
very
was
disappointed that that was
legendary.
back when they had backup cars and they all just got in the backup car and did it again.
Well, but only one per team.
Right.
But
that
race
was-
is legendary.
That was incredible.
You could argue that race cost Schumacher the championship.
Probably.
David Coulthard specifically, obviously
Yeah.
being Hakkinen's teammate. It was an amazing race. I have no memory of this RX-8 thing. I do remember Rene Rast flipping one of the prototype cars in practice.
I could swear that maybe it was Porsche. It was a smaller GT car in Grand Am that like
Are you
had a
thinking
brake
of
failure.
The Prep 2 Camaro at Turn 1 at Road America going down the embankment.
No, it was definitely at Watkins, because it's before you take that right-hand turn to go back up the hill on your way back to the start finish. Whatever that straight is right there. Yeah.
I have even less recollection.
Definitely a Grand Am giant GT wreck.
So at Road America in 2011, Gunter Schaldach
Okay.
in a red Prep 2 Camaro
Sure.
speared the back of, I think, Joe Foster in one of the Dempsey RX-8s. Like, just total brake failure. Sent right into the back of it. Foster went flying off into the gravel backwards and hit the tire wall really hard. Schaldach went straight ahead, climbed the tire wall, cleared the catch fence, and went down the embankment on the backside.
Okay, then that was it. It wasn't at Watkins Glen, then it was a road.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. That sounds right, because I remember it's like they collected
bright
somebody.
red Camaro.
Okay.
Into a Dempsey RX-8, so you did have that right.
I thought it was the RX-8 that left, but I did think it was the RX-8 hitting a larger car. The Camaro, like, it's fuzzy. I think I watched it once live, and then that was it.
Yeah.
Um,
A little scrap here for the overall race lead. NFC and Stratus number 59, quarter of a second apart at the start-finish line. Not of particular consequence. Tell you what, this AOA number 74 has got an opportunity here.
It does. Speaking of AOA, did you see Gino Manley was at the, whatever they call the NLS now, the 4-hour in a Clio?
No.
Yeah, recently, within like the last couple of weeks, whatever the most recent NLS race was, or whatever they call it today.
I think it's NLS.
Is it NLS? Did the 4-hour.
Oh.
In a Clio.
Did he beat Jimmy Broadbent?
I don't know. I have to imagine so, because Jimmy Broadbent isn't that good. Jimmy Broadbent isn't even my favorite popular streamer who does real racing from time to time.
Who would that be?
Probably Suelio Almeida.
Oh, boy.
I'd probably rather watch him than Jimmy Broadbent, frankly.
I was just having a conversation with somebody about Suelio.
Oh. I can tell from the tone of your voice that perhaps not.
I think the sentiment was, well, good luck to Suelio. I hope he makes a career. I don't know. I actually don't know. I've seen, so his Instagram following is obviously very significant.
Yeah.
70 last year, so like 70-something thousand. I mean,
it's
that's
reasonable content too.
Yeah. And he's making a business out of iRacing coaching, which is fair enough. Fair enough. What are we gonna do about this turn 13 camera?
Gotta get somebody on the horn, man.
Got it.
If you text RJ, RJ probably has Scotty's number,
That's almost certainly true.
and then you could text Scotty.
Jordan,
Yeah,
can we get a weather update?
absolutely. I was just looking at the radar. We got some pop-up showers coming out of the east, as you
Yeah.
mentioned. It usually goes west to east here in the Florida Peninsula, but today it's going east to west.
Things are a little backwards here
Yeah, and little pop-up
right now.
showers here, there, and everywhere.
Is that like a shower
Yeah.
that doesn't know if it wants to invest in a brick and mortar presence yet, and so they're just
Right.
kind of doing a
It's
little
a
bit of
pop-up, yeah.
Right.
yeah.
It's
We
putting
call this
out-
one a food truck shower.
It's putting out exploratory committees. Does it want to hit this track? Does it not? It doesn't know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it kind of did the toe in the water experience earlier, only getting part of the track. And it kind of shied away from this last time. The second shower that never really, mounted to.
It's circling. It's not sure if it wants to ask us to dance or not.
Sure. This is a weird set of metaphors.
I'm certain I know the answer to this, but did you know Layla in high school or no?
No.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
So you got to skip the whole, oh, they saw me when I was awkward, like overcoming that
No,
awkwardness phase.
I've been
You didn't have to-
awkward forever, and I'm
Sure.
still awkward. Like,
But-
there was no...
But there's not a unique awkwardness about being a high schooler. Like,
I
know?
do not feel as though my awkwardness in high school is very different from my awkwardness now.
oh, I see. I think that I am in much better shape than I was then.
So
you
I
knew me then.
remember, I also didn't go to a normal college. I went to dork school,
True. Okay. you're
right? Which meant that I just went from dorkiness where I was just on my own to the same type of dork that everybody else also was. So there was no barometer for normalcy.
That's entirely valid.
Yeah.
Entirely valid.
So I had to find some sense of normalcy afterwards, and what did I do? I became an air traffic controller around a bunch of Type A personalities I couldn't stand, and now I make a living streaming amateur racing. This is, made the side hustle the job, and now what?
Right.
Right. So I've never really had that barometer for normalcy.
No.
Layla, much to her credit, has put up with me in whatever form that happens to be, but it's been a relatively consistent, if disappointing, form since the beginning. Yeah.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
I thought that I still had some work to do on the awkwardness front, and then I joined a group of high-speed rail advocacy group,
Oh man.
and thought to myself, "Oh, I am doing all right."
Is
We
high
are-
speed rail like the Flat Earth Society of California?
No, it's not. Like, to be fair, the people who are doing it that are in this advocacy group are like very well informed, which I cannot say about most advocacy groups that I have run across. Not just on this niche particular thing, but on its place in the rest of society and how external factors impact it.
Sure, but being well informed does not necessarily translate to an attachment to reality when it comes to combining those factors with decision making, or translating those factors to decision making.
It is as real a venue as I have been a part of
All right.
when considering niche public works projects like this.
Would you say it is a more reasonable place or a less reasonable place than IMSA fans?
Substantially more.
Okay, all right.
There's like a it's divided by region, obviously, and
Sure.
most of what gets talked about is city planning more than the actual high-speed rail.
Yeah, I mean that's fair.
And things of that nature, and transportation broadly, not just it is railway dorks to some extent, but it's educated master's
Nothing wrong with
degree.
that.
Of course, naturally. It's master's degree level with sociology degrees.
All right.
Pragmatic people. Obviously, that's it's been not a great vibe in that forum for the last 72 hours or so.
Oh, weird.
Yeah, who'd have thought?
Yeah. Are we on board with James Candelaria?
We are. I like the tons of gas sticker on the dashboard.
Yeah.
I'm big on that. So the Sentinel unit, I'm just looking at it. It looks like you can very easily just plug stuff into it now. It's just like a, just a thing.
A wiggle there. Yeah, I mean, it always kind of was. It does look substantially beefier.
Sure. Do you think James Candelaria traded Sentinel units for this seat? Because this seat only costs.
Question.
This seat only costs about 1.8 Sentinel units. And I've noticed that this car has it now, so it's like maybe he's just like that's the contribution. Like, here you go. Here this is. This is yours now.
Does Mike Gorman accept payment in other forms of racing consumables?
Yes. At least partially. Deals and arrangements can be made.
Accessories, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Mike Gorman, a very flexible guy, it would seem.
I mean, I'm not sure of his level of physical fitness, but sure.
Naturally. Actually, last time out at Watkins Glen, he had Johnny Lieberman in the car, who's like a pretty...
He came up to be interviewed twice.
Oh,
I had no idea who he was.
So I should have... I know exactly who Johnny Lieberman is. That should have been really cool.
You know what? So does RJ Till.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
You know which one of you told me he was coming to the booth and who he was?
RJ Till? Neither.
Neither.
Well, I wasn't there. I had to go to a wedding.
He's like, oh, I do this podcast with the guy who wrote the Superman episode of Seinfeld. And I was like, oh, that's...
Spike Ferris. Yeah. He also did that show that was like the car matchmaking show that was on for like 2 seasons.
No, I have no idea.
Oh, it's occasionally it gets rerun. It's kind of
it came up afterwards. His podcast came up afterwards, and I looked up the podcast. Maybe he dropped his Instagram handle or something, and I found the podcast, and it was like, oh, 107,000 followers. Cool. Yeah, good.
Yeah, no, Johnny Lieberman, cool guy. Very knowledgeable guy.
He seemed not at all bothered by the fact that I had no idea who he was, which we'd love to see.
Yes, indeed. He had a career outside of automotive journalism prior to doing automotive journalism. I don't know what it was, but he had something else that was lucrative going on.
We're preparing a meatball flag here at start finish. I'm like, I'm not convinced it's not for the 85.
Get a nice fry on it.
Team request flag for the 85.
Should we have the same conversation we have every time this happens? Or do you want to skip it?
No, we don't have to have it.
Okay.
We should have a brief conversation about the 74. Immediately after I said it had an opportunity here, it lost a lap due to a pit lane infraction. So that stings. That makes your top 3, by the way. In GTO, the 124 NFC Mercedes, the 188 Fast Track Racing Lupe Tortilla BMW, and the 909 Automatic Racing Aston Martin. If you had asked me or told me that would be the top 3 halfway into Saturday's race in GTO, no chance. Absolutely no chance. But good for them.
Yeah.
59 from Stratus is into the pit lane and aiming at the wrong pit stall. Now finds it.
So do you know, Brendan, I was asking JT about this.
No.
Is the 123, 124, is that a customer car, or is this like a Scott Tucker situation?
I don't know. My assumption is it's a... I want to be very clear.
Yeah, let me clarify Scott Tucker situation. What I mean
Let's get the details right here.
Entering 2 cars specifically so that you have more seat time and more data.
Yes. So I don't know that for sure. Somebody can probably answer that in the chat. My assumption is at least to some degree, yes. But I don't know if it's like a pool of 3 drivers for 2 cars.
Okay.
Kimberly, go number 188. Make it happen, gents. Team Lupe Tortilla Motorsports and Fast Track Racing. Big fan of, I've never talked to Judson Holt, but we may produce more races with Judson Holt in it than any other single driver.
3 fast guys and Denny Stripling.
Right. So, but it's the same crossover.
Oh,
Right.
okay.
Because Judson also runs Spec Racing 4.
Got it. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Interesting.
yeah.
I didn't know he also did Spec Racing 4.
Yep.
Got it. Okay.
Yep. And also like T. Oh boy, he runs the M2 somewhere still.
So it's T2.
Boy.
Yeah, T2.
I think it's
T1 or T2.
No, I think it's in T2.
T2. Okay.
But I actually don't remember. It might be T3.
Will you remind me at some point to renew my SCCA membership before I have to get on a list somewhere and Scott Dobler berates me for it?
Oh, did he berate you?
He made some comment about like, see, now you need to keep your membership up.
No, I think that's just him doing his job as an employee of the SCCA.
Sure.
Making sure that his salary can still be paid.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
No, there was definitely some ribbing to it when he realized that I was on like a temporary weekend thing. He was like, "What are you doing? Didn't you say you were a scrutineer?" I'm like, "Well, yeah." It's like, "Well, why are you still a member?" I'm like, I don't know. I will be doing my membership with the San Francisco region.
Sure.
As much as apparently that's not the in vogue thing to do. Apparently the SoCal region doesn't like the San Francisco region.
Called Cow Club.
Yeah.
Cow Club. Yeah, they're not
whatever.
gonna like that either.
Yeah.
No, it's not an in vogue thing necessarily. It's really just each of them thinks they're better than the other. And...
I think it's interesting that it's Cal Club, implying that it represents the whole state when they only go to one track.
It was
and
2 tracks
San Francisco
now,
region goes to like 4.
That's true.
They go to
both
Buttonwillow.
go to 2.
No, they go to Sonoma sometimes also.
Thunderhill and Sonoma.
Did they not go to Laguna anymore? I thought they did.
Oh, I forgot about Laguna.
Yeah. They go to
So
Sonoma
they go to
very
3.
rarely, but they do
And
it.
technically, Cow Club goes to Willow Springs and both Buttonwillow tracks.
Well, that's not... Okay. All right.
I mean, technically.
Speaking of, Thunderhill bought more land.
Did they?
Yeah.
Where?
Behind it. To the... I guess that would be the north.
Out behind, like, turns 7 and 8. And not,
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Fascinating.
So that will be something else. Maybe they'll have to build a bridge, like a car bridge, to get over there.
But there's nothing over there.
Not yet.
You mean for... Yeah.
For whatever they do over there, yeah.
Or just build a perimeter road all the way around the west side of the track. The west side of the west track.
Make the perimeter road another configuration. Just tracks everywhere.
Do like a rally, like a stage rally.
They do rallycross in that, when you enter and there's that big field on the left, they do rallycross over there.
Interesting.
Skid pad.
Yeah. Big field.
I've definitely watched autocross from Thunderhill at that skid pad on TV.
Interesting.
With a moving camera.
Yeah, sure.
I don't remember what was Streetcar Challenge or what it was, but there was definitely, I've 100% watched autocross televised.
I just want to briefly touch on GP1 here. Not to
yeah.
Get,
oh, yeah.
Man, look at this transition. Harrison Motorsports leads by a lap from 981 BSR Racing, and then Montgomery Motorsports, number 24, down there in 3rd. Open Throttle Racing, 64 and 4th, and then Blaze Racing, a couple of laps. 24 seconds behind the Open Throttle car, but 3 laps off the overall racing. There in 5th. We lost the number 5 from All-Star Racing a little bit earlier, having ground to a halt. No, it made it back to the pit lane, but very slowly, and we have not seen it since. That number 79 disappeared. It's now 24 laps off of the class leader, and has not been back out. The same thing goes for PC Racing, number 44. Betty Stripling. Good job, guys. Go Lupe Tortilla. Does that mean Denny is in the
Lupe Tortilla machine?
I don't understand how he's never been up here. You ever interviewed Denny?
Maybe.
I don't think I've ever interviewed him or any of his teammates.
I feel like I have, at minimum, spoken to him. Oh, no, I talked to him when he was at Tech. When did I go spend time in Tech? That might have been Mid-Ohio 2 years ago.
Does Russ Turner run with them? Charles Russ Turner?
I don't know.
I've seen him in the SCCA booth with the boys, Brian and Greg, a few times. Speaking of our boys at the SCCA, not to turn this into an SCCA thing at all. However,
Sure, but we're going to.
DriversEye Live adjacent, I have no problems, promoting or helping share the enthusiasm that we have for amateur and grassroots motorsports in this country. Yeah, I would say we have enthusiasm for it. Whether it's endurance or sprint racing. Our good friend of DriversEye Live, Brian Blansky, hosts the Inside the SCCA podcast and can do more if you are interested. But does host the Inside the SCCA podcast. And one of the... oh, man, this is tricky. I thought we were just going to send it up the inside of the 38 there, and all of a sudden an NPO1 appeared out of nowhere. It was
a wild
really
NPO1 has appeared.
Yeah. NPO1 used periscope headlight. It's super effective. No, anyway. This week's episode was an interview with Danny Stain, top Spec Me Out driver who was involved in a pretty serious incident up at Road America, exiting the came across. He stopped car nose to nose during qualifying for the SCCA runoffs this year. Sideways again, and was cut out of the car, flown to Milwaukee area to a trauma center. Both he and Jim Drago, who was the other driver involved, were pretty seriously injured, and Danny is a pretty long. They both have extensive injuries, but Danny is home now. And Brian, our friend Brian Blansky, did his podcast this week, an interview with Danny, and it was a really nice, frank, and honest discussion about not just the incident itself and what happened, but how it happened and whether or not it was acceptable that it happened, and all of the causal factors that led to it. And it's particularly interesting because Danny doesn't remember any of the events leading up to the accident. He doesn't remember driving to grid. He doesn't remember being on track. He has no recollection of it. But everything he told in the story, he's pieced together from his in-car videos of people around him, all his conversations with the safety team as he was being extricated from the car. He doesn't remember that either, but he's pieced that all back together from his in-car video, which did survive the accident. It was just very refreshing to hear somebody who was in that situation, but is obviously one of the fastest drivers in a very, very super competitive class. Have an honest discussion about whether or not it's acceptable that would be allowed to happen in 2024. And I won't spoil anything because everybody's going to have their own opinions, and this is probably not the place for it in a series that isn't even the World Racing League.
Correct.
But if you care about racing, you care about grassroots and amateur racing, and have a vested interest in risk management in this type of racing and what is acceptable, I highly encourage you to go give it a listen. The Inside the SCCA podcast with Brian Blansky just from this past week, very, very good stuff.
So
Go ahead.
I have a take about that I haven't listened to the podcast, so I don't think it'll overlap any, because I think from what you've told me, my take will stand out. Spec Miata is one of the most popular classes in the country. I understand that. It's very cool. It's very fun. There's a lot of cars. The cars are relatively cheap. All those things are great. A big portion of how race cars are homologated is using the road car safety homologation as the basis for why you believe the car is safe to be raced. And then, of course, you're adding things to it which materially change the safety of the car. Of course, Alan Simonson, for example, I believe his accident led to some changes in how the FIA mandated safety equipment be installed in GT cars. Because simply adding a cage to a road car, quote-unquote road car, and saying that it's just as safe is not a sound thing engineering-wise.
Especially when you're doubling or tripling the speed.
Exactly. And I think there was other factors at play. The track design at Le Mans, frankly.
Oh, yeah. No, that accident way more complicated than just throwing a cage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I am pretty firmly under the belief that Spec Miata should now be treated as a historics class, and you probably should not have groups of 20 to 30 of them at Road America racing wheel to wheel like that.
Well, so
And that if you want to race, and like I understand that the classes are big because the cars are numerous and they're cheap, and it's tough to tell people who have invested in that platform, hey, actually, we're not going to do this the same anymore.
Yeah.
You need to migrate to something which is newer and safer. That's tough from like a money standpoint.
Yeah.
But again, that's in some cases a 40-year-old car. 40? 89, right?
I think the earliest you can race in Miata is a 90.
A 90. Okay. So I mean, okay, 30 plus year old car. I think, especially having seen pictures of an NC being crashed, it's a much safer car overall.
Just 85.
I mean, exactly. But I mean, like, look, they throw those at the wall all the time, and they nobody's hurt. They fix them. It's fine. I just think that is a car that, from a safety perspective, I'm not stoked that that's still a thing that gets raced as frequently as it does. Now, the flip side is like, well, how safe is a Formula Ford? And it's like, well, sure.
Yeah.
But you don't have Formula Ford rolling, 30 deep at Road America with a vibe and understanding that there's going to be rubbing and touching.
So, I think the problem, and problem's a bad word. I think one of the challenges that comes from a class that's been as successful as Spec Miata, it's a highly forgiving class, right? That car doesn't bite. Would you drop a wheel in a Miata or an MX-5, MX-5 Cup car, any of the ND-based cars? It's the same thing. You see cars go 4 off all the time,
right,
in MX-5 Cup, and they keep their foot in it, and nothing happens, right? The car just doesn't. Its inclination is not to bite back at you and to punish you for a mistake. It's meant to be forgiving. It's meant to help with development, and it's meant to be close, right? You are meant to be able to race that car closely and aggressively with the cars around you. And that is all fine until drivers forget that it can still bite. Right? Just because it doesn't mean it can't. Saw it at Road Atlanta at the MX-5 Cup finale. Driver whose name I forget dropped 2 wheels or 4 wheels off the exit of turn 12, came down the front straightaway, got into a tank slapper, but never lifted. Tank slapper down half the front straightaway with his foot still in the car, or still in the throttle, and eventually the car wasn't having it anymore. It speared off to the left and hit the wall just past the support pit out. Right? Really hard. When you watch these cars race in mass, Spec Miatas, it's the same thing. They're very soft. They're very compliant. They use the curbs well. You can drop wheels off well. Here at Sebring, there's these giant ruts on the backside of a lot of curbs where you can see the dirt and the clay. And again, people, just like there. Thank you, Jordan. Drivers will keep their foot in it, and the car doesn't fight. It'll continue in a straight line and do exactly what you ask it to do. Road America, the kink. One of the fastest corners in North American motorsports, the least runoff in North American motorsports. They've got grass on the backside. It tends to get very dry there. And the dust since the repave has been brutal. Exiting the kink. So drivers go into the kink, and Danny says this. He said one of the things that led to the accident is the fact that they were using an alternate start-finish line in qualifying that was between the kink and Candidate Corner. Right? So like IndyCar does.
Okay, right.
The problem is IndyCar's line is exiting 13, coming up into the last corner.
Right.
SCCA was using 11B, the sector timing at in between the kink. So you had to be on it, from turn 8 all the way through the carousel, pushing the car in front of you, in a draft, all the way around the carousel, through the kink, and then down towards Candidate Corner. And when the accident happened, car dropped wheels off, exiting the kink, drew up a cloud of dust. Generally, you assume, well, if there's a cloud of dust here, and I don't see a flag, the car's probably these cars don't spin, right? There's no real natural consequence to pushing the car beyond its limits, so there's probably no cars out there. Apparently, Flagtronics never went yellow, still said green. Danny decided to keep his foot in the throttle and, of course, met a stationary car facing the other way that, just appeared out of the dust cloud. And when you've decided internally, either consciously or subconsciously, that your car has no natural consequences and you don't feel like you're at risk, risking your life or your safety behind the wheel of that race car, you make very different decisions.
Right.
Right? At the Nürburgring, you're never going to come around a corner at the Nürburgring with a cloud of dust and not lift a foot off the throttle, right? Because you could die. Like, you could die in that moment. That doesn't happen in cars like Sebring. Incidents like that don't happen in cars like that because spins don't happen in places like that. You just assume that a cloud of dust is, oh, somebody pushed too hard, dropped wheels off, but they probably lost 0.008 of a second and carried on their merry way. And that wasn't what happened here. And so it's not that that is all to say, because we were talking about appropriate, our spec is still appropriate to race. I don't think it's necessarily the fact that the car isn't safe anymore, or it's not safety standards like that, that may be a part of why the injuries were the way that they were. But there has been I think Spec Miata has altered many drivers' perception of risk behind the wheel of the car because it's so forgiving in the first place. And that is the sort of thing that, I'm not saying you need to reintroduce risk to racing or anything like that, but I do think the perception of risk has changed as safety has improved. And that is the sort of thing that leads to, quote unquote, the big one.
So do you change that by switching to 200 tread wear tires?
No, so this is a separate discussion, but related. Do you change the cars, or do you have to start changing the tracks? To be clear, I'm not saying get rid of the kink. I think the kink is one of the best corners in North American motorsports. Many people are agreeing. Many people are saying. But what you have there is a fast corner, a corner that lacks meaningful runoff. It's got a safer barrier to help you in the event that you smack the wall on the other side. But the risk isn't smacking the wall on driver's left. That is no longer the primary risk at Canada or at the kink. The primary risk is coming around that corner into a cloud of dust, unsighted, with a flag that's 100 meters behind you that you lose as soon as you, like, well before you turn into the corner.
Right.
It's out of your sight line, and you come through the other side blind, full throttle, at 120 miles an hour. Right? So do you change what's causing the risk, which is, in my opinion, a giant cloud of dust with cars at full tilt? I don't know. I don't know that there's a right answer. I think that discussion needs to be had in different ways, not just, oh, this car isn't safe, but, okay, how do we make racetracks safer for these cars?
I think you can make the car less forgiving by immediately reducing the total amount of grip available.
Maybe. But you can't put toothpaste back in a hoop. Once you've made race cars faster and grippier, you're not going the other way.
Sure. Yeah, I don't know. I would like to imagine, because it always gets thrown around in professional racing, well, at the end of the day, they're being paid to do this, and so if something scary or risky happens, they're going to do it again. Because you have to do it to be paid. And that's your livelihood, that's how you support your family, and that's what you get paid to do, is to do the risky thing over and over again, and you just be good at it. My hope would be that people who do Spec Miata racing, who are not racing for money, see that incident and go, oh, okay, we need to reevaluate how we make risk judgment calls here.
No, and I think that is...
I don't think they will, but...
Probably not. That is a discussion that needs to be had, though. Two things have happened, very important. Number one, we've gone full course yellow, and I have no idea why, because there's nothing in the race control log that would suggest the cause for the full course yellow. And the second thing is we've had two guests join us.
The safety car has not... Oh, there's lights over there.
That's exiting... Is that exiting 16? Do you have anything on the back straight, or is that the paddock? I don't... Well, let's welcome our guests here. And Ryan, you should stay engaged in this. We've been joined by Bradley Brown, who's in an open throttle t-shirt.
Nice.
And Mike Gorman, who is in an open throttle hat.
I am in an open.
So we're together out of the open throttle camp up in DriversEye Lounge. Booth, thank you guys for joining us.
Yeah, we figured we'd come by and say hi to everybody.
Yeah? Had enough of us blaring over the PA for a while and said we need to go save this.
We need to save this.
Thank you guys.
So that's what we're here for. I'm joined by my number 2 guy, absolutely in the company, Bradley Brown, who's the guy who is the man behind the open throttle success rate and finishing laps and races and all of that. So we've been wanting to do this for a while together, and this is kind of the first opportunity we've had during a race weekend where we could both be up here.
Nice.
And hopefully we're not that full course caution out there.
The fact that you guys can find time to come up here while you've got 4 cars?
Yeah, we got 4 cars right. Yeah,
5, kind of?
kind
Well,
of 5. Yeah.
We've run 5 today.
Yeah, right. Great.
Yeah, are you guys familiar with what happened earlier? Yeah.
Well, yes. What did happen?
Anytime you're in multi-class racing, you'll have a little bit of contact from time to time, and we just kind of got the short end of the stick earlier, like 15 minutes into the race.
Okay.
But fortunately, we've kind of got a checkered history of Sebring, so we went ahead and brought like a 50% backup car ratio for this. So we just did a quick overnight.
If you got him.
Yeah, if you got him. So we did a quick overnight service on that 62 car in about 25 minutes and got back out. So none of our paid renters are missing any seat time, even though our car's a little worse for wear.
Is it repairable over the weekend, or are you going to run the 62?
We're going to run the 62 for the rest of the weekend. We're going to opt to sleep and eat barbecue tonight instead of trying to rebuild that.
Fair. Yeah, I would do the same thing.
And then God forbid it happens again, y'all will get graced with the presence of the E39 5 Series that we also have here. I know Ryan's almost looking forward to that happening. So.
I'm excited for sure. I don't want people to have to work harder than they have to, obviously. But, a wreck is no good. But I have a question on the subject of E39 5 Series here. I understand that a survey went out to GP teams regarding the viability of GP3, GP2, potentially combining a class, etc. So I'm going to hit you with a hard journalism question right now.
I wouldn't expect anything else from you.
Where do you land on that? Because the information that I've received is that you're kind of at the limit of what a 330 can do for GP2 right now, and that you can't really detune it that much more without swapping the motor to the 2.5. You guys have cars in both and all 3 and, etc. Where do you guys land?
We've got an M54 B30 powered car in GP3, the 65 car, Zippy that won the championship last year. And we just ballasted up to get there. We've got kind of an overbuilt cage in the car, which is a good thing for today. And then the car comes in at just shy of 3,100 pounds. Compared that to our GP2 car that runs similar power but several hundred pounds lighter. We can basically get our E46s into either of those classes, and then theoretically, if we did even bump up from the GP2 into like a GP 1.5 or whatever would come from that, we've got a little bit more flexibility, so we can run that E46 330 pretty much in any class. But it'd be a bit of a stretch or a ring out in GP1. So yeah, obviously, we're huge proponents of the GP2 and GP3 classes. We've been running them, religiously for the last 2 years. We're fine with any outcome. If they combine the 2 classes and we got to bump up some power, what I don't really want to do is slow down my GP2 car. I don't think that's necessarily, moving in the correct direction to a solution. I'd still rather see a separate GP2 and GP3 class if the alternative is slowing down my GP2 car.
Are you looking at it from your preferences? Are you looking at it from the perspective of a builder, or do you throw a concern for competition and the competitive depth in there as well?
So last year we ran the GP3 car only, for our E46 platform, and there's a lot of things you kind of have to set up around when you have a car that's 300 or 400 pounds heavier than what would, in our opinion, be ideal for that chassis. So this year, when we made the GP2 effort, we basically just took the exact same recipe. In fact, like 70% of the parts just came off of the 65 car. We're still a grassroots team here. So the 66 car didn't really get slowed down. We just put a different suspension setup on there, and have actually maintained the same pace even with the Contis over the Bridgestones last year. So we've got that pretty well dialed in GP3. Up till 15 minutes into today's race. We haven't figured out how to dial that one out just yet, but the benefit of running that lighter car is it's easier on everything. It's easier on the suspension components.
Yeah.
Some of the failures that we saw last year in the GP3 car, knock on wood, we haven't really seen, or at least not as quick of a failure as we saw in the car that's 400 pounds heavier. So I'd really like to keep that platform in that lighter weight range. But we're kind of fortunate in the sense that we're flexible on where we put that car, whether it's in GP2 or GP3. We're pretty indifferent. We just kind of want to know sooner rather than later, and we'd be completely fine with keeping everything the same. If you look at the numbers from this weekend, I'm kind of surprised at the lack of entries in GP2, and also GP3 had 7 cars in it. So there's still plenty of teams kind of coming out in both classes, and I think it's we can support either class, either direction with it, with just kind of a tune and ballast. But we definitely prefer the lighter weight side of things because it's just easier on the car all around.
Yeah, I don't know if there is a right answer there.
I don't think there is.
Yeah, years ago, I don't know if you were involved in the series when when WRL ditched GP4.
Yeah.
But like anything, right? You take the bottom layer away and encourage people to move up. Well, eventually, people are going to want to move further and further up.
Yeah.
They're going to lose that.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good racing in that GP2, GP3 field, and it'd be kind of a shame to see that go away. Our E46 has been battling for 2 years with AOA Miatas, and we really enjoy that relationship. Yeah, we enjoy racing each other, and it would be kind of a shame to see all of that go away. I would obviously understand it. I don't necessarily think the answer is slowing down the GP2 field, but at the same time, you should be able to share cars on track. I mean, last week we were at HSR Classic 24, which is a slightly different style of event. But our 65 car was sharing a track with the 962C, and I mean, if we can, there's like a 50-second difference in lap time between those two cars, and everybody played nice together. So, I think the large pace gaps can coexist as long as you have patience from both sides, and I kind of think that's more of a the concern between some of the GTO and GP contacts and things like that is just if we overall had more patience from some of the faster cars. You've got 50% more power. Take your time to get around in a safe place, but you get a couple of them together, and it becomes a scenario where, unfortunately, the second or third car in line may not have that same patience as the first car, and the first car made it, so the second car can make it, and that's when you have these out of class contacts. So. I don't necessarily think it's pace related because we were sharing a track with a car that we were going 135 when they're going 200, and we managed to not connect. So.
I heard you outright them.
That's my favorite thing about photos or videos. You can kind of form any narrative that you want with the photo. So we
stop that moment.
That was my goal.
Any story you want.
When I saw those two cars on grid together, I said, "Holy shit, we've got to get a picture of our car looking like it's dive bombing the 962." And, this girl Rachel, who's photographer for us that weekend for HSR. Absolutely nailed that shot. So obviously we were getting overtaken by the 962C, but I think the internet wants the E46 to outbreak a 962C. So that's the story we told.
Nice. How was the HSR Classic?
Such an awesome event. I mean, so over 10 years ago or so, that was a race that I would go to every year and watch from the other side of the fence. And there's one night at 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm sitting there with the stopwatch just running times. I'm like, well, shit, I can get around here in that pace. So. You guys know Gino Manley, so 3 years ago, Gino Manley said, "Hey, I think we can get the Hulk, our original E92 M3." He's like, "I think we can get this to run in HSR," and so we did it. Gino and I entered the car in HSR. We're joined by Scott Lovett, one of our drivers of the Open Throttle, and we did a 3-pack to do HSR Classic 24 just to feel it out, and we had an absolute blast. The next year, we did it with customers in the cars, and then we did it again this year with customers in the cars. It's a great event. It's not only a great spectator event, but just the hospitality aspect because it's IMSA. It's just next level. So RJ hospitality tent IMSA style would be awesome. A little driver's lounge. I don't know if he's still listening on the broadcast, but it's an awesome event from a spectator, from a racer standpoint, and HSR really knows how to put on a good show. And the solid licensing process, so you know that people you're sharing, on track. I mean, we're out there in $25,000 to $65,000 cars.
Yeah,
so it's a little different than a crash repair on a 962C. But we're happy that they allow us to share the track out there, and so we plan to make an effort on they're doing an endurance championship next year, so a 4-race endurance championship. So we'll have
all the equivalent.
Correct.
Enduros,
It's like Road
right?
Atlanta, Walk-In, Sebring, and Daytona.
Correct.
So we plan on doing that with them and see if we can't figure out a new championship.
Isn't
together.
Classic Sebring 12 hours the same weekend as Coda?
It's
Or not next year?
so what we've got is obviously Bradley Brown has done an unbelievable job of assembling a group of people. Assembling a group of people that allows us to be in 2 places at once. So we're not going to allow schedule conflicts next year to be a reason why we're not in an event. So we got a pretty aggressive schedule.
Gotcha.
And, if anybody's listening and they want to get involved in motorsports, we've got kind of a weird pathway into it, and we're always looking for good help. But yeah, so there's obviously going to be some conflicts in the schedule next year, but we're expanding the fleet a little bit that should be able to accommodate that.
Fleet of vehicles or crew?
Fleet of vehicles and crews.
Oh my gosh.
I'll pause right there too and just say that Mike, he said that I do maybe a little more than I do, because it's the crew. It's all the guys down there in the box right now.
Got to answer to somebody though, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, I guess that's true. But just on the Classic 24, that's also a really cool event for crew to do, because it's the best and the worst of a 24.
Yeah.
It's still a 24-hour race, but you got this time in between to eat barbecue and hang out, but you still have to be up all night.
So you guys don't rest in between the...
Oh,
I got like an hour.
Sleeping in the lawn chair is rest, correct?
No, that's
okay.
So I was going in for the 4 a.m. stint, and I had like all the alarms in the world set. Yeah, I did. I drove. As crazy as that sounds.
He drove well.
He drove well. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It's one of the first times I've been in the car since doing this that I felt confident and a little bit more full sendy than what I usually am, because once you start kind of paying your mortgage with the cars, it's going to impact your lap time whether you want it to or not. So you'll take less chances and things like that. And but no, I had a blast, and I love racing in Daytona and our M3s. We run them detuned here in GP1. But for that weekend, we're 100 horsepower up from where we normally are and run the car on slick. So magically, all of our setup issues and putting power down issues and all that just go away overnight.
That's a solution.
I don't know what it is. So yeah, if we want to bridge the gap between GTO and GP, we can run like a Spec Tiger Paw or something like that on the GTO cars, like a Uniroyal, something like that, and then we'll run Hoosier R7s in GP class.
How long would those last?
The R7, we got probably 4 or 5 hours on them, and then we took them off and put on new sets, and I mean they were still fine. For like my budget, I put those in a closet, and I'm going to race on those later.
Yeah, sure.
So,
absolutely.
I was actually really impressed with the Hoosier product, and Jeff, who does the sport here in WRL, helped us out with getting some tires at an affordable price, and we were very, very, very proud to be Team Purple that weekend. It was nice, and it just. We joke about like all the issues with the problem. This car is better under braking, better out of the corner. Everywhere around the car is better because you're running on slicks. Right. You're just not used to that. So, it's just a bolt-on resolution to all the problems. But yeah, it was. So I'm supposed to have like an alarm at like 3 o'clock in the morning to get up and have kind of plenty of time. And that alarm doesn't go off, or I don't hear it, or whatever. So I get frantically woke up at like 3:20 in the morning. We're supposed to be at grid at 3:30. So it just, like, I finally woke up when I'm pulling through the chute to go out on the track to go like 4 wide into turn 1 at like 160 miles an hour. And it's just like, I don't really remember getting here. Like, I remember, going from the RV to the car, and I briefly remembered going from the car to grid. But like, it took me like that 20 or so minutes until we're rolling through the chute to be like, holy shit, I'm about to go fast.
So we used to cover the 25 hours of Thunderhill. That was kind of where we got our start. And we had an interview with Ryan Eversley, who came up, and he was running, I don't remember who he was running for. Anyway, he had shared a story where he was sleeping in the trailer, and somebody came in and woke him up and was like, hey, driver's coming in 2 laps, we need you in the car.
Yeah.
And he obviously had no intentions of getting in the car, but whatever, like, you have no choice.
You don't have a choice,
Get yourself up, kind of shake it off, throw your helmet on, and get in the car. And he said it took him a couple of minutes, couple of laps to really kind of get himself oriented in and right and everything. He said the worst part was he was sitting there in the helmet. He didn't even have time to like brush his teeth. Yeah. So he's sitting in there with like dinosaur breath in the helmet.
That morning
miserable.
Well, he was in that SLC thing too.
It was the super light.
Yeah,
You're right. That's what it was. The orange
a pretty serious car.
Yeah.
That was it's just a complete change of scenery. Your head on a pillow, and then 15 minutes later, you're all hansed up and in a car ready to go out on track, and you just you're making sure you're rechecking your belt 3 or 4 times and all that, just making sure you're good to go. But at HSR they do like the 1 pace lap, and then you get ripping from bus stop on. So you don't have a whole lot of time to get in formation and get mentally prepared for the task that you're about to do into turn 1. So it wakes you up pretty quickly.
Does it make you, question for both of you, either as a driver, crew, whatever, more likely?
For the record, Bradley Brown is a very fast driver.
Oh, you drive too? Okay.
Yes, Bradley Brown
Not sure.
I'm a
he
driver.
is a fast
Gotcha.
driver. Yeah, he's a driver first and crew guy second. But
Got
he's
it.
really good at both.
Does it make you more likely?
He's looking at it. Depends on the race, right?
Yeah. Well, I saw the knee pads, and I was like, no, you're probably not getting in the car with those. But, I wasn't sure.
Those are for actually a different extracurricular activity later.
Oh, rollerblading.
How do you think I got this job?
I kid. Yeah, the knee
Is that how
pads
you
aren't
get a
very
seat at
effective.
open throttle?
It's one of the ways. There's many ways. that you can get into it.
Why don't you come over to the RV? We can
Can you trade Sentinel units for seats?
That's been something that's been done in the past.
Yeah,
Yeah,
okay, we
absolutely.
wonder. Yeah, we wonder.
Yeah, the Sentinel's a phenomenal product, and it comes with a fast driver. So yeah, we'll do
All right.
trade all day long.
It's a good package.
We
Yeah.
saw that this
Yeah,
new,
that is our car.
It sure is.
I thought we weren't supposed to give you that broadcast. We don't want you seeing everything.
No.
We have it.
I'm kidding. Yeah,
We have access to everything.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
we have
this
back
is
doors.
big
Well,
government
so
right
here's
here.
the thing. So James came up earlier, and
Keep it
I think it
running.
uses the
Good.
same. It uses the same endpoint as one of yours that we've used before.
Yeah,
the
there you go.
SRT port.
Yeah.
So I think we just had that saved in our project file, our production project file. It's like,
remind me
oh,
to
good.
change my passwords and everything.
It's the port number, but we can pull it down. Anyway, James was up here earlier. We had the camera pulled up, and he didn't say a word. I'm like, well, you don't want us to use it. We won't use it.
No, I'll tell you. Yeah, we have nothing.
James is hanging it out.
Yeah,
man.
he's
going
a
for it.
phenomenal driver.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we've got a strong lineup for Cherry this year. Like I said, I think on the last broadcast, we kind of found ourselves in a championship battle with the 64 car. So, when I came up here, I think we were sitting P4, or maybe right before a pit stop, sitting P4, which is for our team green, yeah, it's a very, very good finish or not finish, but current sitting position in a
Third now.
Beautiful. We need to stay
Strategy
up longer.
works.
Shit, yeah.
Blaze got a 1 lap penalty.
Oh,
118. Yeah.
For speeding up pit lane, or
Too many men over the wall.
ooh, that's gotten us before.
Yeah.
Everybody
Mike,
wants
I've
to
got
Do you know
another
why
question
we're
for you.
full course yellow, by the way?
I have no
Okay.
idea.
Yeah, we don't either.
As long as it's our, I mean,
I keep seeing our green cars
yeah,
on the
I was
screen.
gonna say it's
so,
our,
yeah.
you know, I feel disconnected whenever I'm up here. I hope.
Do you count them as they go by every lap? 1, 2, 3, 4. Good. 1, 2, 3. Good.
So unfortunately, we kind of switched some panels around on some of the cars. So the Hulk and Cherry, like for some reason now, Cherry is the red accented car and Hulk is the white accented car. And I think we've managed to somehow get Cherry's trunk and hood on a Hulk. And now, so we see those two red accent points, and we both are extremely familiar with these cars, and we still get it mixed up. So,
There used to be very few little clues.
Correct, yeah.
And then we went and mixed those clues up.
Right.
Correct.
So it's now it's a puzzle.
Yeah, we need to switch it back.
So we've joked before, like when IMSA teams or WC teams or whatever, they do their car differentiation, they'll change the fin color or something like that,
that's
right?
what we do too. Yeah.
And that's fine. The problem is remembering what car has what colors,
Yeah,
like what
when you
accent
change it
colors.
up, yeah.
Like I know they're different, but I don't remember which one's which. I'm never
Cherry
gonna
and Hulk.
remember.
So Cherry, the easy identifiers, it's got the bright red lights on the side, and Hulk's got the bright green lights on the side. But yeah, it's the longer into a race it is, the harder it is to tell them
Yeah, I
apart.
bet.
So yeah, I mean, there's been times, so many times where we're like convinced we're looking at one car, and it's the completely opposite car. So.
And from the underneath, they look identical.
Yeah.
I bet. Yeah, I bet.
You're under the car and like, oh, I just did the trans on.
Looks like we're back to green for the mystery yellow.
Yeah.
I wonder if they updated race control log on it.
No. So there was heavy smoke from the 75. Oh, sorry, rear wing falling off from the 843. If I go back even further, 5 lines in total. 997 car stopped at turn 12.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So that's a bummer.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, how could you not? Have you heard that?
Oh yeah, of course. Thing's amazing. The pit speed limiter noise.
Well, yeah, the exhaust all around. I
Yeah.
mean, Brad sent me a message before Watkins Glen. He's like, if you're going to be there, you should listen to that car. And we're going, I'd hear it. You know? He's like, no, but really. He said, I've been wanting to do this since we got the car. Just pay attention to the exhaust note. And it just sounds like the old Grand Am cars were in like the early 2010s.
Yeah.
I don't know that it has any performance benefit.
Oh, who cares?
Right?
That's not what it's about.
No, I don't think so.
Clearly, I mean, it's we love seeing that. We root for round 3 in GTO. They're good friends of our team, and more importantly, that's a team that's making the decisions that they want to out of passion.
Yeah.
And how do you not get behind that? So the fact that they're out there with a 20-year-old chassis and spec GT4, and we did that 2 years ago. It's not the most competitive car out there, but they probably got the biggest smiles and are having the most fun. So. Except for maybe right now, I don't know what the issue is with the car.
No, and Brad himself is, I think, in a little bit of pain.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate reality about Sebring sometimes.
Yeah, it's not always on track.
It's not always on track, exactly.
Brian, you had a question?
I
We're about to have a question.
Oh, I guess I want to speak to Mike. Obviously, we've talked off air, we've talked on air. Mike came out of the automotive industry in a similar fashion to what I did, but I would argue that Mike was probably better in his job than I was. And that's why he was in the position he was in, and I was not. But how does it feel now that you open throttle? You're getting a whole range of people involved in this. You're getting other teams. You had Brad in one of the cars at one point. When you have people roll into the Facebook page and they're like, "Oh, I want to start racing. How do I do it?" You get mentioned, and I'm guessing you're getting a fair number of those people. But you're also getting like Johnny Lieberman and his driver coach.
Yeah.
You're getting Cole Lofsgaard and the person that he's coaching. You're getting just the gamut. And how does that feel that you've basically given up your reasonably steady but probably somewhat stressful car industry job that pays decent, to say the least, assumption at least, versus now doing this where you're on your own, more or less, trying to get the bills paid with this, but that it's like working. And you're still able to do it for everybody. You're not leaning into one niche. You're getting everybody covered top to bottom.
Yeah, it's a weird way to pay a mortgage, that's for sure. And trying to explain to people what you do for a living has gotten quite a bit more complicated than when I was in the car business. Yeah, no, I love the car business because I'm a car guy, and that was probably the only opportunity I would have to drive just some really, really cool stuff. Cool demos at home. There was one period of time I had 3 different 911s from work because I just kept driving other stuff in. So I've got like a GT3 RS and 2 991.2 911s in my driveway. And I mean that's really cool. But being able to have the creative element of it and take a dream, for lack of better terms, and see it kind of manifest in front of you, and that's where I can't thank Bradley enough for his. I mean, we don't have what we have without ours staying on track, and the reason why we're getting confidently referred by driver coaches and kind of everybody across the board, and we've, for lack of better terms, become like the default go-to for an introduction into road racing. It's awesome to see. I mean, it's a proud dad moment of this thing that we've created. And Bradley and I started when it was 2 Mazda Miatas together, and then we had the M3, and all of that growth. And I kind of joke, and it's like you're as a business owner, you kind of want to try and find the breaking point, right? Like how far can you push this? And I mean,
go ahead.
I don't know where it is. So it's, I mean, we've had 6 cars at races. We ran 5 cars at the VIR 24 this year. And I mean, it's just to be able to see your dream kind of play out and the excitement level that it gets from all the people. It's a completely surreal feeling. I don't even really know how to describe it, but I'm very appreciative of the paddock for being, very welcoming of us, effectively a Champ Car team coming up into a bigger league and allowing us to kind of play and be good stewards for the series and the reputation that we've built we've absolutely earned, and it's just wild to see. I mean, it's anybody kind of posts in the WRL group and my phone kind of blows up because I'll get 7 different people tagging me, and it's I mean, you get the Johnny Liebermans and Michael Ryan Johnson has been phenomenal and helped growing us as well. That's the driver coach that was with Johnny Lieberman, and I'm always amazed at the level of greatness of the people that we've managed to assemble in our paddock and assemble in our team, and just that kind of like never give up attitude. I mean, we've had some memorable weekends, both positive and negative, and the fact that these kids and Bradley keep kind of showing up with a smile on the face, like when's the next one, it forces me to be playing at that same level, and that's really what we kind of attribute that to, is we're at a racetrack 25 to 35 times a year with 4 to 6 cars, and there's a lot that goes into that, and we may be kind of guilty of almost making it look easy, and it's not the case at all. And it takes having a leader in the shop that he's able to get all the new guys up to speed. You know, it's I don't know, it's contagious. We've got kind of a contagious culture in our team, and I think that's kind of the reason why we're in the position that we're in right now, because we all are still, to an extent, you know, some days are better than others, but we're all still having fun doing this, and it all still feels like a holy shit, I can't believe I'm doing this for a job type of thing.
We're all just a little nuts for cars.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah, it gives us an opportunity to play around with race cars and some of the greatest circuits in the country, and we're going straight from Daytona to here to Sebring, and we're at Watkins Glen right before that. I mean, that's like not a trifecta, whatever the 4 equivalent of a trifecta is, of just these tracks that you grew up watching cars race on, and you know, that's what we get to do for work. We get to bring out a bunch of cool green BMWs and, you know, make people's dream of becoming an amateur race car driver come true. And you know, we kind of want to have that pathway from like the first time you get into a HPDE, you know, we have track day rental cars, right, to the Champ Car Miata and BMWs. We've got our Champ Car 5 Series here. And hopefully it doesn't become a WRL 5 Series this weekend, but it's on deck, so we're ready to do that. In fact, we might run just through tech tonight just in case. But it's very cool to see you know, the support that we've had from, you know, people inside and outside of the community, and it's totally surreal that in a matter of about 2.5 or 3 years we've kind of become the go-to for arrive and drive rental, and for kind of a ladder system of taking, you know, somebody that just wants to play race car driver on a weekend, and you know, getting people to where that becomes a reality. And what I didn't really realize when I had put off getting into wheel to wheel from doing like time trial and track days was it is a lot more obtainable. That, I mean, obviously there's, you know, cars that cost $25,000-$30,000 to run in a weekend, but it's a lot more obtainable than a lot of people think, and we generally don't see a whole lot of issues out of our green drivers. You know, they're not the ones that are out there causing wrecks. It's generally not that. They're not scared, but they just really don't want to screw up anybody else's weekend, and they drive reflecting that. So I don't know. I mean, it's really hard to explain how we've kind of gotten into the position that we're in, other than just consistency and kind of having a never quit attitude on seeing checkers. Even if the failure's 10 minutes before checkers, we're going to get that car back out there. So, you know, it's wild. It's absolutely wild.
Not to draw parallels or anything like that, but in sort of a similar timeline. So I left a good paying job, very comfortable job, doing something I very much enjoyed, to now also paying a mortgage, covering amateur racing, right? A couple hundred hours a year.
Absolutely.
Right? Like, but instead of doing the trifecta of like Watkins Glen, Daytona, and Sebring, I'm going to Button Willow and Eagles Canyon and Hallett.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's a slightly different
We've got
tier
positive
of
memories
operation.
Well, not Button Willow, but the rest, yeah.
Sure. So I'm not a car guy, but I am a racing guy, right? And my passion has always been, my first passion was aviation. 1A, 1B is motorsports, right? So they were always kind of there together. And once it became apparent that I could do this with a team of people who also cared about it the way I cared about it, and who were willing to give their time, their energy in exchange for, you know, compensation, but still sacrifice a lot in order to be able to participate in something they cared about, you start to build a really great culture around the thing that you love. And I pretty firmly believe that if you keep a good attitude and an honest attitude towards what you're doing, and B, like, don't be a, you know what? Like, don't be a jerk. Be a good person and be honest about what it is you're doing and trying to do. If you can produce some kind of tangible asset for people that they enjoy, they're going to latch onto that. And it certainly seems it's like what you guys are doing. And you make specific mention that you're helping people achieve their dream of becoming amateur racing drivers.
Right.
It's obviously not many people's dream, but being a racing driver is, it can be. And it's a good, comfortable place, probably higher quality now than it's ever been, right, with the options that are available, especially here in the World Racing League.
Absolutely.
But it is still part of a ladder, right? You guys are now at a point where you're doing this at an exceptionally high level, not in GTO, but okay, whatever. You're running 8 cars a weekend or whatever it is. You know, next year it's going to be eight cars at 2 different venues or whatever. are there aspirations of doing this at a higher level, or are you pretty happy with where you're at?
I feel like our niche is in that GP market, and there's plenty of options for where you can go arrive and drive a $250,000 car.
For sure,
And
yeah.
It's not that we don't want to play in that league. It's that people generally feel most comfortable around people such as themselves, and I can't picture myself being, I would love to. I'd love an opportunity to do that.
That's a really good point.
But there's just no way I can picture myself
the
doing
flip
that. With all due respect to obviously the 60% of the GTO.
I mean, you went to
here.
HSR?
Yeah, no,
I was gonna say he likes the vibe of the entry level thing, but he's also hitting RJ up for
catering. Cars that cost more than your whole fleet.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, but that's their cars, so yeah, that's not. Yeah, no, I'm very happy with the culture and the attitude of our GP drivers, and I think we can do great things in GTO if we want to go that route. And if we have GTO entries next year, it'll be customer owned car scenario.
Sure, yeah.
Where we're fielding somebody's GT4.
Is that something like you've entertained?
Yeah, we've done it a couple times this year, and we actually ran the 67 car, Moscovesa, the gray GP2 car. It was at Watkins Glen.
Oh, yeah.
That car's been running under our tent all year, built by Moorhead. Got an exceptional, scenario with Moorhead where he puts together a great, buttoned up and beautiful car and then hands it off to us to run it.
That was the 290 or whatever it was.
It was 67 car. I'm not sure what the origin of that car was. They used to run a GP2 car in some select races last year.
Yeah.
It's like a similar car. I mean, maybe that's where that car came from. But it's like, so it's like a primer, like a clear coat primer.
Yeah.
He told me what it was. It's like the Challenger color gray. We got to get some paint so we can touch some things. It's we're definitely open to it. I think there's kind of a life cycle of drivers with a team like ours. We're a great development team and getting people's foot in the door and all that, but when you've got like a group of 3 or 4 guys or buddies that are renting cars and things like that, ultimately they want to have a little bit of that control as well. So what they don't want to do is like trailing the car to the event, and if something goes wrong, they oftentimes are not of that. It takes a lot to run a car for whether it be an 8-hour race or 160-hour season. It takes a lot to keep that going, and it takes a depth of talent that it gives a pathway to people to be able to own their own car but not have to worry about the not fun portion of it. So that's kind of where our specialty is, the not fun portion of racing. But we like to keep it with cars that we're familiar with running. We got a customer E92 that's going to be joining us next year, and another E46, and it just makes it a lot easier because they don't have to worry about assembling the whole spares package, because we have a whole spares package and oftentimes an extra car and things like that. So it gives them the individual control of they're running their own strategy, they're making their own pick on how much money they're spending towards it, new tires every 20 minutes or new tires for the weekend. So it allows them to have that control, but without having the struggles of everything that comes along with keeping a car on track for an endurance weekend, because that's kind of our specialty. So I do like that element of things too. Obviously we love to see as much green out there as possible, and you can't really watch a broadcast for more than about 45 seconds without seeing cars.
No, you can't.
That's kind of by design. Looking at one right now, but we understand that we provide something pretty special. One chasing another one right there. And we want to be able to do that for other people in their cars, and want them to have the creative control over the development of the car and things like that. And we just keep it on track for them. We'll be doing more of that again next year.
Cool.
And it kind of helps us, continue to develop our business and find different, ways of keeping Open Throttle afloat and making nice, clean transactions for a weekend. Like, this is what it costs to run. There's consumables and everything like that. From a team owner standpoint, it's a very clean way of doing it. Like I said, it gives these groups of people that want to run their own car but don't want to assemble a 14 to 18 person squad to complete an endurance race weekend, when we've got this awesome 14 to 18 person squad that performs at an extremely high level. Why reinvent the wheel? Just let us push the wheel.
You see that even in professional racing, right? In WEC, there are a bunch of team names that are branded independently.
Correct, yeah.
But it's run, Iron Lynx is run by Prima or something like that. Stuff like that happens all over the place.
I didn't realize how prevalent that was.
Yeah.
And then, like, when we're at HSR this past, weekend, I mean, you'll see 12 to 14 cars under a single tent. Yeah. And, that it makes a lot of sense. And you look, and it's all, cup cars. And, that's kind of their area of specialty. And it just makes what we talk about all the time is making racing accessible to everybody, and it's just one of those things that it's very difficult to assemble a crew of people that are able to run a race weekend.
Yeah.
And not just that, when everything goes smooth, it's a little bit easier, but when things start to go south, then you need a Bradley Brown to say, okay, this is what the issue is. We've got the component in our trailer. We'll get it replaced. And they get back running, and there's plenty of weekends I think that have been saved by that ability to get a car back rocking and rolling that may not have happened if they didn't have that depth of the open throttle inventory and mechanical talent. So yeah, we enjoy doing that, and we definitely be doing that with we've got between 3 and 4 cars that we'll be running quite a bit next year for customers. So. Yeah, it's a different side of open throttle that we started doing this year. We enjoy, and it gives us, like I said, a different pathway to retain these drivers that have run with us for a couple years, but want to effectively move to the next step, which is generally car ownership, and it just allows them to still have that confidence of running with open throttle, but with their own car.
Yeah, we're in a sport where money is a barrier to entry, not the only, but a barrier to entry. If you can clear that and really make that initial investment in the car, having somebody like yourselves that can take care of the other 8, 10, 12 hurdles, whatever they are to get in.
That's most of racing. Most of racing is all happens back there. But the going around in circles part is kind of the easy part.
For sure.
Sorry.
It's the equivalent
Not
of
to take away anything from the drivers.
No, absolutely. It's the equivalent of like buying a GT4 car, right? There's a hard way to do it and an easy way to do it. If you want to go be competitive at the top end, go buy a GT4 car, tune it down, and go run that, right? You don't have to worry about building and developing a car up from scratch. If you have the means to go buy a race car, you want to get involved at a grassroots level, push the easy button, call somebody like yourself, like a team like you guys have, where the platform and the infrastructure are already there.
Yeah, there's a lot of moving pieces to completing an endurance race weekend, and then doing 10 of those or 12 of those in a year. Like I said, it just kind of provides a pathway for somebody to still own the car but not have to assemble the whole squad, and then the transportation aspect and storage aspect and all of that. So yeah, just kind of another solution to be under the that lime green open throttle umbrella.
So I'll ask you ask you guys one more question, because
I have one more question.
You have one? Okay, all right.
Yeah.
So I'll just fire this one out and you can take it from there, Ryan.
Sure.
We talked a little bit earlier about car development, setup development, and how that process, as you build a car and get it up to whatever the power to weight number is, that spec, you choose your specification, you start throwing different parts at it. Doing that with one car is not cheap, but it requires a lot of time, some testing, some really good understanding of what the platform of the car is capable of providing you.
Yeah.
You guys are doing that times 6, 7, 8, right?
Yeah.
So what is that development process like when you're running your own cars, you're running customer cars, and you're doing it on that type of scale, and are so obviously already competitive, or like have the ability to put a car on track and be instantaneously competitive?
So it goes back to that running similar chassis, right? If you kind of look at we've got like 3 cars, but we have 12 of them. It allows us to not have to learn all of that same element for a whole nother platform.
Sure.
So with the E90s or the E92s, we set that car up one time. We liked how the car drove, so we set up a second one exactly like it.
Okay.
With the E46s, copy and paste, and again from the spares, it's a hell of a lot easier to have spares for everything when you run the same platform. So in addition to our 2 M3s that we have here, we also have our street car M3, which is a convertible. And that's our finish the race spare for anything. We have one of everything for an M3 sitting in a convertible that drove here.
Gotcha.
We try to do that same thing with all the platforms, so you're not having to do all of that. Obviously every car setup is slightly different. The weights are different, things of that nature. But you're not necessarily reinventing the wheel. You kind of know what components work, and we stress test probably more BMW components than really anybody else with the amount of hours and cars that we're running.
Sure.
So you find what works, you find the studs that work, you find the control arms that work, you find which brands are good, which brands are a shorter service life, things like that. And then you just kind of have this database. So we know which hubs we need to get. We know which studs we put in those hubs. Shout out to Core 4, by the way. And we just basically hit copy and paste. And when we find something that sucks a couple of times in a row, we will replace that with something that doesn't. And when you do that with running a 3,100-pound car last year kind of showed us the weak points of the chassis. So when we brought 400-pound lighter versions of it, we put all the same stuff in the 3,100-pound car, and guess what? It works well. So yeah, we've kind of become experts in particular chassis of the cars. As Bradley says, all cars are nuts and bolts. But when it comes to setup and things like that, there's little idiosyncrasies of each platform, and the more hours that you have on it, the more you know what's going to come up. You know the weak points of the cars and things like that, so you know to have 4 of those, spares instead of not 1 or 1. So that's probably what's helped us in being able to multiply that and have that level of success with so many cars, is because we're not trying to do it with like a C5 Corvette and then a 5 or 6 other chassis. We're really isolated to E92s and E46s, and of course the Miatas that we run in the other series. And it just allows us to basically expedite how wide that development is. So, and then you can try something different on car A from car B, and you can tell what works better between those 2 options. And we have 20 hours of testing every 3 or 4 weeks, it seems like. So it's that's probably the element of it. We try to set up the cars fairly similar. We try to send them up a little bit pushier, easier to drive. They may not be razor fast, but they're easier to bring back in one piece. So when you have a customer car and you have the same 3 drivers that are going to be in it, or you have a season-long renter like what we had, our 3-pack that was run the entire year in the 66 car, you can kind of develop that car around those drivers and their abilities. But what we saw last year with the 65 car is if you set it up a twitchy car for people that know how to drive a twitchy car, and then you throw a 4th person in that car, things happen. So generally speaking, the majority of our accidents that we had last year in the 65, like the bigger ones, were from the 4th driver that was in the car. So now we went to a 3-pack for that car. So we've got a 3-pack of drivers. They know how to drive that car, so we can set that one up a little different than what we do for the what we call good time Emporium cars, which are there for drivers to get seat time, development, and all that. They may not be the sharpest, on turn-in, things like that, but they're easy to recover, they're easy to drive, easy to bring back in one piece. So that's kind of our focus on that. We'll have the car that's a little spicier for the people that drive a spicy car, and then everything else is about making it, engineering it and setting it up to be an easy-to-drive car, or easy to circulate and easy to bring back in one piece, and not quite as twitchy or things like that. So we'll see that in our lap times. Obviously, we're not very seldom we're a pole and like the GP1 cars and things like that. But it does give us that opportunity to have a little bit more of a development aspect on one car, development driver rather, aspect on one car, and then one car that's set up a little bit spicier for the drivers that are capable of driving that car.
So you're not developing 6, 7 cars. You're really only developing 2 or 3.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
and because you're spending so much time on track, your race time is essentially also developed.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
that makes a lot of sense.
We learn something every weekend, and neither one of us are here to try and make our lives any more difficult than what it needs to be. But even though I try to find new ways and do it all the time, I can feel Bradley's side eye on that one. But we might have something a little bit not BMW next year. That might be a little surprise for everybody. But we'll
GTO.
Yeah, no, not GTO.
GTU?
Well, now we'll see.
Oh, yes. I was going to ask.
There's still politicking that has to happen. There's still paperwork and shuffling and things like that.
I'm not saying any type of, there was no facial expression given or anything like that. I was going to ask you earlier. I said, so when are we going to see a bright green NPO1?
Yeah, that's been the question of the
VW
week.
Fun Cup.
Yeah, I know. I want to go and do that race just for fun.
Bring one here.
Yeah, I know. They seem pretty reasonable. Have you seen that Fun Cup? The BMW, or it's a VW Fun Cup.
It's a tube frame body with a vintage like VW Beetle bodywork on it. Thing makes like 180, 190, 200 horsepower.
He's sold already.
Oh man, you turn the thing in, counter steer all the way. They ran a support race at Le Mans this year, 4 hours. Fastest lap time was like 5 minutes. So it's like, thing is not fast.
That's awesome.
But you're on the edge the whole way around. Skinny tires.
We love Miatas.
Oh man, see, it's not. No way it's going to be competitive with the NPO1s, but it'll last forever.
Yeah, the NPO1's definitely an interesting platform.
Yeah, okay.
We like it. We like the prototype aspect in multiclass racing. What's multiclass racing without some tiny little fiberglass cars going around? But yeah, it's I didn't really plan on doing anything like that, and now I'm kind of feeling left out because I see everybody's getting them, and that's all. It's right. I'm a sucker for peer pressure.
Yep.
And there's actually a whole Facebook group dedicated to it.
I can't find
peer pressure.
Or nobody's putting me in it.
I think it might be a private list. I'll make sure you get an invite on it. It's an exclusive club. Yeah. Otherwise, people would just be sending me shit all the time. That'd be great. But it's like Craftsman trucks and all that. And there's a lot of stuff that we want want to do. If we did a GTO entry, it'd probably be something in a Craftsman truck style event.
Nice.
So
you have our support.
that's the only thing that's really appealed to me about a GTO entry is the idea of a lime green, V8 like 90s Craftsman truck. That would likely be our GTO entry. So,
I'm all the way in.
Yeah, we just find the right one, and then me having a night where it's like, hell yeah, let's do this. Let's become Craftsman truck hunters. I've done super things. So. That's if we did enter into a GTO event, we would absolutely do it as a home built car that we're building out of our
You're not
garage.
GT4
We're
guys.
not GT4 guys.
Not
No,
those people.
they're cool to drive. I think they'd be an awesome car to drive. But I want to have a loud ass V8 that's barreling down on
That's the
on
way.
a factory GT. That's a little more our style.
That's the way.
But yeah, those MPO ones are really interesting. I mean, they go around these tracks very different from the heavier cars, and that's definitely something that's appealed to me. But we have no immediate plans for a GTU. There's no rumors of an open throttle GTU car coming.
Sounds like we
next
just
year.
started one.
It does. That's how it goes. Rumor mongering. Yeah,
Stratus has got one that's kind of.
they do. Yeah, shout out to the 60 car with Stratus. We're rooting for it.
Ryan, you had something?
Yeah. So I now have a side question. Does an M54 fit in the back of an NPO1? Do you think we could squeeze that in there, or do you think it's a little too
I
big?
don't think there's a specific rule that it has to be Miata powered, right?
No, I don't know if it's gonna fit.
I can make it
I
fit.
got Bradley Brown.
Make it fit.
here.
Okay, cool. If you make it fit, then I think an M54 just have a little bit different sounding NPO1 would be sick.
Yeah, you don't have to twist my arm on that.
Is the calendar going to make a return?
Yeah, we're thinking about taking a slightly different direction with the calendar. We're still in development on that, but we'll make an announcement on the calendar here, and we'll make sure we send you one.
I will be +1. Put me in the pay column. I will pay for a calendar. I
Sounds
like
good.
this year's. Brendan, they did a calendar, which is their, cars in it, obviously, but it had all the events on there too.
Yeah.
Like as holidays, so it was just like there, and you knew. So I gave that to my wife. I was like, I'm like, you always ask me when these are, and I don't really know. They're in here, so it's hanging in my bedroom.
Perfect, I love it.
If we made our logo green instead of the blue, would you throw our events on there as well?
For sure. I always say, give me some graphics. We love you guys. We'll throw it on. We beat the DriverSeye live drum all the time.
Heck yeah, I appreciate it.
He's openly said to me, Brendan, if we get him the file or even get him a decal, he'll put the decal on the car.
All right.
Balls in y'all's court.
All right. Yeah, all right.
Yeah, we love our media
bit. I'll take
personalities.
care of it.
Kip Sebring.
Personalities.
Metal. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, turn
Just
9
a dude who
news.
got tired of being an air traffic controller.
Nah, that's
and had too many iPhones.
I mean, as you sit with a headset on, looking out a glass window.
I know, right? Yeah, on my 20th trip of the year or whatever it is. Yeah.
We all traded stable jobs for playing around with race cars. I don't think any of us regret it.
Not even a little bit. Not
Nope.
even a little bit. Mike Gorman, Bradley Brown, thank you guys for coming
Always
up.
a pleasure.
You got anything else you need to plug? The floor is yours. Otherwise,
Nah, it's
Just shout out to the crew down there.
yeah, it's the reason why we've been able to be up here without worrying or anything like that is just an awesome. I mean, we got 4 cars running right now, and we're up here gallivanting and enjoying
they've
it.
been cursing you out for 30 minutes.
They
here
probably
you are.
have. I have 15 text messages. Now we've got.
I will have a list when I get back down there. Yes, no doubt.
Now I'm confident we've got. Everybody says it, but I'm a firm believer we've got the best gang in the paddock, and like I said, I don't know what we've done to assemble such an unbelievable group of people, but we try to put out what we get back in, and just shout out to everybody that has made this insane dream of what we're doing possible, and it's like I said, it's a surreal thing, but we'll be here all the time, and we'll we got obviously seats available for next year. We're running GP 1, 2, and 3 again. Everything's gonna be lime green, but it might be a little surprise in there.
Heck
so.
yeah. We're looking forward to it. Mike Gorman.
Absolutely.
Brown.
Always
Thank
a pleasure,
you guys.
man. Y'all take care.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep. If you happen to find yourselves trackside, you're at a WRL event for the first time, and you're wondering who to root for, I can't, as a commentator, endorse anybody specifically, but Mike Gorman and the Open Throttle crew, easy ones to root for, I think, Ryan.
Yeah,
Easy.
my wife is a management consultant.
Take it easy, buddy.
Is the easy way to say it. And it was a couple years ago, but now we mention it, semi-often around the house, and she mentions it with regards to her work. And it's the idea that culture eats process for breakfast.
Yeah.
And if you have a right culture, if you are surrounded by the right people, the process is going to figure itself out. And that's not to say you shouldn't strategize and think of where you can improve, but so much of the battle is making sure that you have the correct people that are all pulling on the rope the exact same way, and that it's a fun place to be where people feel, respected, and they feel like they're contributing to something that's really cool. And Mike Gorman has absolutely figured that out.
It's the give a darn factor.
Yeah,
right? If you can find people who care as much as you do about the thing, then getting the thing or doing the thing becomes substantially easier. Right?
Yeah.
Because you're not worrying about whether or not the person you're assigning to a specific task cares enough to do it properly. You just know.
Right.
Right. And maybe they even find a way to improve your process along the way.
Exactly.
Right. So yeah, no, I totally agree. And you see that in we talk about college sports and things like that. No, but like culture versus, that
the inverse of
those things
culture.
matter. No, but right, yes.
Anyway.
But there are some where you're like, no, I want to go play for that guy because he instills a particular culture, a particular mindset that empowers people to be their best.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe he's not the best schemer, he's not the best capital F football guy, or basketball guy or whatever, but they care about the kids and development and sports development and those sorts of things. And I just there's a lot of parallels there, and I think it's super that there are, talk to Brad McCall at Round 3 Racing all the time. Been since 2021 when, they had money flowing in from outside that was helping them grow a program. But now it's kind of self-sustaining because there are people who care about what they're doing and they have a good time doing it. That sort of thing becomes infectious along the way. So
I would like to toot my own horn here a little bit. Did you like how I managed to ask a question directly of Mike that I absolutely 100% knew was a parallel for you that you would be able to passionately jump onto?
So I didn't know anything, actually.
Oh, that was 100% intentional.
Had
that
no
I
idea.
mentioned
High
that the way I
Plains.
did. Oh, yeah.
High Plains was the first time I interviewed Mike, and we sat here with Brad and Randy Popes, it turns out, for 45 minutes or an hour or whatever it was, trying to kill time. And I had no idea that was his background.
Oh yeah, no, he worked he worked for, I believe, the same dealership group as Gino Manley, but he was a finance manager, I believe, for a Porsche store.
There you go.
Which is a pretty prestigious position to withhold. That's pretty. You got to be crushing it to do that. And so it is genuinely. It was like, okay, this is the same story. I didn't realize that you didn't know that about him, but I
had no idea.
I knew that if I had put that out there, that you would jump onto that, and so I was very pleased that you were picking up what I was putting down, whether you knew it or not. That worked perfectly. I'm very happy with that.
Very, very good. I need to step away just here briefly.
Sure.
So I'm going to let you and Jordan carry things for a moment. But before I do, fourth quarter just started. Georgia Tech's up 21-16 on Miami and driving. So
excellent.
Be right back.
Excellent. Good. So the beatdown continues as we declare Miami as a fraudulent football team. Unfortunately, I looked at the football bracket the other day for the projected playoff, which is going to be meaningless here, and there was a surprising number of non-SEC teams on it, to the point that it made me physically angry, because it is doing the thing they said it would, and they are actually including West Coast teams, which is not what I wanted to happen. I wanted my angle of nope, they're going to hose us anyway to continue, and it hasn't. So. Don't know how to feel about that. Jordan Worth, what have I been missing on track? We got about 2 hours remaining here.
Well, we got some clouds that looked menacing for a while, and now if you take a look, they don't look as menacing as they were looking.
Sure.
As you can see, the weather was moving in, and then it moved out.
Yeah.
And it never really affected the racing surface here at the Sebring International Raceway. I have a observation, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Every time anything to do with Sebring, that logo. Whoever came up with that.
Sebring logo.
With the 12 and the R, whoever came up with that, a genius.
Yeah.
This is great.
Absolutely. I think somebody, it's been around for a while. You would have to look back pretty far on because each event gets a little bit different logo, obviously, and they have the poster. You've seen the poster, right?
I think so, maybe.
The Sebring poster they do every year, they do a painting basically of all the entrants, and it's them on the front stretch, and so they're all hand drawn, and they always have across the top a little bit different event logo that usually has the Sebring with the 12R thing. You'd have to go back a while, I think, to find when they actually started using that particular style of the Sebring.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's been a thing for some time. Because I remember seeing those posters probably as 06 or 07 is probably the earliest one I can remember. But every year they come out, some of them look great, some are kind of ugly, but for the most part they look like a movie poster almost.
I like that.
And they're kind of cool. If you just look up Sebring 12-hour poster 2019 or something, it'll come up and you'll see what I'm doing. They're all in vaguely the same style most of the time, but it's always a new thing every year. So I imagine it's the same person that leads that effort is the person who came up with the Sebring R12 logo, and I agree, it is a good logo.
It's genius.
Yeah,
I love it.
I also think this Mobile 150 years logo, as much as it's just kind of a default, like, oh, 50 years gold, it is really clean though.
It is.
It doesn't look gaudy, you know.
Right. It's not over the top.
Right.
It gets the job done.
It is sufficiently different from the standard logo.
Right, and you can see the standard logo right there.
Right there.
Background. We can compare and contrast.
We can, absolutely can. Get a little bit of windage there, going down into turn one.
Oh, you think that's some wind? This one, it is blowing over here.
Wow, yeah, that is ripping. It's going pretty good. So we're going to do it through the field here, as what I think they call it on IndyCar. I wish I was doing it yelling from the pit lane, but alas, here we are. GP1, we're going to start at the bottom of the cars that are currently running. We've got the number 24 of Montgomery Motorsports in 8th place, the 7 of Palomar Racing, or 7th place, number 38 of Palomar Racing. They drove all the way there from San Diego. Probably one of the furthest possible tows you can do. So they've made quite the trip, only in the top 7 right now. I think they're hoping for a little bit better result tomorrow. The 63 of Open Throttle Racing, that's the BMW M3. We were just speaking with that team a moment ago. 45, Birmingham Road Race in 5th. Number 64, Open Throttle Racing in 4th position, another M3. In 3rd place, the 118 of Blaze Racing. In 2nd place, the 981 of BSR Racing. And in 1st position, hold it down with a 2-lap advantage, is the 392 from Harrison Motorsports, the longtime WRL entrant. In their now stable BMW M3, I know they had been working on this big V8 car for some time, and it had a run earlier this year of hitting and being hit and just kind of some issues. And they've really kept at it with that car, and they've been able to keep it on the track here. Had a little bit of an issue at the start of the race, but they since then have ran pretty flawlessly. Hold it down there at the top of GP1. GP2, the number 245 of Matt Connolly Motorsports, just known as Connolly today, currently not on track. 3rd position, we have the number 10 of Rockwell Autosport, the number 66 of Open Throttle Racing in 2nd, and then the 920 of 4048 Competition, currently leading GP2 in their BMW 330i. Last race out was one of the first times I think that they had an all Porsche walkout of all of the positions, and the BMW did not feature in GP2 super strongly, but that is the standard car for GP2, of course, the E46 BMW 3 Series. GP3, we've got the 2 AOA racing cars, the 55 and the 85 in 5th and 4th, respectively. The 75 in 3rd position, currently in pit lane. In 2nd place, we've got the 62 of Open Throttle Racing, and then in 1st position, the number 605 of Round 3 Racing in that old school Boxer. It looks like quite a bit of smoke back there.
Yeah, I think it's that Rockwell car. The first of the Rockwell cars, actually.
Okay.
It's very blue smoke. It's concerning. They're both out there.
And in the IndyCar style, Brendan, I'm going to throw to you to do the rundown for the GTO field.
Is that where we're at?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, GTO being led at this juncture, 138 laps complete for the number 124 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. The AMG GT4 leads the 188.
Ooh, I'm sorry. We were doing through the field, so I'm going to need you to start at the bottom.
Of GTO?
Yeah,
that's not how
they
works.
do through the field.
No, it's not.
You start at the top.
It is. No, they don't. They start at the bottom. For IndyCar, they always start at the bottom.
That's incorrect.
I will bet any amount of money. Any amount.
I have never heard of through the field start at the bottom.
They absolutely start at the bottom. 100%.
Well,
anyway, continue.
I'm not doing that. NFC Motorsports leads by 2 laps from the number 188 of Fast Track Racing. That's the yellow BMW M4 G82 spec car. Lupe Tortilla, the a promotional effort behind that car. AOA Racing's number 74 BMW, similar to that 188, sits in third at the moment, 46 seconds ahead of the 909 from Automatic Racing. That much older Aston Martin V8 Vantage, having the best run I can remember in at least a year for that car, if not longer, for that blue number 909. TLM USA, number 172, the top TLM Aston Martin this weekend at this juncture, sits 18, just short of 18 seconds behind that number 909. Fifth in class. 289 from 89X Motorsports, and sixth. Number 30 from Chrono Competition, also having a nice day inside the overall top 10 in seventh place in class. Just 3.5 seconds ahead of the number 82 from Random Vandals. So that battle of 289, 30, and 82 is actually a pretty strong one at the moment. 3 cars within 12 seconds. And not very much to choose between them on pace. If anything, I think that 30 Chrono car is beginning something of a march forward here. So keep eyes on that. It's sort of a mint green. There it is, actually, just going through shot behind the Ginetta. The TLM USA Aston Martin directly behind it is not for position. But anyway, there's the Random Vandals car just leaving shot to the right side. So good stuff up there in GTO. Have you done GTU, Ryan?
No.
GTU led by the number 59 from Stratus Racing, 140 laps complete, also the overall race leader. Stratus number 60 into the pit lane from second place, will actually likely retain that spot from the sister car number 58 after all is said and done, sitting third and fourth overall respectively on the class podium. Heraflight is the only other GTU competitor this weekend. That car only 72 laps complete, and most recently seen in the pit lane. Seen it in a minute, but I also haven't been looking. And that is your GTU class, with now under 2 hours remaining as we clear 3 o'clock in our Saturday 8-hour enduro. Time flies.
I'm really trying to decide what I'm going to do when the race is over, given that I'm going to have, several more hours of time to kill.
Consciousness.
Yeah.
My situation is complicated.
Yeah?
I'm going to have to go pull cameras. Guys,
it's going to rain.
Guys, it's actually just starting to sprinkle here a little bit.
It is raining in turn 16.
Oh, you can see it. You see it on the camera. But I'm sort of in this, I'm not actually on American time at the moment. Getting up early is a good thing, but it means I'm also tired at 7:15.
Yeah, where did you go?
Ireland.
Wow.
So, a nice 5-hour difference. I came back on Tuesday.
Right.
So, never really bothered to get back on the time. Anyway, it's fine. My point is, I could go do something, whatever you do in Sebring. I'm going to be tired by, the time I get back to charge batteries, so that's the point.
Sure.
The rain's definitely picking up a touch, huh?
It is.
I'd say it's covering the whole property by now.
The property?
The whole property.
Yeah. It's, the wind hasn't picked up the way it did the first rain shower we had.
Mm-hmm.
And you actually can't, look in the distance and see that rain haze or that rain fog. But it's definitely, I think, a steadier rain than we had. That sort of second shower that never really materialized into much. I mean, you really see it there. Wipers on the number 981, headed down to turn number 1 there. So yeah, let's see what happens here. Oh, much heavier over here at 14. Rooster tails already almost. Certainly a little bit of spray. So in our extended interview with the Open Throttle gang, we sort of, I want to say we lost track of the race, because that's certainly not the case.
Well, that's why we did the rundown.
The flow of the race has changed a little bit, even if the positions haven't.
I think we got a car stopped here underneath the Advent Health Bridge.
You're right. It's an open throttle BMW. It is the 62.
Well, hopefully we can stay green here. Otherwise, this point Brendan's about to have made about the race flow is going to be messed up.
No, it's just when you lose touch with the flow of the race, it's kind of a challenge to just jump back in and say, oh yeah, this car's due in on this lap, and here's how this is all going to shake out at the end. I just don't have a good handle on that at the moment. But really, not much is in contention other than that 289, 30, 82 battle, I think.
Oh, did you do the thing?
No, I haven't, but I should. I can't imagine it's going to throw up any shock results, right?
No.
Top 4, maybe even 5 in GTO seem pretty stable. I will say, the 909 still pulling away from the 172.
Look at that.
172 with a 235 last time.
This looks like the rain that you would get on like a PlayStation 3 game.
It does. This is Formula 197 straight up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or, sorry, Formula 1 Championship Edition in the United States.
Yes.
I don't know why.
I still think Formula 1 Championship Edition, the 2006 version, was, for some time, the best graphics on an F1 game.
That's probably true, but I think F1 97 was the best comprehensive Formula 1 game of an entire era, in the way that none of the... I don't really even... Who developed that, like, F1 CE, F1 06?
I don't recall.
Yeah, I don't
know
either.
The Codemasters did it after them for 09.
Yeah, but it was whoever had it before then.
Right.
2K, or 989 Sports had one, like 2001, but I don't think it was them.
Who did F1C? I'll look that up.
Meanwhile, I have pressed the button.
All right.
Go to GTO. Yeah, GTO, the Irresponsible Math, brought to you by the Irresponsible Mathematician, which is our sort of predictive timing output, right? It looks forward to the end of the race, how many laps we've got left, calculated out, what's likely to happen, number of pit stops, and a little bit of random variability in there, random variance in there. It does show the number 124 pretty heavily favored to take first place in GTO. The 74 on track for second place ahead of the 188, which is very interesting. That's a 2-lap differential.
F1C, the 06 version, was a Studio Liverpool Sony Computer Entertainment property.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
The same people who did Wipeout.
Oh. Huh. I didn't. Yeah, Sony makes sense. Yeah. 74 is into the pit lane. Hour and 50 minutes remaining, so that should be the final. Oh, did they have a no? What? Have they already had their stop? I guess they must have. The lap time was a 3:48. It doesn't show them in the pit lane, which is even weirder. Oh, that's the Bruce Innovations car in the wall at the exit of turn number 1. Steam out of the front side of the car.
That's stuck. That's not going anywhere.
I completely agree with you, Ryan. I think it'll definitely be at least, almost certainly game over for the 333, and almost certainly a full course yellow in order to go recover that car. We've gotten away with a couple of these little rain showers today with that. Well?
I mean, it certainly shouldn't be driven because there's a lot of coolers in there that you kind of need, and the engine is hot.
Yeah, you wouldn't push it here.
No.
Just get the car recovered back to the pit lane. Very easy to do at the exit of turn 1 here, obviously. The road narrows up. If you're carrying a lot of speed there, huge bump as the pavement changes just at the end of the concrete blocks, and in the rain that can become very, very slick. And whether it spins you to the inside or pushes you wide to the outside, oftentimes the result is the same, in that you spear across the track into that tire wall on driver's left, which is there for a reason. It's been hit before, and now we do go full course yellow. So that bites the 74 fairly hard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one stings a bit. I also wonder here, I'm looking at the 74, I wonder if Irresponsible Math doesn't take into account penalties. Yeah, because of the way they're deducted and the way Race Hero processes them. I wonder if that car, if that's why it favors it. In any case, I mean, you could still jump the 909 here, for sure. because the 909 will need to pit here under the full course yellow. But obviously the 74 is absolute time loss there from having just made that pit stop under green. 909 is in now. 70 stays out. Not that that's of real significance at the moment. I think the 123 has basically been parked for the day. They brought that car in and are now focused firmly on the 124 and bringing that car home in first place for the NFC Motorsports stable. This is the 58 car into the pit lane. The blue accents there just off the left-hand side of the screen. Out of third place in GTU.
I think it's safe to say that that's Dakota Dickerson behind the wheel.
You think so?
Other Dakotas are available.
What leads you to believe that? Is it the Dakota on the side of the helmet?
No, it's just a feeling.
Vibe.
His driving style.
Fair.
My question is, when Brad comes into GTU, is he going to have the same V-Box setup as Stratus Racing, in which case are we going to have all of the GTU cars have onboards?
So to be clear, it's a V-Box output to a Sentinel unit.
Sure.
Yeah. So I would like to assume that they would continue that way. I did ask Brad those kind of questions back at High Plains. And basically, are you starting from scratch with an NP01 Evo, or are you starting from Stratus Racing level? Like their level and method of development. And he said it's going to be basically identical to the Stratus car, except we're going to have power steering. That was like the only big change between the way Stratus runs the NPO1s and the way Round 3 intends to run their NPO1s. You think Mike Gorman's going to run an NPO1?
I think he'll look into it, but that's
so hard to see.
To their point, I mean, if they have a platform that works for them, that they don't have to relearn.
Headed for explosive growth in the GTU class next year.
Indeed.
Yeah. Some are calling it the finest prototype class in American sports car racing.
I'd agree with that. Certainly the one with the most development.
Just slap a Bosch flywheel unit onto that thing or whatever the hybrid is.
That's
GTU-H.
I want to see that car run at HSR. The Porsche RSR with the flywheel that ran unclassified periodically. Where is that you think? Probably in Porsche's museum. Yeah, that's too bad.
Speaking of Porsche's museum, you see they rolled out the Porsche RSR prototype from 2000?
No.
So this car was sort of legendary in Porsche Motorsport because oh man, look at the rain here in the sunlight. It was a car that existed by rumor and spy shots only. Like Porsche had never confirmed the existence of this prototype they developed for 2000. It was open top prototype meant to be LMP 900 rules. It was developed at the same time Audi was developing the R8, and there were some spy shots of it testing at Weissach, and the car never saw the light of day again. Porsche never talked about it. They never confirmed its existence. Obviously, they knew it existed because pictures, the spy shots were there. But it was I think the 25th anniversary of that car because it was developed in '99, intended to go racing in 2000. They pulled it out, started it up. Alan McNish did a bunch of laps in it at Weissach, and they finally acknowledged this LMP 900 that never was.
So they've been doing this every quarter or so. They've been doing it for probably about a year and a half, where they will release a thing that people thought might have happened but never did, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, we definitely did that," and here it is, we still have it. So somebody in their marketing department has decided to capitalize on all that stuff, so every now and then they release something like that, where it's like, "Oh, did you know we had this the whole time?"
That's pretty cool.
Which is pretty neat.
I think Porsche in general, in a way that I may upset a lot of people by saying this, and I'm not like fully in the know. I think when you look at like BMW marketing at the moment, they just seem to be upsetting people with the way they change the designs of their cars.
Yeah.
Like, they don't seem to be trending in a generally positive direction with very much that they're doing. Not everything. Oh, this camera's tilted now. With very much that they're doing, whereas Porsche is finding ways to like emotionally grab people, be like, hey, you see this really cool thing? Pay attention to this exceptionally cool thing. Like BMW has decades of motorsport history they could be tapping into, and they're not. Just not touching it. Mercedes doesn't seem to be doing anything special at the moment.
A friend of the show, his name will come to me.
What does
Bill
he do?
Caswell.
Oh, yeah.
Friend of the show, Bill Caswell, kind of talked about this several years ago, where when he spoke with BMW's marketing people, they're not tremendously interested in marketing that shows off their history as much as they can get more return sponsoring a racing yacht. Or, doing things of that, sponsoring the U.S. Open or whatever. And indeed, I think the brand has departed substantially from being a driver's car, quote unquote, to more being better Audi at this point, frankly, because Audi has nothing compelling on sale. Because every car now has an equal amount of technology, you can't sell that Audi is the technologically inclined brand anymore. Fair. So they still make M3s and M5s, and they sell more of them than ever, but they've diluted that M brand to the point where it is genuinely just a trim for people who want the most expensive one, and you actually have to get the CS or the Club Sport or the whatever to get the actual nice one. And so they're kind of just being driven by, frankly, stooges that just want to have a loud car that's, the fast one or whatever. And I think they've parted from being a true enthusiast choice. And I think Mazda, to some extent, has also departed from that. Like, they have the MX-5 available, which is a great car. And all the automotive journalists really like the CX-5, and they think that it drives great, and I'm sure it does. But they've departed from, they talked about, it was several years ago, they talked about, hey, are you going to do a Mazda Speed 6 with this new body style?
Yeah, yep.
And they're, oh, no, we're too mature of a brand now to do that. We're not going to do a Mazda Speed 3 because, that's just not who we are as a brand. So with Mazda pretending they're Volvo, with BMW becoming Audi/Mercedes, basically, Jag doesn't exist. It has disappeared up itself this year. Jag does not make cars right now.
Yeah.
Porsche's really the only enthusiast brand that remains where top to bottom their concern is being the cool thing that's nice to drive, that if you're in the know, this is really the one you want.
Yeah.
And I think they're doing a great job of continuing that and differentiating itself from the Audi offerings that underpin a lot of their cars.
Yeah. No, that is fair. As an aside, the disappointing thing about Mazda is they could have become what BMW used to be.
Yep.
If they just leaned into the driving experience thing. Because I got to be honest with you, I have a CX-90 this weekend as a rental car, and I am enjoying the hell out of it. It is.
Does it have the straight six, or is it the 4-cylinder?
I have no idea, but it doesn't matter. It's just it punches, it gets good mileage. It doesn't drive like a top-heavy, long SUV. It just drives like a car.
Right.
It has all the same dynamics you would expect out of, I have a CX-5 at home. It doesn't drive terribly dissimilar to that. Everything feels right about it.
Have you driven a Cayenne, though?
I haven't. So I had a Mazda.
It's
fair.
it's something else. Anyway,
and that's fine. That's fine. But I would rather have the CX-90 than my last experience driving any BMW was not a positive one. It was a 3 Series, but I didn't love it.
Right.
I have no desire. Driving the CX-90 doesn't want to make me go out and be like, oh, I bet the X5 is awesome, or whatever the biggest X Series is right now.
Right. X7.
X7, sure.
Which I had at Coda.
How was that?
Fine. And probably
Sure.
not as on level, probably not as good as the CX-90, frankly, but it was nice.
Yeah, so like I had a Mazda 6 before I had my CX-5. I was very, very close to buying a Speed 6 instead of the 6, and all of them were just, they were great. They were great. They're investing in racing, right, with the Spec MX-5 Challenge, right, with the NC cars that are running in SCCA. Right now, right? They are actively building platforms for people to go race.
Sure.
2 to 3 old generation cars in a spec format that will eventually replace the NAs and NBs when Spec Miata runs out of its life cycle in 2 decades or whatever. Like BMW doesn't have that next thing.
Right.
And by Mazda like actively sort of eschewing the we're not doing the fun thing anymore for road cars specifically, it's hard not to feel like this will come in. It could come and bite them in like 20 years when they need their next racing platform but don't have it.
I think Toyota has done a good job of trying to pick up where Mazda left off.
Sure, yeah.
In providing several compelling products. They discussed, I believe it was in a Japanese magazine, that it was mostly confirmed that the Supra will live on post BMW. Because they're no longer working with BMW on that project anymore. It is now a fully separated thing. It's the same parts, obviously, but they're no longer in active development with them. But that there will be a 6th generation Supra, and it will be Toyota's product. The speculation is that it's going to be that Lexus GT3 car that they keep seeing testing everywhere. It's going to be the watered down version of that, basically.
Got it.
Is what the Supra is going to be.
They're building a race car, like a concept race car that will basically be watered down or neutered down to become a road car.
I think there will be a fleshed out road car underneath it. I don't think it will have the shortcomings of a homologation racer, because that's not how Toyota builds cars.
Sure. Yeah, no.
They've got this GR Corolla thing that's done pretty well.
Have you driven one of those?
I have not. So what I have driven is when that hatchback Corolla came out in 2019.
Yeah.
I got one with a manual to use as like a demo, basically, for a week when I went to LA. It was in that frozen blue, like blue flame, I think they called it. So it was blue, but it had some like gold flake to it, but it was like bright light blue. And the manual transmission, and the thing drove great, man. Like it drove kick-ass. The handling was awesome. The ride was good. The steering was even though it was electric power steering, it was very direct. Now it was still the regular Corolla, so it's a 2-liter, and it made 170 horsepower. So it wasn't fast, but the handling, it was like, oh, this would be a good autocross car. This is a good car. It's athletic. You can feel it. And so just taking that, but giving it twice as much power is obviously going to make it an incredible sports car. Like, no question. No, I had ordered one at one point, Brendan. Well, not ordered. I had reserved
the GR?
one. Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to drive one.
It did not arrive before I left Minnesota, so I got my deposit back.
Fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's. I don't have many more formed opinions than that. Other than I think Toyota has gone from being the most generic coupe and sedan car builder to actually doing some like lightly cool stuff in the vein of the way Mazda used to do cool stuff and BMW had cool stuff.
The problem they're going to have is they've been pushed by technology, frankly. Like, Toyota's been genuinely about 1 to 2 generations behind in tech, and they haven't really cared because their cars are the most reliable, so they just keep making normal, easy stuff that works. And now that they've had to push themselves to turbo motors and things like that, the reliability is not there at all. It is not the same situation it was before. So I think now they have to make interesting things to make up for the fact that their cars are no longer the undisputed reliability champs. As we go back to green.
We do. Button was pushed a little early upstairs, waiting for the cars to round turn 17 and actually take the waved green flag at start-finish, but they do exactly that now, as the 85, or what's left of the 85 Mazda MX-5 leads the field back to green with 1 hour and 33 minutes remaining on the clock. 146 laps complete by your overall race leader. They fan out 3 wide down into turn number 1. Aston Martins go side by side. It's one of the 89X cars alongside the 909 from Automatic Racing, who has since fallen nearly a lap or a full lap behind the number 74. So we said we thought it would bite the 74, this full course yellow. Actually, in terms of keeping itself on the podium, actually seems to have worked out fairly well overall. Want to make one other quick note in the race control log. Buttons were pushed for the number 30. One for a pass under yellow at 3:05, and then another one for not having a fireball ready at 3:12 in the pit lane down in the full course yellow. So that car that was in that battle for 7th in GTO is essentially taken out of that now thanks to 2 one-lap penalties that push it now down to 14th place overall. Good battle, however, that 909 automatic racing Aston Martin. If you look off the tail end of that car, at some point you'll see a red Aston Martin V8 Vantage. It's a newer gen of the Aston that is hunting that car down. 6.1 seconds is now the margin for 1, 2, 3, 4th place in GTO. And it looks like we've got another clean restart here. Is that the 103 back out from TLM? It is. There's the 172. And we jump on board the... Oh, back on board the 103. Yeah, very good.
Just going for it. Got the rear view camera as well. Two Aston Martins still duking it out here at the front of the group. So everybody should be just about on one more stop to the checker here. I think we'll start to see those stops here in about 30 to 40 minutes. I do hope that the field has thinned out enough now at this point where we won't have too many more yellow situations between here and the end of the day, although I think there's a lot of teams, Brendan, after these penalties, after the way the yellows have unfolded, a lot of teams looking forward to tomorrow, I reckon.
Yeah, so we've cruised to the middle part of this race, but it hasn't been completely casualty-free.
Right.
We had a couple of full course yellow interruptions. The bulk of the field was still there, but there was so much start and stop earlier on that I think may have caught a couple of people out. That even up in GTO, where normally we see the same kind of couple of contenders, we now see cars we would never really have any other cause to talk about. So in some ways good, in some ways bad. I would like to turn our attention briefly, or for as long as he'd like to stay, down to GP1, where friend of DriversEye Live, Scott, man.
Yes.
Joins out of the Blaze Racing number 118 camp.
It's amazing. You talk to so many people, and the fact that you actually remember my name, that's a good thing or a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing at all. There are days, I had a couple last night where I ran it, 2 days ago, I ran into somebody in the hotel lobby. Right. And he's like, hey, man, you here commentating this weekend? I'm like, yeah. Good to see you. And I spent my whole 5-minute conversation trying to rack my brain. We got there in the end. But every now and then I have those where it's a challenge. But we got you.
Yes.
I know.
Let's talk racing.
Yeah, let's. So let's talk podium. 3rd place at the moment down at GP1.
Yeah, we are. The bucket of bolts is managing to hold together just barely. We have a bobby pin, a clothespin, and a whole lot of Marvel Mystery Oil that's working to our favor at the immediate moment.
So that's interesting because Sebring is like the last place you would want to build a car on those items. But it seems to be all right.
It is true. Well, don't get me wrong. We started with grade 275 hardware, and it's now degraded all the way down to a bobby pin and a safety pin and God knows what else. There's a paper clip in there too, I swear.
That's fair.
But yeah, the only pin that's not in action right now would be the pin that we had to pull in order to keep the fire bottle working.
I got you.
Sorry. The guys over there in production are laughing their butts off like, oh my God, this guy just got on the air again. Oh, crap. Anyway, what's going on?
You tell me, man. I just heard over your radio there somebody's dealing with a little vibration, maybe from some pickup.
Yeah.
Tell me what's going on.
A little bit of the, I mean, we got one of our guys in there that is more, radical related, and sometimes street tires and some of the pickup and so on and so forth does alarm him, but actually it is a mandate with our drivers that we report back any sort of anomalies as we can track those sort of things and kind of keep on top of the nut and bolt mess that we continue to plow around on. So, but and unfortunately we had to add a pit stop. We had of all of the strangest, weirdest, stupidest things. We had a windshield wiper blade decide to crack and break. So we went ahead and added another windshield wiper blade. You know what they say, before you go into a broadcast booth, make sure that you shut your phone off. I couldn't shut it off because Zach, who is running the team as I step up here, is calling me right now. So stand by one.
Yeah, we got the mute button there for Scott, man. This seems to happen a lot. Back at Eagles Canyon, same thing. Got up into the booth, and 30 seconds after he put the headset on, all of a sudden the car's off in the tumbleweeds in the final couple of hours.
Are there tumbleweeds in Florida? Is it like dry enough
No,
here?
that was at Eagles Canyon. Here.
Okay, got it. I was like, what are you talking about?
The only thing I heard on the radio was somebody reporting back. Driver said something, and the team manager, engineer, whatever he is, said, "Yeah, you probably just got some pickup under the full course yellow. Give it 2 laps, and if it doesn't go away, let me know." So yeah, jumped on the phone there. So we created that, obviously. Yeah, sure.
It's what we do. Got to make the drama.
Yeah. Interesting that full course yellow came at a time where everybody was going to have to make one more pit stop.
Yeah.
Right? About a half a tank to the end should be able to get everybody
Conspiracy?
Can somebody explain to me what happened at Martinsville? I was reading earlier on
Jordan's going to be
Martinsville? Yeah, what was the conspiracy, controversy, whatever? I don't know. Are we good?
Playoff.
Okay. Hold that thought, Jordan.
Yeah, I can hold that.
Yeah, let's hold that thought. We'll come back to that. We'll unmute Scott here.
I appreciate that because I will need to bounce down there relatively quick.
Okay.
So in the nature of endurance racing, of course, you just never know what you don't know,
Yeah.
And especially at Sebring, it might as well just, it's like shaking something to death and just expecting it to continue to
Have you
live.
been here before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you came in like knowing.
Yeah, but the rest of my team had not. And I said, you just have no idea. The surface is a cheese grater, and the entire thing is an earthquake. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's basically what it is. And so we actually purposefully really nut and bolted the car. We were ready for this. I was 100% certain that we were going to do okay. And we're running just ridiculously soft springs and shocks and all that sort of stuff. We were actually having a bottoming out problem on Friday yesterday. Not necessarily... in the fender wells, not on the bottom of the car. But anyway, so the call that just came up is kind of interesting. This is also a place that just absolutely destroys brake pads. And so we are running as light as we possibly can, still a stock set of the M3 3695 brake calipers, both front and rear, which some people say, oh, I don't know about that. But we're a super lightweight car. We've managed the whole entire season to do an excellent job. We have incredible braking, but we do have the Bosch ABS system on there. So, it gives us such unbelievable ABS feel, or ABS braking. And so with that, we're likely going to need to do a quick brake slap, which we can do in a very, very fast time. We've rehearsed it, maybe towards the end, but we're trying to get Jonas, who's in the car right now, to limp it along. In the meantime, going back to the windshield wiper blade, so we lost a blade, and we're like, what the heck? So we took another blade out of the same packet. We popped it in on the last pit stop because we do get an occasional spritz of rain like what we had 15 ago. And that one also broke in exactly the same location. So in a defective, and they weren't like the cheapy, whatever, AutoZone $9 blades. These were, I don't know, whether, I'm not going to say a name or something like that for fear I'll get it wrong and degrade the wrong, name. But it just some of the stupidest little things have happened to us. We did get interesting. So you asked me just before we jumped on the air, you said, okay, so you lost a lap to a penalty. Okay, so we had 6 people over the wall, but part of the reason why we had the 6 over the wall is because we were asked for our card for an incident. So I kind of did one of those, okay, we have a 6th person over the wall because we have been asked by the scrutineers to provide a card, and it's difficult for us to get to the docking bay where the card is located, and it takes us a moment because we have to put a new card in and format it.
Exactly.
But we can do that, no problem at all. And so guess what? That was our first warning. Actually, technically, there was the first warning. I'll explain here in a second. That was our second one that resulted in a lap. The first one was me. When I jumped in, we were in a full course yellow, and I was doing everything I possibly can to beat the pace car out.
Sure.
And so I did 37 miles an hour instead of 35, and that was our first warning. So all things considered, WRL did make the right call, but that was irritating. I mean, just incredibly irritating. It's like, can't we please be like F1 where we can sit there and just, hey, come on, you can just let us get by with this. Boy, did I just start a big fight or what with that one?
I like how you gave the excuse first before the violation. You're like, well, I was trying to beat the pace car out.
Yeah.
So I did 37 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Not, I did 37 miles an hour. I sped in the pit lane, but I was trying to beat the pace car. No. Let's get the excuse out there first, and then.
Well, I mean, it is true. Being a broadcaster for 30 years, just like you know what I mean?
You fit into this racing driver business very nicely.
Right, exactly. Yeah, the BS comes out, and then you find the real truth somewhere buried behind it.
Exactly.
All right. So, but I will say that had we had not beat the pace car out, then we would have been in exactly the same location. We just barely did beat the pace car out. Whether the 37 versus 35 would have been, would have mattered. Would have mattered. But they did get me for 37 instead of 35, and so I literally am the one that actually caused an issue. Now we did have an interesting little contact. So we had a team that came up behind us. Okay.
No. I saw this. Yeah.
Okay. And so. So what happened was I was coming into a yellow flag, an active yellow flag, as the car was spinning out of control, and I saw this this GTO car come flying up behind me, and I did one of those. I've been a motorcycle rider for most of my life, and so what do you do with a crotch rock? You sit there and just nail the rev limiter, try to get the guy to wake the hell up, And so I'm blipping the throttle for all it's worth, trying to get him to slow down, and he just. I don't know what he did. He fixated on something, whatever it was, but came into a yellow way too hot and nailed the back end of me. Fortunately enough, I came off the brake pedal so that I wasn't hard on the brakes. They saw the telemetry. They saw that I was not impeding. And yes, I was in a yellow. Yes, there was waving flags. Yes, they pulled the cards from both us as well as the other team, the GTO team that hit us. And because I came off the brakes in order to kind of lessen the impact, it didn't take them out of the race and didn't take us out of the race. There was no warning on our part. I believe that they suffered some sort of a potential incident because essentially the guy came hot into a yellow flag, and it was interesting because the team was humble. This is the complimentary part. The team was so humble they brought their iPad over and said, "Yeah, we'll take full responsibility even before the scrutineers get it. Let me show you what happened." Showed their card and showed me off the gas, yellow flag directly in front of me, car spinning at the next corner, and the guy was just fixated on trying to get through me, not past me, but through me, and managed to hit us in the back. So it's endurance racing. This is the nature of the beast, and especially at a track like this. This is a very difficult track, and especially with the heat. It's sweaty hot out there. Your sweats. Crotch rot is a real thing. Sorry. And the cars don't like it either. It's just bumpy and hellacious. But this is one of my bucket list tracks. I love racing here. Absolutely love it. And the last track we just came from, Watkins Glen, another one of my favorites.
Keeps happening.
I know. And next year, looking at the calendar, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just incredible.
You guys will be back?
Yeah, so my contract was extended. Thank you very much to Blaze Racing, especially Jason, team owner. He's very, very happy with everything that's going on. I think we'll probably come back with the E36. Wintertime is, 2.5 months worth of, gang, the car to try to make it even better. We're going to find another 200 pounds and drop it off the car. It's not a bad car. We do have backup engines and backup parts just coming out of our ears. And I have pretty good plans for the car. So we will be here next year. Same name, hopefully the same number. We have been sponsored this year by PowerCool Manufacturing. They make absolutely amazing custom radiators as well as production replacement radiators. They have been incredible to us. And so PowerCool Manufacturing out of Indianapolis in Indiana, so quite the place to have your business based. If you need a custom radiator, please look up PowerCool. They're an unbelievable company, and their quality is just undeniable. And even, quite frankly, for the quality, I cannot believe the prices that they charge. They just do such a good job. Last but not least, with them, they are racers too, and so they understand where we come from. There's no question about it. So from Blaze Racing, this might be our last race because I don't believe that we're eligible for nationals. We're probably not going to end up down at COTA.
Oh,
our
wow.
team owner plans on dropping by and saying hello. He's not the guy that's going to jump with the cans on the ears and the microphone shoved in his face, but he's going to probably just go check it out. I may go down and meet him, and if I do get an opportunity to be able to jump on the air with you guys down there, that would be really cool.
Please do. It'd be a bummer not to have you guys there. 'Cause, I mean, you guys feature regularly top 3, top 5 in GP1. Class will have, I don't think, any more depth than it will at COTA, right? So that's kind of your litmus test for where you stand at the end of your first season.
Yep.
You know, headed into 2025. Yeah, a little disappointing not to have you guys out on track, but sounds like good things for next year.
COTA is the ultimate of horsepower tracks. Matter of fact, this would be a horsepower track in my opinion as well. But ironically, we're doing really, really well because of the fact that we get such good fuel economy. And so that's always been my premise. Why would you do the same thing that everybody else is doing, which is massive amount of horsepower and all that sort of stuff? And so they're carrying around 350 pounds worth of ballast and they're boasting 450 horsepower, in our class. And I'm like, holy smoke, why would you do that? And so we're going the opposite direction and doing quite well. So. But I don't have my reading glasses on yet, so I'm an old guy. I'll be 60 next year. But if you could look at the standings, where are we sitting right now?
3rd in GP1.
Okay.
5 laps off the overall leader. Second place car, BSR Racing, is just into the. Actually had a long stop. They were in under yellow and then in again under green. 8 minutes 30 was the lap. It's like a 6-minute stop, 5-6 minute stop.
Yeah, that's breaks.
And now the gap from 981 to 118 is a lap.
Okay.
But
what about 4th?
4th, you guys have a lap over the Birmingham Road Race. It's 45.
Those guys are nice guys. They're next to us.
I like the Birmingham Road Race guys.
Oh my God, they're nice guys. That's one thing. Actually, it's funny because Florida kind of brings out some of the niceties. I mean, people are being very generous and simple and sweet, and I don't know. This is a good atmosphere here. I absolutely love it. So. So I appreciate it. To all those teams, anybody that's listening, to all the folks that are at home, if you're rooting for a particular team or something like that, know that they are being ladies and gentlemen, and I really, really appreciate that. Other tracks, not so much.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We love coming to Sebring. We make 3, 4, 5 trips a year here.
Wow.
And fly into a different place every time. It's 2 hours from everywhere. No, we love coming down here. The people at the track are fantastic, super, super helpful. This is obviously a spectator event as well, which is not something you get everywhere. Road Atlanta, we had the same thing, obviously, but it's nice to see some folks come out, watch some racing, learn about WRL, and kind of watch some really cool machinery and some really talented and really deep racing. It's all good things. Love coming to Sebring.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's interesting you should say 2 hours from everywhere. That would be the Glen too.
So I don't have that experience. I do have that experience at VIR. I don't have that experience at the Glen because it's a 3-hour drive for me.
Oh, see that you're cheating.
Yeah, right, exactly. So, but you're right. It's exactly the same thing. Whether you fly into Scranton, Ithaca's a little closer, but Rochester, Buffalo, it doesn't matter. Yeah, 3 hours from everywhere. Yeah. So anyway,
by the way, I got to promote something that's happening next year.
Oh,
only because your home track or our home track is becoming a new place for you guys.
Oh, UMC?
Next year. Yes.
Yeah, we're excited.
The UMC.
Really
so technically, I'm out of Vegas, but the race team is out of Salt Lake City.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And so me being the team principal, I've got my shop and everything down there. So the car actually spends its winters down in Vegas because it's we got access to test tracks and all sorts of stuff down there. But the actual team owner Jason and family, or and co, as I say, they're based all out of UMC, which we obviously cannot run in the middle of the winter time because it's ice capades, And so, We are so looking forward to you guys coming out. I mean, beautiful GP garages, absolutely stunning facility. Anybody that's never been there before, make that your destination. I mean, if you go for a week, go see the Uintas, which is the mountain range. It's right there just next to, Salt Lake City. Make it a family affair. That is a race that if you're going to commute from anywhere, it's worth it because of the fact that it's got so much texture for the family, for the racer. The facilities are unbelievable. The observation, your ability to be able to see the majority of the track, being somewhat of a spectator location, and all of the additional things that you can go do in and around the area. Oh gosh, yes, that's great. So when it was funny because even RJ said to me kind of offline a couple days before they announced it, he says, we're just waiting for the signed contract. And I went, oh, that is so cool. And I told him, I said, hey, if you want us to be, any sort of like a welcome wagon, Grand Marshal type, whatever, anything that we can do, I don't care, Walmart greeter, call us anything you want. We would be more than happy to do so because as WRL slowly starts sampling the water going out west again, considering 2 of your top teams are coming from San Diego, Southern California area, why the heck not?
I know why not.
I know, me too.
Right, and it makes sense that you would be, it's risky, right? Racetracks are expensive to rent, and if you can't make it make sense for a lot of people, they're just not going to do it, right?
Yeah.
You're much better off encouraging West Coast students to come out east, and that is a whole separate discussion. It's worked out fairly well, but eventually it is right to return the favor and attempt that move out west.
Yes.
As it happens, so I'm going to say this very bluntly. I was not previously a big fan of UMC. I've never been there, never seen it in person, but when the track first opened in 2006 at Miller Motorsports Park, it just seemed like it was corners for corner's sake and a layout that was meant to be compacted into itself, and we're just going to cram whatever we can into this very flat, artificially elevated land plot. Obviously, the track has undergone, there's a car stopped under, red flag. I was just going to say there's a car stopped underneath the bridge here at turn number 5.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a car on fire at turn 10. It's reported as the 56. I don't see any smoke off in the distance, which is a good thing, a very good thing. But this is the standard sort of go-to move here.
Mute me and I'll check on my car.
I got you. Yeah, this is very much the standard operation for WRL. If any sort of safety equipment or vehicle needs to be dispatched in a timely fashion to deal with something like a fire, the red flag is the go-to decision. Actually, you can see it off in the distance there. Is that turn? It's exiting 13 is where it is. Yeah, that 13 to 14 maybe?
We have eyeballs on our top right behind it.
Yeah.
You want to give us a car number?
It's, I think, just to the right of this this camera angle here. That Alan J safety team vehicle is headed out exactly to it, and obviously with our turn 13 camera being face down in the grass, that will, unfortunately, take out our ability to see what's going on there. But nevertheless, safety equipment's been dispatched timely, and it looks like we're going to be able to go take care of the that number 56 stopped between 13 and 14. Yeah, and rightly says to me that's that is the Janetta number 56, the G55. Hadn't seen a Janetta for a little while. That car only had 27 lap completed, but I had seen it out for there for a couple of laps, kind of getting itself back up to speed and up to pace. Obviously, this is not the way you want the day to end if you're down there in the number 56.
It's a good time to go to an ad, perhaps.
I think so. Good call, Ryan. Jordan, if we've got that queued up, we can just very briefly go say hello to the fine folks at Continental Tire. Hour and 9 minutes remain on the clock underneath a red flag. This will obviously result in a full course yellow, which hopefully we're not too terribly far away from here. That'll lead us into this final hour of racing at Sebring International Raceway, World Racing League on DriversEye Live. We'll be back in a moment.
You can feel confident Continental is the smart choice in tires.
Can they handle extremes?
Yep. Tested from the Texas desert to near the Arctic Circle.
Really?
Really?
Anything for the guy who finds that one pothole?
Yeah, road hazard coverage has your back.
For real?
Absolutely.
Were they made by like a bajillion engineers?
Well, closer to 100. Continental. Welcome to the Smart Choice in Tires.
Back.
We're back live at Sebring International Raceway, where there's someone
back.
waving at us. Someone is waving, or they were waving. This is going to be on a huge delay, so. There was a person waving to the right of the blue tower over there.
Interesting.
They've now walked away. That's all I got.
All right. Well, we're headed into the final hour here at Sebring International Raceway. Door open there on the number 70 Trimtech-sponsored Porsche on the way down into turn number 3. Of slightly more interest was the safety car headed out to go pick up the overall race leading number 124 NFC Motorsports Mercedes. Yes.
Is that the stricken car, or is that just the AOA in its natural?
The car, no, that's what the 85's been running around like for the last 4 hours.
Got it.
Yeah, no, after its difficulties. Yeah, so we're the procedure. If this is new to you in the World Racing League, whether you're joining us for the first time trackside or over on YouTube, or haven't experienced the red flag before, essentially red flag comes out and we immediately park all the cars in place on the racetrack, encourage them to stay to one side or the other to allow emergency vehicles to pass, go do what they need to do, in this case respond to a fire over at turn 14. Once that is secured and we have a reasonable expectation of going back to green, we'll send the safety car out to go park itself in front of the overall race leader. And from that point, when we revert to a double yellow status, the race leader will follow the safety car and all cars will catch the backside of that queue. You can see the red vehicle, the flashing lights off to the right side of the screen, just underneath the tree there at turn 8. The Mercedes directly behind it, then 74, 909, and the list goes on. I think that's a lap between the 74 and the 909 as well. So unfortunately, I don't think we're likely to get a position battle there. Yeah, showing a lap between them. In any case, as we go back to full course yellow, Jordan will give us a really nice, long, slow transition between camera angles, and cars will begin proceeding around safely for 2 to 3 laps, generally. Pits will, of course, be open, and at this point, you'd certainly be into top.
Everyone's going to go in.
Yeah, everybody's within their window here. We were last in at right at an hour and a half.
Is this Scott's favorite Scott's favorite end of a race.
Oh, yes, the reset the whole pit strategy cycle
right at the end.
Yeah.
That way, everybody's on the same cycle. Everybody's all much.
It is a little unfortunate, but I think we were basically already there anyway.
Yeah, I think so too.
Because of the timing of the previous full course yellow.
And we're not doing waiver rounds, and we're not doing stacking classes.
No, thank heavens for that.
Yeah.
By the way, Scott Mann, Blaze Racing, did have to scoot off. That 118 car, potentially a brake change coming inside of the final hour here, which is not the way you'd like to finish a day like this, but so it goes. He did leave his hat, though. Scott Mann, if you can hear us down on the PA, your hat's in the booth. Anyway.
Booth.
On Halloween, it's a booth. Also, when I tell lame jokes, the booth.
Well, there's the car being taken away. You just saw it there for a second until the graphic came down and blocked it again, like some blinds.
Roman blinds? Is that what they call them?
I guess.
52 is moving up. 70 was not.
Drama.
I mean...
Or being a manager.
Who does he manage these days?
Joey Hand.
Oh.
And someone else. I don't remember who.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Probably... well, he doesn't just do NBC, right? He does SRO.
Right.
Stuff like that. In the aggregate, it's... I don't know.
I don't imagine that the people he's managing, it can't be that much money. Because we're not talking about people getting paid millions of dollars. It's hundreds of thousands. Which, to be clear, is still a fair amount of money, but...
On the other hand, Joey Hand is being paid by Multimatic these days?
Yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
Which, I don't know.
If Joey Hand is making $300,000 a year from Multimatic, which might be a little light, might be accurate, does not even put him in the top 5% of people living in the town that he lives in.
Sure, yeah.
Like, straight up. It's like, oh, okay. Probably middle class here. There's an Apple campus in Elk Grove. As well as an Oracle campus, I believe.
I don't know where Elk Grove is.
Elk Grove is halfway between Stockton and Sacramento.
Oh, sure.
But Sacramento has sprawled out to where if you take Highway 99, Elk Grove runs into Sacramento, basically, nowadays. It didn't used to.
You know what we haven't gotten? Gotti Elkins out to turn 8 to go pick a burger.
That's true. Well, did you get the information from RJ?
I haven't talked to RJ.
Did you attempt to get the information from RJ?
No.
Okay, well then I'm not surprised. Yeah. To be fair, he's doing a job as well.
No, absolutely.
And I reckon if he saw it, he would probably put it back up. So he must not have been over there. Indeed, we have even more Sebring and 8.
I got to be honest with you. Not a lot of people go to the outside of turn 13. I ran into Jake from Sentinel. And some of the guys he was running around yesterday, just as the sessions were ending at around 5 o'clock. And he said, we saw the tripod out here. One of the guys said, who leaves a tripod at turn 13? And Jake said, no, that was definitely DriversEye. No chance.
True.
Yeah. But the tripod bit back.
You got to put the weight on the bottom.
So the safety car has come through past start finish completely on its own. The 124, the 909, the 59, the 247, the 82, all into the pit lane. 605 stays out, which is an interesting move because it was last in at 114, and I can't. When you've got how many laps? Is that 52 lap lead in class? 52 lap lead in class. I don't know why you would risk anything. They are bringing the 70 in, though, so perhaps this is hey, we're going to service the 70 first, and then once they're clear, we'll we'll bring the 605 in and get it serviced afterwards. That would make some sense. The 188 is in the Lupe Tortilla yellow BMW M4.
I think they should do NASCAR pit stops the same way they do V8 supercars pit stops, where you only have one pit crew for 2 cars, so you have to double stack most if there's like a yellow.
That will never happen.
Oh, I agree, but I think it would be fun.
Excuse me, I thought I got the mute button there.
Speaking of Jordan,
Not
can you give us
successful.
a rundown on what race was it? Richmond?
Oh yeah, what happened to Martinsville? Why
Martinsville.
Do you keep confusing Richmond and Martinsville?
Oh, the Martinsville thing?
Yeah, what happened to Martinsville? Because I don't understand.
So it was the final race before the championship race, so they're deciding
Yes.
what 4 drivers are going to show up, right?
Championship 4, yeah.
Right. And it comes down to the final spot on points between William Byron in the 24, Christopher Bell in the 20. Byron's car is dropping through the field with 20 to go. He is 1 point ahead of Christopher Bell, so 2 Chevys
Is it
get
just like
behind him.
old tires, or like what's
Yeah,
the?
the car just was just not handling well anymore. And
Okay.
he was falling back. He gets caught by 2 Chevys, the 1 of Ross Chastain, the 3 of Austin Dillon, 2 completely different teams, but they are Chevys. And they get side by side right behind him, and they just run in formation right behind him so that no one else can pass him.
Oh, they block. Yeah. Okay.
Yep. So then Toyota does some things, and Christopher Bell makes a pass to get the point he needs, but he rolled the wall. They made a rule about that now. You can't do that anymore. And
I remember that.
Yeah, he got penalized for that. So there was like 3 or 4 different things going on. Kind of a mess. What are you gonna do?
So what was the outcome?
The 20 was penalized for the wall ride, and then the 2 Chevys that lined up behind William Byron were penalized points and stuff, but the 24 made the championship race on points.
Shoot, I don't like William Byron, so that's too bad.
Yeah, so not a lot of people are happy about it. Seems like a mess. What are you gonna do?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not averse to like manufacturer-based shenanigans in racing. Like, I think it's
part of the game.
Trying to build storylines, I guess it's you know what it is. That is a little lousy though.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the most egregious ones. Honestly, the whole history of NASCAR. It has never been that blatant.
Short of the Michael Waltrip thing.
Yeah, but even that was within one team.
Fair.
Was, that
fair.
was just Michael Waltrip Racing. I think that's the part that people are really mad about this one, is that it was multiple, like 3 different Chevy teams, basically.
So who makes the call in that case?
Chevrolet.
Whoever the director of competition is for Chevrolet.
For
Yeah,
Chevy,
I can picture the guy.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah,
That is
bit of a
very
mess.
interesting.
Even NASCAR, they had a press conference yesterday, the day before, and they said, yeah, we didn't like that either. But there's no rule for manufacturer stuff like that in their.
There was no rule about wrecking 2 cars coming to the line either.
Well, yeah.
1 car was fine. It's always been fine.
Well,
It's
yeah,
2
that
cars
really was it.
draws
Really,
the
yeah.
line.
One was
Yeah.
okay, but the second one is like, oh no, you can't do that.
Yeah, can't do that. I don't know.
So is it all Chevy in the top 4?
No, that's actually the only Chevy that's in there.
No, for
So
whatever
without
reason, I
that
thought
all
there was
happening,
mostly Chevys.
Yeah, without that happening, they would have had no Chevys in the top.
Okay.
2 Penske Fords, 1 2311 Toyota, and a Hendrick Chevy.
Wow. Oh, he's in it. What's his name? Not Bubba Wallace. The other one.
Tyler Reddick.
Tyler Reddick. Yeah. Huh.
And they may not
All
even
right.
have a ride next year. That's a whole different
Wait, what?
thing.
What four cars are in it? It's Reddick, Byron,
Logano, Penske cars.
I don't.
yeah, this is not a race I'm going to do.
I don't want to see Blaney.
Yeah, I will. Blaney, I'm fine with, but he's like the only one.
Statistically, it's like the weakest 4 that have ever made it.
I believe that.
In terms of just all the guys that had
This
the
is
most
the
wins,
FAU San Diego State Final Four.
pretty
of
much, and
NASCAR.
no one likes it because of that. Because all the guys that had the most wins, most top fives, best average finishes, none of them are there.
Thanks,
did see
Jimmy
it.
Johnson.
I did see it at Matt Kenseth.
Yeah.
I saw a point from, I think it was Harvick, who said, "Hey, you know, why aren't we giving like the regular season points champion an automatic berth into the Final Four?" Right, and then give the second place like an automatic berth into the 8, third place an automatic berth into the 12.
But then,
That's a good. I like that.
Yeah, but then you would have, what do they do in the 9 races in between?
Does it matter?
Yeah,
What did
those
you do in the
races
first 26?
Try to win a
Right.
race because you're a freaking professional. Like, I mean, I don't know.
In the context of the whole playoff thing, it makes those 9 races completely meaningless for them. I don't know. I don't think there's
But
any.
that's a bed that NASCAR has kind of created. Well, I don't know. You kind of create that for yourself.
Unless
I don't
they
know.
go away from it, which I mean,
I don't see
most
happening.
people would want them to, but you know.
I don't
around
mind
too
the
long.
idea. I don't mind the idea of resetting the points for the top. Like, however you want to decide what qualifying means. Okay, we're going to reset the points, and then the last 9 races we'll do a run to the finish.
That was the original chase.
Right. I don't hate that. Like, that's fine.
Top 10.
Whatever.
26 races after 26 races, the top 10, and then
Right.
they just go for 10 races. But yeah, Jimmy Johnson won that 6 out of 9 times. So
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a fair format to do it in, but the like playoff thing I don't love, to be honest. When there's 38 other cars on track and you're trying to play your playoff game, it's like,
Yeah,
what
you
is
get
everybody
things-
else there?
you get
Is that
things
just
like what
cannon
happened-
fodder? Like what?
you get things like what happened last weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's dumb.
We are still under full course yellow. Light's still on the safety car. So we will have at least one more lap underneath the control of the red Chevrolet Camaro.
I am glad that the F1 playoffs, or hold on, that the F1 points championship is close enough this year, because I do get afraid from time to time that Liberty Media might be like, you know what, yeah, that's fun, we like that, and would switch to something like that. I think we're in a
Supercars
unique
did
position right now. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I think we're in a spot where F1 might potentially think about doing a playoff type situation, and that would make me grumpy.
I think it'll go, if anything, more and more are going to keep doing it instead of the other way. There are only none that do it.
Right. Like, what else would you...
NHRA's done it for 20 years also.
I know.
Yeah, but like
That one's
NHRA,
different
you're
'cause
also
it's-
head-to-head.
Yeah, it's drag racing
Anyway.
different, but they've been doing it forever too.
Yeah, when you're already in an elimination style competition, it kind of doesn't matter what other format you have. You know.
I think playoffs might be fun in like British touring cars.
British Superbikes does it.
Oh, that's right, they do.
Yeah, they were one of the first, actually. I think they did it right around the same time NHRA did.
Yeah.
It's an alternative. I don't like it, but one of the things I am a fan of in sports car racing that we don't really have so much anymore is like, so when we had the Intercontinental Le Mans Cup, the ILMC, it wasn't so much that we were creating a championship of races that were just meant to fill out a calendar. You were taking some of the best existing races, existing events, and assigning an even higher value to them. Right? But it wasn't, you weren't just saying, oh, this is an important race now because we're making it important.
Instead of arbitrarily deciding that the Bahrain 8 hours means literally anything.
Exactly. Like, you did have the Zhuhai 6 hours thing, but they wanted to race in Asia, so, like, fine, whatever.
Right.
Pick your venue and you go to your race. It does at least feel like the final events of the season, or whatever they choose to put in the playoffs, do have a little bit more gravitas. Like, the final... I don't know, the Pepsi 400 or Coke 400 or whatever it is now kind of flies in the face of that. Like moving it to be the final race before the playoffs start is dumb because it was already a big event. Like you might as well just let it be a big event.
Right.
But it does feel like you're getting more important races
But
inside the end of the calendar, which is
it's at the expense
good.
of the rest of the season.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah, you're devaluing so much more than you're adding value to. Yeah, fair. We've been cooking on this pace lap. Tell you what.
Boy.
Green flag waves. 926 and 981 are the first two cars across the start-finish line. We've got 48 minutes and some change remaining with final pit stops having been completed for basically everybody. So we sail off into turn number 1 with whatever battles we've got now likely to be fought out pretty much entirely on track. 124 is going to jump up the inside of the 926 here. There's the 909 and the 172. That is a battle for position. 0.2 of a second between them out on track. To my point, by the way, about cruising under the full course yellow lap, the previous FCY lap was 3:48. That lap was 3 minutes. So we really picked up the pace under that final lap under safety car, try to get some temperature back in the tires and brakes, and we can go fight this thing out on track in the final 3/4 of an hour. 89X Motorsports, Random Vandals, I'm sorry, the 289 from 89X. Random Vandals number 82 and the 233 from CHR in a fight for, do the math here, 6th place in GTO. It's a battle between 3 cars separated by about 5 seconds. Keep an eye out for that black Aston Martin and the white and green BMW M4 if you're trackside. Battle as well for the GTU and overall race leads. 124 leads 59, leads 60. Those cars were all stacked together coming back to the start-finish line. There's the 124, and then if you look a little bit further back, there's the 59. Wow, putting it on the 60. What was half a second behind is probably closer to 4 or 5 now. 172 shows the nose on the 909 automatic racing. Aston Martin headed into Le Mans Bend, turn number 16. Pick them up down the length of the Ullman Straight here, headed into turn number 17. Blue Aston has the legs. Big, normally aspirated V8. Is it normally aspirated or naturally aspirated?
It is normal. It's, well, naturally is the common usage.
Yeah, I was going to say, what's the proper?
Usually it's naturally aspirated.
Okay, all right, there we go. Leads the turbo V8, Mercedes-based lump in the front of the number 172. Shows the nose again, but really not close enough to do anything. No urgency as yet. Still 45 minutes remaining. And really from their position, they don't stand to gain anything. The 188 and the 74 are each on their own lap and ahead, a full lap ahead of the 909 from automatic racing. Just really can't make a mistake here, either one of them. Don't throw it off the road, don't drop any wheels, don't give the car ahead or behind an opportunity to either scoot away or make the pass. Keep eyes forward here as long as you can. Good battle as well for third in GP1. Blaze Racing had a lap in hand over the number 45 from Birmingham Road and Race. I wonder, did we get that suggested brake change from Blaze Racing? I think we did. Actually, I think we might have. The lap prior to their pit stop lap was 7 minutes. And the one before that was 11 and a half. So that 11 and a half would have been the red flag lap. I wonder if they did get that brake pad change done. There actually was the battle headed out at turn number 7 for third place in GP1. The black and yellow BMW headed off just there, leaving the right side of the shot. Sorry, chuckling to myself. They are running the GP1 BMW from Bruce Innovations down the midway. I wonder if because the 333 went out today, they're going to run that 444 car tomorrow. Interesting. Ryan West stepped away.
Nope, I'm here.
Oh,
we are here.
very good.
I'm just here to help you create. If you're cooking, I'm gonna let you cook.
I don't think I'm cooking.
Oh well.
I don't know. It's
43
been a good
minutes. There's not a
day.
lot of same lap battles going on. The 172 and the 909.
That's the one we're following. It's
Yeah.
them in the third place battle in GP1 at the moment. Also the sixth place battle in GTO. That 3-car fight between 289, 82, 289, and 233. It's actually just changed hands. The Random Vandals number 82 has jumped the 289 Aston Martin. So give sixth place in GTO to BMW, to Random Vandals Racing.
Do we have the 172 on, or no, it's the 888s on board that we usually have.
We might have the 172. Give me just a second on that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make sure
Sometimes
it's a
Automatic has one as well.
A public link we can use.
A public link.
It is unlisted. Yeah, maybe not. Oh, and it stopped anyway. We lost a bunch on it. Holy cow.
Nice.
Shift up now. Get some shift up now. Yeah.
How about this sunset we're about to have? This,
I was gonna
this
say
looks
it's,
like
the
it's
lighting
setting
is
up.
nice right now.
This is set up for a great sunset.
You know what?
I don't, but I hope you'll tell me.
Right in the coffin here. I don't. Sebring sunrises are better than sunsets. Just gonna say it.
So when you're on a peninsula and you're basically right in the middle of the peninsula that's mostly flat, what determines that?
Dunk in the air. Particulates.
All right.
I guess. You know? The real thing, I think, for me is it's cooler in the morning when the sun comes up, as opposed to the afternoon as the sun's going down. You've still got, more temperature left in the air.
Sure.
I don't know. Big sunrise guy, I think. You call yourself a sunrise guy or a sunset guy?
Sunset. I'm on the West Coast. Sunset.
See, I'm a big sunrise guy. Love a good sunrise. Back when I marshaled on a regular basis, most mornings you were like getting out to the corner as the sun was coming up. Every race weekend, nearly every day I was on the corner. Sunrise photo, Facebook, easy, rinse and repeat, and they were always spectacular.
Did you post it with a caption "at the office"?
No, I'm not a big at the office guy. Never have been.
Just settling in. Hashtag on that grind.
No, I hate that phrase. Not a big grind guy. Ooh, the 5 is back out. The All-Star Racing vehicle.
Go play.
Would it be annoying or annoyingly pretentious of me to start calling it a BMW?
A what?
BMW, the German pronunciation of BMW.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, I think it would be. So I think I'm not going to do that.
Here at the Mobile Lines.
Yes.
Sebring Raceway.
Yeah, wasn't that that was a big who used to do that? It was Tim Gray, the Porsche Mobile Lines Super Cup. Yeah.
Yeah, Mobile Lines.
Yeah. He can get away with it though. I like Tim Gray.
Same with Tech Trois.
But isn't that actually what you're supposed to say, Tech Trois?
So at one point they were corrected and told that it was Tech 3.
Interesting.
Even though it was a French team.
I think we might get a quick answer here.
A quick answer.
First off, Scott, you left your hat.
Oh.
Oh,
Vaughn?
wrong one. There we go.
And you forgot to pot me up.
Yeah, wrong button. Wrong mute button.
Yes, I did laugh. Well, for all those people that realize that 60 comes without any hair. I need my hat.
34 comes without hair.
There you go.
Either way, it happens to us all.
Anybody see that pit stop?
So we were asking the question, did we get a brake pad change?
We did a monaural brake pad change.
You're thinking of monorail, Scott.
No, monaural. No, as in single, as in not stereo.
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah.
Why? Time?
So you're trail braking so hard into sunset, the final corner before the front straightaway, you actually wear that front left, especially with an ABS system, you wear it so much faster.
Interesting.
And so we went ahead and did an audible, basically last second there on that pit stop, judging, the full course yellow, how fast the pace car was going, how fast our competition was going, and we just did one of those. We're slapping, a brake pad on that side. Good thing we did it. The inside one was actually wearing more prematurely than the outside. The outside still had a tiny little bit of material left, and would have probably taken us to the end. The inside was, we'll just say it was de-skinned.
Okay.
So it was right there at the metal. Not quite touching, but right there at the metal. It would not have made it.
So the other one will get you to the end.
Yeah, that is correct. And I mean, a lot of people go, how could you possibly, brake with a car that doesn't have an even set of brake pads? Well, the bottom line is the ABS system actually does a lot of that work. And the guy that's in it, Jonas, he's an incredible driver. He will compensate for it, no problem at all.
So it's interesting. First off, that's not a situation I've even ever remotely considered. Not even braking left to right. What does that do to the dynamics of a car under braking? I mean, is it going to yaw into a corner? Right. Well, I guess it depends on which way you're going. But.
If you figure that we're going all the way to threshold, and the ABS system is deciding what threshold is, it's pretty even. It's not great. It's pretty even.
Okay.
But the car is never loaded uniformly. If you were braking in a perfectly straight line on a perfectly even surface, which I'm sorry, there's not a place in Florida that's like that. Sure. And then the bottom line is you then allow the computer to do a lot of the work, which is okay. Now remember, we're a no nannies car except for the ABS, and so we're not running traction control. We're not running any sort of throttle position sensors or anything like that go through a computer to reduce wheel spin or anything like that. So I still consider us right at the luxury of fate, as opposed to computers running a lot of these cars, which all you got to do is just basically turn and go. So is it great? Is it ideal? Absolutely not. Will we have some unusual characteristics on occasion? Yeah, but considering how bumpy it is, the biggest variable is obviously going to be more the track surface.
Sure.
And so I'm okay with that. The other thing is we did take a good look at the front left tire. We're getting phenomenal tire wear, which that's one of the other big things that Sebring does is it wipes out that front left, quite considerably. And the inside of the rear right too, which a lot of people ignore until it goes all the way to cords. And we are just doing great. And so the alignment spec that we set up, our setup as far as, toe, caster, camber, da-da-da-da-da, is just perfect. Our spring rates are working out really good. We're not getting killed out there. And I don't know if anybody was watching position. Yes, we fell down a position, and then we, at speed and under green, second lap under green, we took that position back.
We're
saw
back
you
on the podium,
third,
but I didn't know if you had dropped the spot or you came out right ahead of the number 45. Either way, it doesn't matter. Your boy Jonas out there is kind of turning the screws at the moment. 10 seconds left quicker than the 45 last time.
Yes, he is. We asked him to gap a bit and then basically sit out there on the third step of the podium and not overdrive it, because obviously we're still nursing the other brakes on the other side. And so, but okay, fingers crossed. Blaze Racing, for those people that are following along, thank you very much to PowerCool. And last but not least, PowerCool is our sponsor for this year. We are looking for a sponsor for next year. And the only reason why I say that is because me being the guy that likes to jump on the air because you guys allow me to do so, which is phenomenal. And I, of course, forget the hat on purpose so I can come back up here and put it up. Just kidding. But really, quite frankly, we are looking for a sponsor for next year. We're not a high maintenance team. We're not a high expense team, but we are a high energy team, and we do quite well, as per what you just said just a little while ago, and I appreciate that. Blaze Racing, please let us know if you're interested in any sort of sponsorship. And to WRL, to everybody then in the production booth, and to the people back in the factory, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, thank you very much.
Everybody in the production booth thanks you for your kind words. Jordan. Just Jordan. No,
right, exactly.
No,
hi, Jordan.
Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for coming back up and kind of filling us in there. Because we had wondered whether or not, 7 minutes is for the lap and the brake pad change. It's like 4 minutes for the pad change.
Yeah, we knocked it out of the park, bud.
That's really good.
And those
really
things are smoking hot.
I bet. Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. That's Mike. Mike, our mechanic. There is a joke in there. There's an 80s joke in there. Mike in the mechanics.
Yeah, gotcha. That's good.
He is an animal. He's incredible.
Very cool.
All right, very good. I'm going to drop these cans. I'll shake your hand.
Yep, very
Thank
good.
you guys very much. Stay tuned, everybody.
Very good. Scott Mann from number 118, Blaze Racing BMW, kind of finishing off the interview we started about 45 minutes ago. Happy to see you, Scott. Very good. The 59s just had a 4 off and continue. They're going side by side with the Random Vandals car. I don't know who's in that 59, but it is not Coda.
Just call him Coda?
No, not Dakota. Dakota. Yeah, sure.
32 minutes remaining here.
Yeah.
Sebring, Florida. Jordan, are you going to
Sebring
swing down tomorrow and produce it from the track, from trackside?
Oh, yeah, I'm on the way.
We just got to get Jordan like a teardrop trailer that he can tow with his Miata. And he can just load up his computer in there, and then he can broadcast from wherever.
Oh yeah, that'll totally work.
Get you a Starlink set up.
Jordan, did that Turn 13 camera like drop connection?
You know what? And someone about 10 minutes ago actually came up there and looks like they pulled it out of the ground at least.
They did, yeah.
For us. Yeah, it's not working anymore, but
our boy Jake from Sentinel's over there taking a look at it.
All right.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm not. I wasn't sure if it was down or what the situation was.
Yeah, but it's no longer in the foliage, so.
Yeah. Man, this 119 Audi R8 from Shift Up Now by AE Vickery. I just feel like every 15, 20 minutes I've seen it go by in the pit lane. I know it's not been the case, but tough day at the office.
Rough roads ahead. Hopefully nice roads ahead, but rough roads this season.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Gong Show.
The Gong Show.
Yeah.
David Reagan.
Is that where he came from?
Yep.
Yeah. Didn't he drive the UPS car for a while?
He did.
Number 6.
Yep, 2009 and 10 and 11.
Underrated paint schemes, not NASCAR. The old it was a UPS sponsored car that the Porsche Junior team ran in Carrera Cup Deutschland. Phenomenal. It was UPS with like, here, let me see if I can find that.
Speaking of good paint schemes, I am actively looking for that Tsingtao paint scheme that I posted in our Slack. I don't know if you saw that, Brendan.
No, I think I missed it.
There was a
like a
Tsingtao paint scheme?
Dude, it's in the Slack, man. They were doing it for the Macau Grand Prix on a Porsche.
You're kidding.
No, I'm not. I'll see if I can tag everybody where it's at. If I find that in sim racing, I'm going to use the heck out of it. Edit message at Gordon. There you go.
Here, Jordan's a big paint scheme guy.
I know. And then right below that is somebody who did a Instagram reel of Jordan doing 100 pit stops. He made 100 pit stops in one race?
Oh, is that Jordan?
But why? Yeah, that's Jordan.
Oh, I saw the video. I didn't know that was Jordan. I didn't watch it.
I watched history be made live. That's a good paint scheme. I like that. The Tsingtao one is top tier. No question. I like that one better. I like that better than
the blue one?
Yeah.
Why
Yeah,
is it
so I mean,
blue?
they obviously mix the colors. I don't know. They just mix the colors up. They did the green one, the yellow one with the red, and then they were awesome though. I loved them. You get one of those on the Acura? Almost certainly not. Busy running polka dots, R for R.
Wow.
Yeah.
I forgot that I can just move that to this chat. Here we go. Bam. Look at that.
That is pretty good.
I'm all over that. I was
Tsingtao.
like, that looks good.
That's pretty good.
Oh man.
Best, we've done the best in scheme WRL discussion, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Jordan even got involved. He was about it.
I like the 70.
Yeah.
Yeah. I also like the second Kingpin car, the 77.
I like that Pinnacle car that had the like mountains that were made with the like pictures of other stuff. It was the blue one.
The blue and white with like the red trim,
Yeah.
or whatever it was. Yeah, that was pretty good. I'm into that.
Actually, I'm gonna look on Trading Paints right now and see if I can find that.
Oh, it does have one, doesn't it? Pinnacle.
No, I'm talking about the Tsingtao.
Oh, it's Tsingtao.
Yeah. Other Chinese beers are available.
Are they?
Yeah, there's the other
Oh,
one.
Singa. I say, or is that Chinese or is that Singaporean?
Oh, I mean they're the same.
Okay. Pie.
I
That's
know.
not good.
Why did it sign me out? This is. Never mind.
Oh, did Trading Paint sign you out?
Yeah.
It does that like every 2 weeks.
Oh my gosh. I hate it when iRacing does it too.
We need a WRL AI set, I think. iRacing.
Yeah. I said I would contribute up to $10 for that. If Jordan wants to take a swing, you know, I'm here for it. I'll
It is that
subsidize
time
that.
of year for me.
I know.
I gotta start doing that.
To sing to Sal.
Miami lost, by the way.
Good.
Yeah, we're big fans.
Nobody has done it yet, the red one.
All right.
So, there's a market for that. Jordan, how are you going to get yourself mentioned on the official Trading Paints Instagram page? Because they're doing like best of now. Did you see that?
I've been mentioned on the Twitter plenty of time. Some good, some bad. Well, not bad, but let's say a controversial paint schemes is in. I made basically MS Paint versions of a bunch of NASCAR paint schemes, and a lot of people did not like that because it was, quote, ruining the quality of the showroom, end quote.
Yeah.
Yep.
What does that
The guy
even
that
mean?
runs Trading Paints, the guy that runs Trading Paints sent me like 15 reports that were put on the paint schemes.
Is that does Steve run that?
Yeah. He sent
Steve
me like
Levender?
15 different people reporting those schemes.
Yeah.
That it's ruining the showroom. Look at this low quality stuff you're letting in.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
They didn't mind the ex-wife paint schemes, though?
Oh, no, that one was all right. But the ones where I just doodle on a car and, you know, make it kind of look like the car, no, those were low quality.
Well, unfortunately, if I search WRL, it does not give me a selection of cars. So there's definitely a market for that.
I think W2W had a few. We've been through this.
Yes, we have.
Yeah.
One of the recycled storylines. Would you like me to tell the story of 2009 Peugeot at Le Mans and David Brabham telling everybody not to run the curbs?
Run the curbs, exactly.
Yep.
Look, I mean, we're everything's kind of oh my goodness, settled in here. The TLM 172 versus 909 battle is still arguably the closest. There is a decent. Nope, that's going the other way. Never mind. Yeah, that's probably the closest one we've got at the moment. But that 909 card is going awfully quick. 2:19.5. Actually, just set its fastest lap of the race at 2:19.0. It wasn't so very long ago, Ryan West, that you had said that that car had a fastest lap in the 2 minutes 20.
Well, I was at the
bracket.
beginning of the race. It was a while ago.
It was not so very long ago, Ryan West.
All right. Yeah. Yeah,
Look at
definitely.
this. This is art.
It was shortly. It absolutely was not 7 hours ago.
The only way this gets messed up here is the track map faded
Yep.
over top of itself. Yeah. It's pretty good. You know what this is like? This is like looking in your rear view mirror on night mode in the daytime.
Yes.
Where you're seeing it reflected. Like,
Twice.
that's exactly what this is, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Huh. That's something.
Jordan, do you have a way to throw up
That's
the
a slow
mosaic?
143, by the way. That's the Pro Sport. Also a good paint scheme. Underrated, I would say. The Pro Sport competition. Porsche Cayman. Making its way back, I would assume, to the pit lane because it's not going quickly at all. We have the turn 17 bridge winner still going. No, bummer. All right.
Oh, that's how we do it.
For sure.
I just figured it out. I figured out how we can put this on Twitch and make it like a thing. I don't know the back end of how to do this. Like, maybe it's not possible. But I've definitely been on Twitch streams where the people in the chat can either vote or you can just request and the computer does it and it changes cameras.
There is someone that does that for iRacing. Podcast.
Oh, see, I'm thinking of the My Kitty TV. It's the only time I've seen that done, which is obviously not the same level.
I have 24/7 streams of cats and stuff.
Yeah, that were in the garage.
Right.
And you can change cameras. Anyway, if somebody does that for iRacing, then it's technically possible. That should be what the Twitch stream is. The Twitch stream is let the people pick the cameras.
Yeah, I want to watch turn 3.
Yep, I want to watch the mosaic. I want to watch the paddock cam.
Paddock?
Yeah, we can do a paddock cam. If you're going to do it, you got to commit to the bid. Obviously.
Maybe next year.
I have an old cell phone that we can plug in and make the
right
paddock
now,
cam.
Ryan. Survival mode.
I know.
If we can get back to 12 cameras by Kodo, we'll be in good shape. But
all right.
Yeah.
I have
that
a
is
camera.
our next venue.
Powered by
7 hours of racing to come tomorrow after it's 20 minutes or so here. There you see it.
Yep.
September 6th through the 8th.
And then 1 month until we are at the COTA National Championship.
That's right. No longer the U.S. Endurance Championship. Just the National Championship again for WRL COTA. 8+7. Did we do 8 and 7 last year?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, 8 and
I'm a
7
little disappointed that I'm not going to get to go through the Christmas lights.
That is even more Sebring. That's right. 8 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, should be noted. Eastern Standard Time. Standard. So an hour earlier than we started today. We're going to finish 2 hours earlier because that's how math works.
Yep.
7 hours of endurance racing to close out Eastern Region Championship. Today might wind up being a wash, with the number 70 down in 11th place in GTO and the 123 having been basically left to sit in the pit lane. Our two main protagonists in the GTO Championship for the Eastern region not likely to score points today. So we kind of get to do this again tomorrow with nothing to choose between our top 2 GTO Championship contenders. We'll get into some of the more granular details tomorrow, where we've got 7 hours to discuss all of the championship implications in the general production classes, of course, GTU as well. And obviously everything we're doing here this weekend counts towards the national championship as well. So, yeah, plenty to be excited about both for tomorrow. That's Sebring Sunrise material. 8 a.m. start.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it's a good one. Forward to that, and then obviously, yeah, in a couple weeks' time. We do have, I don't think anybody's going to mind me saying this, if you're a fan of amateur racing coverage, whether or not you enjoy watching it on static cameras, and yes, I'm referencing people in the chat, We do this because it's cheap, not because it's, you know, anything else.
Or are people throwing shade in the chat?
Oh yeah,
I'll shame them publicly.
But basically, like, for the love of God, get some real cameramen.
Yeah, no, go ahead. That's fine.
Yeah,
Give
sure.
them my email, and they can be in touch, and I'll know what that costs.
Invoice them, yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's fine.
Yeah, no worries.
It's fine.
No, that's cool.
These are also not security cameras. We don't do
That's
security
cool. Yeah,
cameras.
no, that's
We
fine.
also
No,
don't do real. We don't do real cameras either. But this is meant to be affordable for amateur motorsports. We are also headed to Homestead this time. Para, season finale, the race of champions at Homestead Miami Speedway. Excited to go be a part of that as well. And then, 2 weeks later, right after Thanksgiving, back to Coda.
Yeah.
And then it all begins again in 2025, where we come and get a monthly rental at Sebring for January. Eagles Canyon to kick off the WRL season. I didn't mention this to Scott earlier. Scott Van doing the lion's share of the speaking regarding Utah Motorsports Campus, and then we got the red flag in the middle of it all. That event next year. First off, we started off by talking about the facilities upgrade at Utah Motorsports Campus. It has come a long way, and there's a lot there on offer. Very professional-looking, feeling venue. Never mind whatever your opinions are of the layout, the elevation changes. It doesn't matter. It races well. It's fast. If they run the outer layout all in, I think it's going to be a great weekend of racing. But it's going to look and feel much more like you're at a pro venue than you are, let's say, like a Hallett. Or an Eagles Canyon. Very much looking forward to going there. Also, as he said, if you go out for the weekend, very, family-friendly destination area, it will actually be where I spend my 10th wedding anniversary, out in the mountains there in Utah. So that's absolutely exactly what my plan is. Go to some national parks, go enjoy some scenery, and then enjoy some racing time out at UMC.
We have the same number of people watching as the Race of Remembrance, which does have moving cameras.
At Anglesey?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
Huh.
Yeah,
almost
weird.
Like we know what we're doing.
I like how you let this go.
JT. I shouldn't have said anything. I didn't say anything in the chat either, but yeah, there is a reason we do things the way we do them. Not just because we're lazy.
And we hadn't thought of that, actually. That's the thing that I like. Like. They think that wasn't something that occurred to me. It's like, oh, dude, you're totally right.
Yeah, I mean,
we can do that.
When we have a Jordan Worth on site, I guess we could.
Man, I didn't even think of it.
I also like that Scott Mann thinks that there's people in the production booth, multiple, plural.
Right.
Yeah, it's not just Jordan.
Yeah, it's definitely not just Jordan, who you hope doesn't fall asleep at some point.
Now.
Hey, whoa, he's not Zach. Hold on.
that was the joke. Because that was also a Sebring broadcast.
No, it was Nola.
Oh, was it Nola? Okay.
Yeah, you did the Sebring broadcast.
I did a Sebring broadcast.
Yeah, that was the year. So we tried to get Zach, our man Zach Johnson, on board. His internet was completely unreliable to the point that he had to switch ISP at his location. And so he missed that one. I think he did Coda, but then we started the following year at, so we did some SCCA stuff, but then we did NOLA as the first WRL race that season, 2023. Like 25, 30 minutes to go on Saturday, we went under full course yellow, riding on board with somebody, came into the pits, thought we were just watching a pit stop, camera never changed. 10 minutes later, we're still riding around with like the ACP car or whoever it was. Man, Zach had succumbed to the struggle, let's say. Speaking of ACP cars in the pit lane, that was the number 2.
Yes. Coming back out?
Yeah.
That's good. It means repairs are complete and they're prepping for tomorrow.
Yeah. Now it was, if you cast your mind all the way back this morning, earlier this morning, car was in the wall, driver's left after some contact over at turn 8. Kind of calamity corner over there this weekend. The heartburn turn.
Which is odd.
Yeah, no kidding. Like maybe the oddest possible place for something like that. I mean, I get how it happens, but for it to happen twice, unusual. Speaking of that area of the track and incident, turn 9, where our man Pipo Durrani had his race ending while race leading shunt in the Cadillac earlier this season. What? The fact that it ended his race?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was one of the
it was a horrendous pass.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Pipo Durrani is the Jose Maria Lopez of Cadillac. Change my mind. Anyway.
That's not that hot of a take.
They have, so instead of just having loose tires in front of some Armco over there, it's now banded tires with conveyor in front of either Armco or concrete with catch fencing. So now it's like they've done the thing like they have over here at F14. It's exactly the same setup. As is quite right. Speaking of safety change, we're going to speaking of Brian Till for the rest of the day. Only Brian Till. We didn't really talk about this when we did the calendar rundown, the 2025 WRL calendar, out now at racewrl.com. Mid-Ohio is undergoing some pretty significant changes in the offseason.
Like using a vacuum?
No.
Turning on the hot water?
No, Ryan. Cleaning their chairs? No. No. This is... That's social media getting things to work, what that is. No, the turn 4 runoff is being reprofiled. China Beach. We still don't really have details on what that's going to look like, but they're getting rid of the lip there.
Are they?
That's what they say. I don't know if that, and we had some discussion about this walk then. I don't know if that means they're backfilling in the runoff itself and bringing it up to the track grade, or they're going to change the approach of the corner to...
I was going to say, they just make that corner completely off camber. Just smooth the whole thing out, and just that corner is like 100% the wrong way.
Well, so, I mean, you could make the approach more steeply downhill and have it climb back up on the other side to kind of split the difference. Either way, you're moving around an awful lot of earth. It's just a matter of whether you're bringing some in or, or what. Yeah, I don't know. It'd be interesting to see how that winds up looking by the time we get there in what is hopefully April. That date, as far as I understand it, still remains unconfirmed. And I do kind of half wonder if that's part of the reason why. Second big project in as many years up there at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course. But that is one of the venues that really has changed very little over the years in terms of layout, in terms of overall flow and feel of the racetrack. This does have the potential to change that pretty substantially. Brandon Vandal's 82, fastest lap of the race, personal fastest lap, 2:17.399. Actually not at all within striking distance of the 172. So likely to wind up there in 6th place in GTO. I think we're pretty much out of battles to follow. 60 versus 58 might still go the other way. 2nd place in GTU. The 59, the sister car, has a very comfortable lead at the moment. And is not really looking to challenge for the overall race win at this point. But the two other cars, the 60 and the 58, just a couple of seconds apart. Still very much the opportunity for that to change hands.
Yeah, the 60 unfortunately had a really slow lap previously, doing a 2:25. I think was due to traffic though.
We're kind of following it here.
Yeah, it has a slight edge.
Yep, there goes the 60 up over the exit curb. Kind of moves the rear end around up on the taller part of the curb. Getting the power down. Heads off down towards the number 605 at turn 7. The 2 and it's a 2 just ahead of the 58. This is where that 2 will be quite a bit quicker down the longer straightaways, but 58, as soon as we get up towards turn 10, will start to claw that back up. Not need to be held up here by that GTO car, especially one that's had the problems that the 2 has had throughout the day. 52 is into the pit lane. That's the ACP Tangerine Associates car from 7th place in GTO. I think the 289, actually, I'm certain the 289 has already gone through. That has changed hands. That's very, did they not hit after the red flag? No, they certainly did. Wow. That is genuinely surprising. I would have thought with 58, 59 minutes remaining and a couple of laps under full course yellow that we had an entire field of GTO cars that was a shoo-in to make it home without needing a splash. Jordan's sunset setting up the background.
Look at the clouds.
There are some clouds. I would say that. What a pretty solid day here, all things considered. A little intrigue thrown in with the splash of rain we got earlier on. Not really expected. Cameras have done well even in the heat, thanks to the cloud cover and the breeze. I've not stepped outside all day, so I have no idea what the humidity is like, but I kind of know what you're getting. And more than anything, the problems for the 123 earlier on, problems for some of our heavier hitters, let's say in GTO, the 70 running out of fuel, we think running out of fuel. Kingpin Racing could have been in for a good result. They ended up with issues. The 888 has been the slower of the, or more troubled, let's say, of the TLM USA Aston Martin V8 Vantages. It's thrown up kind of a surprise result in GTO. With the 124, the 188 from Fast Track Racing, a really good run there to second place. The 74 from AOA Racing in the third. Automatic Racing kind of coming back into form with a really good, consistent run out of the 909. It's all good things. Track always seems to do that. Remember the 24-hour here a few years ago? Somebody kind of half-joked that before the race, W2W was a shoo-in to win because even though they're not the fastest, they just never have problems. And that's literally exactly what happened. Just pick your W2W car and ran like clockwork. It was like 3 or 4 seconds slower than most of the rest of the field, but, you know, made it through to the end. All that really mattered. Our race tomorrow, again, I mentioned a couple times, starts at 8 a.m., so 1 hour earlier. If you're going to follow us on YouTube, please do join us there. If you're trackside, come on back and come enjoy another day of racing here at Sebring with us in the World Racing League. The grid tomorrow morning will be set on fastest lap from today's race. Drops a wheel there at the exit of turn number 5. A little bit of dust drifting off. So potential for things to start a little bit differently than they did today. Put some more laps under your belt. Car setup tweaked maybe a little bit. Find the conditions a little more to your liking and not quite so reliant on that one fastest lap to set the grid for tomorrow. Of course, it doesn't tend to make a huge amount of difference, but it does change the face of the race a little bit. And that 7-hour duration does also kind of throw some different strategy opportunities at the race. So by no means would tomorrow be a repeat of today. It does tend to play out as a very, very different race for a whole variety of reasons. We'll all be back with you. Emily Kazmarek, Ryan West, JT Tammy, Jordan Worth.
Will we have the return of Scott Michaels?
Don't know. Unclear at this time.
He did make an appearance in the Discord.
I saw that. Sunday races tend not to be Scott Michaels activities. Yeah,
sure.
Field tends to be a little bit thinner. He's a big depth guy. Field depth, strength of field. Maybe for Coda.
Sure.
Deal with Coda. Coda brings us. Coda. Did I mention Miami lost today?
Yes, yes, you did. But
Yeah.
we're happy to hear it again.
Yeah. Yeah. Ole Miss is beating Georgia. It's fun. We're in Indiana broadcast now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I did see a note earlier on Twitter. Texas Tech is playing Colorado and beating Colorado, by the way, 13-0. Apparently, Travis Hunter had to pick up a tortilla off the field, and when he did so, he just put it in his pants. Very funny. It's so Lubbock. You ever just go to Lubbock? Jordan, you ever been to Lubbock, Texas?
Lubbock?
Lubbock.
Lubbock? No, I didn't go to
Been
Lubbock.
to Lubbock, Texas?
No,
Lubbock.
Lubbock.
I don't think there are a whole lot of racetracks out that way.
No.
Hurting for tracks there. If you're interested in going to Texas, Eagles Canyon Raceway in Decatur. Not too far outside of the DFW metro area. It's where we kick off
our season.
That's right, 2025.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Is that one that I may be called into action on? I feel like
You might be going to Homestead.
Oh.
We'll see.
Oh.
We'll see.
That's. I think I have something going on that weekend.
I bet you do. I bet you do. We'll see. See how it goes.
See what happens.
Yeah.
Why would you not go to Homestead?
If I don't want to. I don't know.
Why would you make us
I really
both cross the... Like, what?
Yeah. We'll see. See how it
All right.
plays out.
All right. I love Farah too, let's be clear. Or is that with the SCCA one?
No. That's far.
Farah's great. And I get to hang out with our boy, Greg Kramer.
Oh, yeah. I remember him.
That's the thing. RJ knows who Johnny Lieberman is, but doesn't know who Greg Kramer is.
That can't be true.
Which he doesn't. We talk
RJ
about
has
it. He
no idea who Greg Kramer is.
He doesn't know who Greg Kramer is, no.
That's genuinely unbelievable.
I agree.
The white flag is waving on the start-finish straight. Leader headed off into turn number 1, just exited the shot. That's the 9.4 BMW and Endurance Radio Orange.
So 1.2 seconds separating the 58 and the 60.
Yeah. There is that's a 59 coming through shot. Pick up the GTU second and third place cars. There goes TLM USA and the 74 and then the 2. That's not them. That TLM USA car was only significant because of the automatic racing Aston Martin, the number 909. 7.7 seconds is the margin now. That's really not in any danger of changing hands. A really good closing stint here from the 909 to pick up the pace and defend well from that number 172 to hold on to fourth place. There goes the GTU second place scrap. 58 leads 60. Team orders here, you just let them scrap.
I mean, I feel like they've had a policy throughout the year.
I would agree with that.
Will probably remain the same.
Bring it back safe, race hard someday.
Yeah, agreed.
Burn
you
it
didn't
down.
get it done by now.
Should have come quicker earlier.
Yeah. So, with mere seconds remaining on the clock, we'll tick over towards 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. 8 hours since we dropped the green flag on this first of 2 day-long enduros here at Sebring International Raceway. Set to be the number 124 NFC Motorsports Mercedes AMG GT4, rounding the final mile or so of this 3.7 mile layout. We head down into turn number 17. Should pick up the Mercedes down, headed into, nope, not headed into the final corner. We will get it through, there it is, just exiting turn 17 now underneath the Mobile One Bridge. Flash of the headlights, the checkered flag waves over the number 124. Mercedes wins again in the World Racing League. NFC Motorsports brings the second car home on top of the GTO and overall race podiums. Fast Track Racing, the number 188, 3 laps in arrears will take second place, third place to the number 74 AOA Racing BMW M4. GTU, the race leader, has already crossed the line. It's the number 59 from Stratus Racing. The 58 and 60 battle should be across the line here in just a couple of moments' time. I look to my left. It was 1.5 seconds, as GT pointed out earlier. There is the 58. 60 has backed off. Yeah, it's going to be more than 2 or 3 seconds this time, but they hold station to round out a podium sweep in the GTU category for Stratus Racing. GP1, no position changes in the final stanza of the race there. Either Harrison Motorsports caps off a, well, it wasn't quite a spin and win. Stop and win? Whatever you'd like to call it. Car was dead stick stationary at the exit of turn 1, lap 1. Ground to a halt, and then, hasn't really looked back since about hour 3. Wins the class by 5 laps over the 981 from BSR Racing, the 118 from Blaze Racing, with a brake change inside of the final hour or so to round out the GP1 class podium. Birmingham Road Race to come home in 4th. The number 64 from Open Throttle Racing leading home the sister car 63 in 5th and 6th. GP2, it's been a little light in terms of competition for the 66 from Open Throttle Racing. Be interesting to see how that class shakes out tomorrow with the 10 and the 41 having both turned laps. They were both circulating towards the end of this race, so maybe we get the extra bump there from having the second Rockwell car. GP3, round 3 racing, 6:05 by 55 laps.
Yeah,
that's his fastest lap at the end of the race. Coming across the line. You'll love to see it. 2:37.540. That is not insignificant. That is a pole sitting lap time for the 6:05 at the checkered flag.
Nice.
Incredible.
Pips the 62 from Open Throttle Racing by just over half a tenth of a second. 2:37.540 plays 2:37.598. That is good stuff. You do genuinely love to see it. Shouts to Round 3 Racing, who with 56 laps in hand over the 85 goes out and just turns in a quick PB to begin tomorrow's race on pole. 62 from Open Throttle rounds out the GP3 podium there as well, ahead of 2 of the AOA MX5, 75 from 55, and the 103 from TLM USA, who has had, unfortunately, I think for them, a day you would describe as gettable, but tomorrow is a new day. It's a new day, and we will be here to celebrate it with you all just before 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Won't draw out the conclusion of this one too much. Guys, I've got to go. I've got to go get cameras. Jordan Worth on production, as he rightly points out, even more Sebring, with 2 exclamation points. Very important. Ryan West and JT Tammy.
Yep.
Carried us throughout the day. Certainly where I have failed, they have recovered. No, you guys, it was great. We had a great day of racing. Tomorrow, 7 hours. Excited to wrap up the Eastern Region Championships, hand out some trophies at the end of the day tomorrow for what has been a really quite exciting 2024 campaign. And then we get to preview the National Championship as we close out tomorrow's racing action as well. So, for Jordan Worth, JT Tammy, for Ryan West, my name is Brendan Kazmarek. Thank you for joining us for the first half or so of our endurance racing weekend here at Sebring. Enjoy your evening trackside if you happen to be staying with us as a spectator, and certainly come back with us on YouTube just before 8 o'clock tomorrow for some sunrise endurance racing action from Sebring International Raceway. Till then, take care.